Hello. Welcome to the day 4 of FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Guys, we are here. 3 rounds have been over. And Sarah, there is no sole leader yet in the men's section. That does say winning all 3 games, how hard it must be, right?
Of course, this is probably the toughest Swiss in the world ever, in my opinion. Uh,
Ooh.
Except for Magnus Carlsen, everyone else is there. So, I have no surprise that we don't have a clear leader at all. In fact, I'm even surprised that so many managed to score +2 in such a field. But of course, we have, some of the best grandmasters in the world, like Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, and of course the Indian superstars, Arjun Erigaisi being one of the joint leaders on 2.5x3. So it's a very strong tournament. So what else can you expect here?
Absolutely. And guys, here we have today's pairings for our Indians. Arjun Erigaisi on board number 2 against Predke Alexander. SL Narayanan playing with Yu Yangi on board number 11. Vidit playing with Alexei Shirov, by the way, who was yesterday almost winning, but the game ended in a draw. And Arvind Chidambaram were playing with Nikita Vityogov. Gukesh playing with Ivan Saric. So these are the these are the very top boards there we have, and we can see Arjun on 2.5, and on 2 we have 3 of the guys. Yeah, SL, Vidit, and Arvind.
With this game is something I'm going to, really pay attention. I'm a huge fan of Shiro and his chess, and of course his wonderfully written book, Fire on the Board, 2 volumes. So
Oh
this is one
yeah.
game where I would really love to see some fire on the board today.
Okay, because we are talking about him, just to show you the opening, it's been simple, I believe, in comparison to fire on the board. Bishop f5. What shall we call this? We don't call this London system, right? Reverse
We
London.
can we can call it the fire is yet to start.
Okay, that's with its game for you guys. And with me, you have International Master Saravanan, a very well-known trainer and also the book collector. So yeah, we are gonna have a lot of fun by hearing his stories and anecdotes. Right now, we are on board number 2. Arjun is black here. What do you have to say about Predke in this tournament?
Well, he is rated 2656 and he is just approaching 30 years old, Grandmaster from Serbia. First round he defeated Adiban and second round he defeated Duda. That was a fantastic result, defeating Duda with white pieces. And the third round, of course, he drew with Esipenko. So he has definitely performed much above his standard. His performance rating is, hold your breath, 29-26 in this tournament.
Oh my God.
So, you definitely,
Really? I need to show
yeah,
this to the guys here. Guys, let's
yeah.
go to the standings so that you can see Predke, and that's 2926. Too
Yeah, so
good.
fantastic. You can say that, even though Arjun Erigaisi outranks him by about 60 rating points, if you see the performance rating of Pretke, and also Pretke is white in this game, is going to be very interesting for Arjun and all of us viewers also.
That's an interesting fact there. So Predke in good form there, and Arjun goes for Tarrasch. Predke takes here, c takes d5, knight takes d5. What is your opinion about Tarrasch?
Well, it is a very volatile opening. It's not a simple defense by black in Queen's Gambit where, typically you sit and hold the center kind of thing. You basically react very actively from move 1 onwards. And of course, it is not for the weak-hearted. It is basically Tarrasch is played only by people who can withstand that kind of activity from the opening. See, traditionally, when you are black and when you want to seize the initiative and when you play such kind of a chess, you will always leave weaknesses in your play. It is for guarantee. So, when you are ready to play for initiative and you expose yourself like that in the beginning, your life is not going to be easy. So, Tarrasch is not for the weak hearted. That is why I say.
You have to be a gladiator to play Tarrasch, yeah? That's what Sara means here. She takes
Amruta, I
detailed
think you're
notice.
forgetting it. This is not Sagar Shah sitting opposite to you. I am not good at adjectives like Sagar. So, words like gladiator and all escape me. Yeah, but I would say the maximum I could come with was it's not for the weak hearted. That's it.
Yeah,
Kidding, of course.
sure. But this structure from like knight takes here he played e4. I don't think this is the super main line, right? Because you don't knight d5, e4, knight c3, or is it the very very main line?
This is not from Tarrasch anymore. This is basically a line from, you can say, Queen's Gambit declined even.
Oh,
So even it comes even from the Caro-Kann, actually, in a certain way. So basically, this is a combination of many things. Typically, how it happens now is Black will play CD4, CD4, bishop before check and exchange bishop on D2.
it did happen in the game, by the way. Bishop d2
It's the
and
main line.
takes.
See, the point is White has a large center, but the pieces are exchanged a lot, and Black won't have any weaknesses in his position.
Hmm.
So White will always be slightly better, but making progress with White is very difficult. But of course, there is a very, very famous game in this line between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, where Magnus famously sacrificed a pawn on d5. What a wonderful game. I mean, it was one game where Magnus showed that even in games which have been played 1,000 times, if you are the world champion, you can still show so much creativity. So it's supposed to be a solid opening, but you can always watch out for surprises like Magnus and Cork.
Oh, amazing. That's amazing. Anish Giri versus Magnus. That's what Sara is mentioning.
The other
And
way around. The other way around.
Carlsen,
Magnus
sorry.
versus
Yeah, Carlsen.
Carlsen versus Giri. Yeah.
Okay, seems like this one, something, this one, yeah. Queen D2, castle, the
We can quickly go
basics.
through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can just quick have a knowledge about, like you have mentioned such a interesting game, so why not? The basic
Yeah.
Semi-Tarrasch position, which has attracted the attention of the elite mainly due to Kramnik's efforts from 2013 onwards. As I have already annotated Aronian Kramnik Stavanger 2017 in detail for CBM, I will try not to repeat myself too much in the following lines, and that is being annotated by Stool. Okay, amazing. But to just have a quick look, bishop c4 is the main move there. Knight d7, castle, b6, rook d1, bishop b7, rook e1. Yeah, white has amazing center, so this is this the you're talking about this pawn sacrifice.
Yes, this
Okay,
pawn sacrifice. I
got
mean,
it.
Magnus Carlsen showed that day
Yeah.
what is Magnus Carlsen when it came to imagination. That was a super wonderful game, Carlsen Giri.
Guys, do watch out that game later, and especially with such amazing annotations, you can get it from Mega Database there. Over here, so Predke would definitely know the game, and I believe Arjun as well. Yeah, they would be very aware of that game.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So BH3 happened in the game, so it's a deviation from what happened in Magnus versus Anish. I think Magnus had gone bishop c4, if I'm not wrong. H3 was played by Predke with 1 hour 41 minutes. That's his preparation. And Arjun goes b6. Over here.
I think the point of H3 is White wants to see where Black is going to develop his bishop. So see b6, bb7, then White can play bishop d3 directly. And if Black plays nc6, maybe White can play bishop c4. So maybe that's the point of e5, h3, because, I don't see any other reason why White should play h3 in that position.
Exactly. Yeah. That does make sense, what you just said. It's more like waiting and asking what's your plan. So after b6, now Predke goes rook d1. And he's definitely still in the preparation. Arjun is thinking whether to develop the bishop to b7. But tell me something. If Arjun says, I want to exchange the light square bishop with bishop a6, doesn't seem
That's
like
the point.
the good idea, right?
Yeah, it is not. But now bishop into a6, knight a6. Now h3 is an extra move, right? Otherwise, if you play bishop d3 or bishop c4, if Black plays bishop a6, So H3 is an extra tempo, which,
Nice, nice.
sometime in future, you will be avoiding a back rank checkmate. See, honestly,
Definitely.
there is a wonderful lecture in YouTube by Peter Hein Nielsen.
Hmm.
It was part of one of the coaching camps where RB Ramesh was one of the coaches he's one of the coaches nowadays regularly with Magnus Carlsen's chess club. So there, he makes a very subtle point, Peter Hein Nielsen. You can play anything in the opening as long as in the middle game or in the end game, it makes some sense. So this is the way that Magnus Carlsen plays random moves sometimes in the openings. For example, H3 is a random.
Yes.
If you remember, there was a harmless variation of the QGD where Dingleren played H3 against Nepomniachtchi in the latest World Championship also.
Okay.
So, somewhere, sometime H3 will have a use, and I'm not necessarily making a bad. That's the point behind such moves in the opening now.
Wonderful. So, Arjun has a task to actually get out of Predke's preparation. He goes bishop b7, but seems confident. I mean, this is not. Do you think it's a risky position where you are out of preparation and then you land up in big trouble?
See, not at all. Today's chess, it's about expecting the unexpected, right? So I have absolutely no doubt that Arjun also would have analyzed this H3. That is top preparation today.
Okay, so that's about Arjun, guys. Going to the next game. By the way, today Taba Taba is playing with Hikaru Nakamura. So yeah, just to
It's going to be a very unconventional battle, between Nakamura, who is known for very, very solid chess, and Taba Taba is known for his creativity. So this game is also going to be very interesting.
yeah, we can in between just have a look. Anish Giri playing with Wojtaszek with the black pieces there, and Queen B3, AB3 does remind of Pragg's game with whom was that game? I don't remember, but in this event we were watching it. Going to SL Narayanan's game. SL is black with Yu Yangi, and E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop C4, Bishop C5, D3, Knight F6, Castle over here, D6, C3, Bishop goes back to B6, Knight
Little
B3.
unusual. Bishop B6 is a little unusual.
Really?
Yeah, black generally goes for A6 or A5, two setups, and takes the bishop back to A7 generally. Playing bishop to B6 is a little unusual, but it's the Italian nowadays. Anything goes in Italian. But yeah, it's a little unusual.
Oh, so that Bishop B6, Knight BD2, Castle. He goes Bishop B3 as well. Knight goes to E7 and Knight H4 by Yu Yangi.
All standard stuff so far, almost, except for the bishop on B6.
So, SL is SL any planning to go to G6 or something, or is it for the future D5 or?
Generally,
Bishop
yeah, the
E6.
black knight does go for G6, and then black plays C6 and D5. That's the idea behind going for the knight from C6 to G6. And knight H4, the point is when black goes knight G6, white will go knight F5. So, if black knight moves, white knight will go up. But as long as the black knight stays on E7, white knight will also stay on H4. So, it's a kind of a tug of war, catch-22 kind of a thing.
Yeah. Okay, so going to Vidit versus Shirov. Here we saw until Knight C3, E6 was played by Shirov. Vidit goes Knight H4. Is Vidit going to create fire on the board with Vidit version 2?
Yeah, this is a standard variation where, white plays F3, black plays G6. By the way, our friend Sriram asks, we did play Shiro, one of the veterans of Vichy era. Growing up, I remember replaying those 1990 games from Hindu magazine. I think he means the Sports Star magazine or the Hindu Weekend. Okay, whatever. If you want to have some kind of nostalgia about Shiro, the best example is there is this wonderful game, Shiro Houchard. Houchard, the French player Houchard, grandmaster, It was such a mind-boggling game in the Benko Gambit in 1990s. At that time, we used to think that if next time Hauchard plays Shiro, he will give walkover. It was such a shot by Shiro in 1990s. So, anytime Shiro's games always will be looked forward very eagerly. Fantastic chess players indeed.
Yeah, I mean, like when you're watching Shirov's game, something exciting is going to happen on the board. That is without any doubt. That's so true. So Bishop D2 was played, Bishop E7 over here, in Vidit's position. Knight takes G6, H G6, and we are at Queen C2. Just one moment, I'll be back. Somebody at the door.
Sure. So basically, this is a Slav with e3 and bishop coming to e4 and going back to bishop g6. Some time ago, basically, we were talking about this opening by Magnus Carlsen and Giri. One of the features of chess in current times is that, see, the position you're looking in front of you from the Slav, there are 1,000 games have been played. More than thousands of games have been played. A very famous game in the position that you are looking at is, for example, by Anish Giri, where he suddenly played Queen D7 with black pieces in an earlier game. Basically, what the current top players do is they will take a small wrinkle in the opening stage. They will take a small deviation from what has happened in the past. It need not be. I mean, we have crossed the stage in chess where it is possible to create new moves and new concepts anymore. Creating a small wrinkle, they would hope that they have analyzed it much better than their opponent, and that is a surprise they will try to do. So in the opening phases of the game, what is interesting to look at in such positions is where is the wrinkle coming from and by who, whether it is by white or whether it is black. So opening stage has its interest apart from seeing what openings, just the kind of openings they play. Not only that, but also in those openings, where is that small improvement is going to come from either side.
Thank you, Sarah, for managing this. I had somebody at the door. But what do you must have explained this game? So should I move to the next one?
Sure. Please carry on.
Okay,
The
Arvind
bars
playing.
are up.
Arvind
Bars are
playing
up.
with bars. I just getting it there. Arvind
Yeah.
playing with Nikita Vityogov, and Nikita played D4, D5, C4, C6, Knight F3, Knight F6, E3, Bishop F5, Knight goes to C3, E6, Knight H4, Bishop G6.
Same line. Vidit Shirov played Bishop E4 and Bishop G6. And here Arvind plays Bishop. I'm sorry. Arvind plays Bishop G6 directly. That's it.
Yeah, and we used to have one very common question from the chat is like, if you go and if you roam around in the hall and if you see the other games and if it is the same line, then can it not be called as cheating? And so many of them have the same question. What is your opinion on this?
See, at that level, it doesn't happen because everyone knows theory. Anand has this famous quote about opening preparation of the top grandmasters. They are all ready to be surprised in opening. So you can never surprise these guys. So assuming that even if you're following on someone else's game with the same moves also, unless you understand the concepts, it's very difficult to play at that level with such any openings, any complex openings. So this is the I remember a very interesting word given to such a game by an English grandmaster, skullduggery. So such skullduggery is not performed by players at the top, I can say.
Skullduggery.
Skullduggery, yeah.
Huh.
So what's happening after that?
So that's the thing here. Sriram says Saravanan, in those years during major tournaments in sports column, Hindu used to publish the moves, and some of our classmates played the moves with the board after school hours. Great nostalgia. Very nice to know. No, this is the position. So they have similar structures, yeah, Vidit and Arvind. And in this one, Vidit is white. But I think the main change is CD5 and AD5, right? Vidit will not take here.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Basically, CD5, ED5. Okay, you can take also. The point is the difference between the Arvind Chidambaram game and this game is that here E4 is for the taking. Anytime White wants to play, he can play E4. That is one major advantage. The other side, if Black plays, let's say Queen C7, it's very difficult to decide where to put the pawns, White's pawns on the king side. G3 has its
Yeah.
shortcomings and H3 has major shortcomings. So this is basically again the wrinkle that I was talking about when it comes to openings.
Also, in this position, if I see, it seems very dangerous to just right now think of short castle until this rook is on h8.
Yeah.
But probably black is going to short castle as well. What seems very interesting is like an attack like h4 and g4. Is it normal in such a scenario, or that's not the main idea? Generally, you try to keep it simple.
No, generally White plays triple O or he plays G3, BG2, and E4. These are the two
Oops.
main plans available for White in this position. Black's H file being open, White will be very careful with his kingside pawns here. I mean, pushing them early may not be a good idea.
Got it. Okay. So Queen C2 on with its board, but definitely it's going to be an interesting game. Let's go to the next one. Gukesh versus Ivan Sherich. No, Sarik. Sarich.
Sarich, yeah.
D4, knight f6, C4, E6, knight f3, D5, knight C3, knight BD7, bishop G5, H6, bishop goes to H4, bishop E7, E3, short castle, queen C2, C5 over here.
Little
And
unusual in the
yeah.
Queen decline, but anyway, as I said, everything goes nowadays.
Now shall we should we call this kind of converted or weird Tarrasch, or it has nothing to do with Tarrasch?
No,
Is
it
it?
is nothing to do with Tarrasch almost. It's a Queen's Gambit decline where Black plays early C5. Again, depends on what kind of a setup White is aiming for. Generally, after CD5, if you play ED5, you have a isolated pawn for ready for Black. And if you play knight d5, then after bishop e7, queen e7, once again White has a very comfortable center. So basically, it has its own peculiarities, but yeah, it is not a very, let us say, as solid as a regular Carlsbad Queen's Gambit decline. Something like it's not as solid as a Lasker's defense or a what's the other one with the b6 setup. So it's not as solid as that.
Okay, so then Gukesh has made a decision with c takes d5, and he did take. Where did he actually take time? I'm just trying to see.
Yeah.
He had 142 year, and at this moment when he played bishop g5, he thought for 8 minutes. Ivan played at 6 and everything pretty fast here. And at this moment, not much. Gukesh is playing pretty fast. Going to
By the way, the
Praggnanandhaa.
grandmaster, the English grandmaster who called this, two players adopting the same opening, sitting next to each other thing, who called this skullduggery was Luke McShane, the English grandmaster.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah,
yeah, this is Praggnanandhaa's game. Praggnanandhaa is black with Mustafa Ilmaz. D4, D5, C4, D takes C4. Already going for sharp lines, right? Knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, bishop c4, c5, short castle, knight c6, a3 over here, a6. What is the idea of the move a3? You are creating, is it creating a square there for later knight a5.
See, white will delay playing knight c3,
Hmm.
and white is now threatening d cross c5. And if you play d cross c5, bishop cross c5, he will continue with b4. That's the point of a3.
Oh.
So that is an idea. And if black plays c cross d5, c cross d4, e cross d4, so that's a isolated queen pawn structure. There, a3 is a very, very normal move. So it's kind of asking black to show, I have played a3 and show me a hand. Are you going to play b7 or are you going to play cd4? Either way, a3 is a useful move. So this is a very common idea in the Queen's Gambit accepted. I'm a little surprised that Pragg goes for Queen's Gambit accepted, but at the same time, all these young grandmasters, Indian young grandmasters, I've seen them play a lot of opening just in one game. You know, it's impossible. It makes them impossible to prepare against before the game. And also, there is this wonderful concept in chess. In the long run, more openings you play, more structures you know, the better player you will be. So, you know, he plays the Queen's Gambit accepted, but I'm very, very sure that he will definitely know all the nuances of the position.
Nice. Yeah. And also sometimes as how the what is the opponent's style, and that could also they find some loophole there in the
Sure.
opening or in that structure. It could be just a structural loophole. So yeah, d takes c5, bishop takes queen takes d1, Pragg goes into the endgame pretty confidently there. In fact, no pawn structure imbalance, right? That way in terms of majority.
Yeah,
Nice.
this is it. Typical of Queen's Gambit declined, white will always be slightly better. And, you know, for example, he goes bishop c4 here. A common idea is to go now threaten knight c4 and knight e5. There is this old theory in Queen's Gambit accepted. White has the e5 square for his knight, and black has the e4 square for his knight. Whoever reaches there first will get an advantage in the Queen's Gambit accepted. That's a
Oh,
well-known theory in the Queen's
nice.
Gambit accepted. That is why white plays bishop c4 to e2, making way for the knight to go to c4 and e5.
That's a
See, for
deep
example, if
idea.
now, yeah, if white knight goes from f3 to e5 somehow, then if black knight comes to e4, you will kick it away with f3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Amazing. So that's the bishop e2 ka idea Pragg is thinking there, and it's going to be an. But still, such positions, finally, when the pawn structure, you've exchanged queens, it's like a queenless middle game. Here you're majorly focusing on what are the weak squares and everything. It's much of a hard work because 2600 players we are seeing, they are playing very solidly. Still, it's not so easy to beat them with just that one weakness is not enough, and principle of two weaknesses is becoming difficult in this tournament.
See, very correct. But at the same time, see, the life of a black player is never easy. See, for example, in this position, there are two squares for the black bishop. He can go to b7, black's bishop on c8. He can go to b7 or he can go to d7. If you want to go to b7, if you play b5 here, then white goes knight b3 and takes a c5 square for his knight, for example. And if you play bishop d7 there,
Where here?
as I said, white knight goes c4 there. And if you play bishop e8, now white goes knight f3 to e5 there. And now he plays f3, e4 and he gets a massive advantage. So, you know, it's not at all easy to play black anymore in modern chess. You know, just as it may look like a very slight edge, but the point is, once you get that slight edge, then, you know, getting the bigger edge, you know, once again, going back to our great Leo Sakis, the way to play for big advantages is to play for small advantages. You know, you
Step
play
by
for
step.
small advantages and you accumulate small advantages. That is where basically you end up with a very big advantage. We can ask this for chat. Yeah, the first question of the day: who is known among the greatest of chess players who was known for his accumulation of small advantages? In the history of chess, who was that great player who was known for accumulation of small advantages? That's the first question for the day for you, chat.
Come on, chat. Let's see. Quick thinking. All of those who are planning to play tournaments, blitz, bullet, wanting to improve 1200s, 1400s. It's a nice knowledge to know. We have answers. Karpos, tenets, Mihail,
It's so nice to see when
tenets.
all the answers are wrong. So happy.
Oh, I was like so. And there we have Saravanan trolling all of you. Come on. Really? Not a single person? Nimzovich? No?
No, no.
Wrong. I'm surprised it's not Stenitz. Oh.
Oh my God, still it's no one got it. Okay, I'll give you a clue. He was known as the player known for little combinations.
You know, Sarvanan's clues will also need another clue. Okay. Night off, says Anirudh.
Some say Samirana, some
Carrots.
say Sagar Shah, some say Saravanan. Mentioning all these three names along with the other names, it's really blasphemy actually.
Now you have to not take things seriously.
Of course.
Magnus Tal. In the
You
latest
become
era, it should be Magnus, like in this decade.
no, it's definitely not latest era. So when was he world champion? I think he was world champion 50 years ago, more than 50 years ago.
Laskar. Did anybody say Laskar?
Oh my God.
No.
50 Amruta, not 100. 50. Okay, I think no one is
Yeah.
giving very
Please,
strange.
please
It was
let us know.
Vasily Smyslow. Vasily Smyslow. One of the greatest,
Oh.
beautiful, beautiful player. I simply love his game. Vasily Smyslow was known for many things. Harmony on the chessboard, little combinations, and accumulation of small advantages. By the way, I can say this in our chat today, in our stream today.
Yeah.
See, we often, chess coaches get this query. I'm not a professional player. I'm in my 30s and 40s now, and I would love to still get trained, not to for any competitive reasons, but I would like to enjoy the game. For all of them, one thing I can tell you, to enjoy your chess as well as to improve your chess, sit with all these classical games of chess. Personally, if you would ask me, I would say about 5 players if you can really enjoy their chess. But of course, it's very important to have annotated games of these players. Very high in my list comes Anatoly Karpov for the sheer brilliance that he shows in all parts of the game. And then Mihail Tal. I mean, who else for a good evening with a cup of tea and a very good game of chess to replay? Nothing like Mihail Tal. But then the third I would recommend is okay. I'm not going to go into Kasparov. I'm talking about players before Kasparov. So Karpov, Mihail Tal, and then Petrosian for the sheer amount of creative games that he played. This is the third one. And the fourth one, as I said just now, Vasily Smyslow. And then after all of them, I would choose an unconventional player to enjoy, Rashid Neshmedinov. Rashid Neshmedinov was the, Jobawa of 60s and 70s.
Oh.
You can really, really enjoy the chess.
Wow. Very interesting. How about David Bronstein?
I told about Bronstein yesterday. You see, Bronstein was creative, but off late I get this feeling that, it was creativity for the sake of creativity. I feel that Tigran Petrosian's creativity and Mihail Tal's creativity, I enjoy that kind of creativity with concrete ideas rather than, off the top ideas. I have a big respect for Bronstein, but I feel that he is he is given too much of importance in the history of chess. This is my personal opinion.
Wow, but your classics, I mean, the 50 and 100 years back, and your classics knowledge is just so tremendous, no, Sarah? Like, it would help your chess also. Like, it just, these stories somewhere the decision making on the board, I do think it impacts such things, knowing such things.
See, I honestly don't know whether it helps in practical play over the board. Definitely, it does help, but see, my views about classics has changed in the last 10 years. Now, I honestly don't know whether for a practical player, whether even Capablanca or Alekin are even useful enough. I don't know anymore. I don't think anymore. But at the same time, like Magnus Carlsen said, okay, there's a famous quote by Vladimir Kramnik. I don't know why you should study classics, but I know very well that if you study classics, you will definitely benefit by them. This is a very, very balanced quote about classics, we can say. So I don't know if they are helpful, but if you study them, they are definitely helpful.
Yeah.
I would say this way. But second thing I would say is knowledge about classics really makes you very, very interested and passionate about chess. That there is absolutely no doubt. I mean, um, we have this great tournament in India called the Houseboat Chess.
Yeah,
You had
Canada.
given us a lot of mileage for the tournament in ChessBase India in the last couple of years. See, in the tournament last year, I gave a lecture about Petrosian's games. Okay, it was supposed to be 1 hour talk. It stretched on to 2 hours or so, and I just showed that how Petrosian thinks in a completely different way than rest of the chess players. There is this famous quote by Petrosian himself about his youth. Petrosian said, "My brain used to go in a different direction those days." For such enjoyments, you have to go to classics. Okay, I think we are going too much
Nice,
nostalgic.
nice,
Let's get on
nice.
with
Yes,
it.
let's get to the. But by
Okay,
the way,
our
I've
chat
come
is very
here.
nice. Our chat is very nice, encouraging the topic. But guys,
Yes,
we have Vidit Arjun to take care of today more than Tal and Petrosian and Swislo.
but you know why the bar said that something's wrong in Anish Giri's game, and I came here actually, but he is facing big trouble here. So after queen takes b3, ab3, knight d5, bishop went to d3. They exchanged the light square bishops. e6 was played, bishop d2, and generally for Anish, uh, his opening preparation is just ultimate. Yeah, so very surprising. Knight
All this
b4.
is very standard stuff for me. I don't know why he should be in any trouble at all.
He went knight d5, and there is
Yeah.
knight c4 happened, and now he went
Yeah.
h5. So this is the move, but then he has 1 hour 40 minutes almost. So has to be, again, I feel, preparation, because you don't go for something like this. And what is the natural, if let's say if you have prepared and h5 is like a little surprise for you, how would you think here with the white pieces?
See,
Oh, rook
obviously,
d1.
pawn on a7, pawn
Yeah.
on a7. Rook d1 white played.
Yes.
Amruta, what happens to e4 in that position? Can you go back a minute?
Yeah. E4.
I was worried of this because, see, the point is now, if
Hmm.
black goes, let's say, a move like knight f6,
Yeah.
knight b6 may be an issue here.
Yes. Absolutely
And
right.
take the a7 pawn. This is what I was afraid of. So then I saw that for e4, black will go knight c7.
Kind of only move there actually.
No, now the problem is bishop f4. See, now let's show our viewers. For knight c7, knight b6 doesn't work anymore.
Oh, sorry. Oops. Let's ask them the question here. Black to play, guys. What should black play? Guys, notation. Notation.
I like that, but I like that answer by hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Eat the horse. Eat the horse. And you should have been the commentator. I really like that. Eat the horse.
Awesome. Awesome. Well done, guys. Super. So the questions begin here today. Maybe a little tough. Arjun, Shaurya, Samita, Bikiran, Siddesh, Rahul, Narendra, Tejas, Shreya, and Lakshya. You guys have got it right. A takes b6 is the move here. And if rook takes 8, this was defended. So that was the trick you could fall for. So not knights. So that's why it didn't work. And bishop f4, if white plays, then you go knight b5, and suddenly your knight understands the value of having no pawn on a or c files. So this is cool. Knight c7 and knight b5. So that's why e4 was very tempting, but not a problem, not a real problem for black. But the real problem, what was the real problem for black? Okay, white to player. Even I don't think it is very easy to firstly make that move when you have so many natural moves to
You
make.
already know white's move here?
I mean, computer says that, but I have to still understand. I'm trying to understand.
Is it bishop a5?
Bishop a5, no.
No, not bishop a5. What could be so bad about natural position after h5? I'm still trying to understand.
I still also have my doubts. If is it that the engine will say, okay, that's the best move, and then when I make it, engine is like, okay, not so best. Because Anish, I don't believe that Anish can make this move h5 without preparation. But what are people suggesting?
Well,
yes,
for
Aditya.
naked eyes, I'm trying to really, I mean, I find it very difficult to see what is wrong with those black's position because it looks pretty solid for me.
Exactly, actually. So I'm sure. So knight a5 is the move, which computer says is very powerful. Because you have to go rook b8.
Now you can play triplo also, right? You can play long
Yes.
castle also there.
Yes, long castle. But let's say first we see if you go rook b8, defending this, and now the same problem, e4. Now you attack the knight because now bishop f4 is threat, and you can win the pawn on b7.
Yeah, let's say knight c7,
c7, bishop
f4. Now black has to go the ugly king, d7 probably.
Yeah. So in this position, go knight c4, attack the a7, knight jumping to e5, and it just all looks very non-coordinated.
Yeah, of course, yes.
But long castle is, yeah, what if long castle? Because, you don't get into this. Your white still has to time perfectly. So I wouldn't say this was humanly very easy, this positional moves to make. Or maybe for you, yeah, white to play, what again comes very naturally here.
Please don't tell me white can play knight into c6 here.
No, that's the point. Nothing tactical.
Nothing tactical?
No, just simple chess.
Okay, if it is just simple chess, it can be just e4 and bishop e3.
No. Here, if you go e4 again, then knight c7, and I'm very happy with the rook on d8, knight jumping to b5. Oh, this Anish has basically used the psychology actually. So, oops, sorry. So long castle. And this move I don't think is very easy to make with white.
Beats me. Rook hc1? No?
Rook h7 is a
Again, I'm
move,
thinking
but
that,
you don't
again, I'm thinking
retain that
tactically.
advantage.
Okay. This is a really tough one.
Exactly.
Is it knight c4 back?
Yes. What a timing,
Okay.
firstly, what alertness you need. A7, you are attacking, and knight is jumping to e5 with the fork over here. Let's say if I go a simple move like king b8, knight e5, and just lost, yeah? I'll lose material.
Oh, that's very cute. That's a fantastic move. Knight e5, and there is no way that black can defend e5. Oh, it's a double attack, there is this grandmaster Yuri Auerbach, a very famous Soviet grandmaster. He has this theory about chess that chess is nothing but double attacks in all the positions. Chess is nothing but double attack, basically. So, knight c4 is a nice double attack. You're threatening a7 and you're threatening to threaten knight e5. That's very nice.
And not so easy on a quick note, because like superficially if you see, it looks like, okay, knight is going back and fine. I'm attacking and all. But just a deeper look and you realize it's all happening by force. So h5, Actually, Wojtaszek had to think here, and it's what do you think? Like finding knight a5 on the board with the long castle and going back knight c4, and also to time e4, because at some moment e4 is the best move. You get bishop f4 amazingly, perfectly well. But at some other moment, it helps black to bring his knight to b5. So all of these, this was not easy, right? From white.
Definitely not. I mean, okay, I struggled in full public view with three choices, three tries before coming up with knight c4. Yeah, it is not, but it's the beginning of the game, and Wojtaszek has to find it. And how did Anish miss it? This is my question.
No, so now he doesn't, because basically it was on psychology to white to find knight a5, which Wojtaszek didn't find, and now Wojtaszek goes rook d1. And looking at Anish's time, I'm sure you don't make a move like h5 without preparation.
Yeah, I think he trusted Anish. I think that was the mistake Radak did at this position, probably.
Yeah, don't trust Anish. Yeah,
Don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone.
yeah,
Don't
only
know.
in
I don't know if you have
chess.
any. Do you have any personal scores to settle against Anish? I hope not, but don't trust anyone, not just Anish.
So
We have a
Rukesh,
question again from Sriram. Compared to GCL and World Cup, Pragg seems very defensive in Grand Swiss. Kind of new facet of Pragg. Is this kind of keep the armory closed theory before candidates? No, not at all. I don't think that way. See, defensive, offensive, these are very two broad terms for modern chess. In modern chess, nothing can be very offensive, nothing can be very defensive. Openings which look very, very offensive, most of them are analyzed to draws nowadays. So you can never say that a tactical opening is the only way to play for offense anymore. And defense is never defense. See, this what you're saying in front of you, the Queen's Gambit accepted position, it may be queenless, but doesn't mean that it is without nuances. There is still a lot of nuances in this position to work out for. See, now, for example, if you play rook c1 with the idea of going knight c5, black may probably play rook into d1 and a5, for example. I'm just giving an example. Okay. So, like that, there are many nuances here. So, the difference between defense and offense is only borderline in any kind of position. So a5 also can be called as an offense, but in the positional sense here. So yeah, I mean, in a young player like Praggnanandhaa, definitely there are no differences in offense and defense. I had a interview with Praggnanandhaa himself at the Tata Steel Rapid Chess, Blitz and Rapid Chess in Kolkata a month ago. He told something very interesting. He said, nowadays you have to be an all-rounder if you have to progress in your chess. So, whatever your natural style is, whether you're dynamic, whether you love positional chess, whatever, you have to be a good generalist first before becoming a good specialist in either type of chess. So I hope that answers it. Let's move on.
that's Praggnanandhaa. He's gone bishop e8, and yeah, the game will get strategically quite complicated at some point with the weaknesses there. By the way, let's go to Vaishali's game once, because yesterday she had a very, very crazy game. All of it was preparation. Guys, do check Vaishali's interview, which Sagar took, and it's on the ChessBase India channel. So today she's playing with Maria Muzichuk. And Maria goes for e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, Rosolimov, g6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, short castle there, bishop g7, rook e1, queen c7, yeah, queen c7, c3, d6 by Vaishali. Today also I am very curious to see what is her opening preparation is going to be like. Because, very interesting thing can be that if Vaishali is able to qualify for candidates, it will be like Pragg and Vaishali, both in candidates. That, like, epic, yeah?
Yeah, we have had Anna Muzichuk and Maria Muzichuk, sisters playing in the same candidates before, but I mean, World Championship before, but I don't know if any
Exactly.
brother-sister
Yeah.
combination have played in candidates at all ever in the history of chess. We have
Exactly.
to always train
That's it.
ourselves.
That's
Yeah.
I doubt. I highly doubt. So this
Well,
is the
this is a
position.
very wild position you have got, yeah. Actually, this variation of the Rosolimo,
Hmm.
it's generally supposed to be quite solid for white, but I think Maria has chosen to be um, playing playing quite sharp in this game. So for starters, it looks like some problems for black. Objectively, it's equal. There is this fantastic way of describing such positions. White is on the better side of equality. It's something like that.
Hmm.
Black has to defend to preserve her equality. Okay, it's early days, and I'm very sure that both of them know their opening. So we have
But
to wait.
there is this isolated pawn on the C file, and which can become a big target for white. At the same time, there is also this E5, which is a little weak. But between these two, what would you say? Like C5, it looks weaker, right? Like visually right now.
Yeah, C5 is definitely weaker, but what makes a difference in this position is definitely the light square bishop. Black enjoys the two bishops advantage, whereas white has bishop and knight against two bishops. So that makes the difference. So, for the sake of that weak C5 pawn, black has captured the two bishops advantage here. I think that's the
Hmm.
most important element of this position.
Oh,
See, for
and
example, if we develop bishop b7, threatening bishop into f3 and capture the pawn on e5,
yeah.
it's very difficult for white to withstand that threat here. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
nice.
it's
So
a very
nice
dynamic
position.
position.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, Vaishali loves such kind of position. So, you do you feel that sometimes, let's say, I mean, I'm not talking about Vaishali, but in general, if a player has a preference over you like attacking chess, you like dynamic chess, and then you feel happier while playing that kind of a chess, and that helps your decision making. Then,
Definitely.
yeah.
Definitely, because you love dynamic chess and you get a dynamic chess on the position on the board,
Hmm.
it makes all the difference. You really love enjoy playing that position. So yeah, you are definitely right. Vaishali must definitely be enjoying today. I mean, look at the way she played yesterday. Yeah, that's the kind of chess she loves to play. She got it, and she really won almost a good game. I mean, some flaws were there, but almost won a good game. So I'm not at all surprised that she has preferred to play this position today.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, so here we are on the men's section, and if I look at the bars, everything like nothing has gone very crazy, but SL I think has is having a little difficult position. We did check until which point? Castle, yeah, knight
Yeah,
e7,
NH7,
e7,
NH4, we left there.
yeah, and then he goes d5.
Yeah.
E takes d5. I don't think this is all theory, right? I mean, the ideas are, yes, natural, but maybe the move order, it looks like his preparation, maybe. Bishop goes to g4, doesn't take immediately. Knight goes back, and now he takes on d5 with the f6 knight.
That's
Yeah.
definitely preparation. That's definitely home preparation so far.
H3, bishop h5. But a question here, because clearly this was not possible because of the pin, and now g4 was played. He goes bishop g6 and knight e5. What do you think? If this is preparation, which I also feel so, but for h3, the computer says the best move is to take the knight on f3. And if he is going bishop h4 over here within a minute, once again it looks like, what Anish did today with Wojtaszek, something like that. Knight takes c5 has been played.
No, I have a feeling that in Anish case, I think something either he kind of mix up the move orders or something. I have a feeling in Anish case it was a slip to allow that advantage. In Narayanan's case, definitely it's preparation because at the 2700 level where Narayanan is almost reaching very fast, at the 2700 level, they don't blunder a pawn just like that. So definitely it is preparation. See, you have this theory today. Let's say you're black here. Bishop and f3 gives you equality. I mean, if you can go back a couple of
Yeah,
moves.
let's check
See,
this.
let us say in this position, if bishop and f3 gives you equality according to the computers.
Okay.
Then you check bishop h5 and bishop g6. Okay. So if we go to the current position now, see, you now go into very deep preparation with your engines and then find a position where white gets an advantage of, let us say, 0.20. Okay. The point is, computer thinks 0.20, but for a human, the pawn on h3 and g4 is permanent blood pressure to play this position. You get me? So that blood pressure is enough for me to play against 0.20 in a practical game. So this is where you judge what to play, how to prepare an opening. There is a beautiful concept when it comes to analyzing the chess computers. Never let the computer work for you. Rather, preparing with a chess computer should be like taking your dog for a walk. You guide the dog where to go. Okay, you guide the computer which direction to go, and where you are going, you judge with what kind of a position you're getting into. So in this position, obviously, white's king side is weaker. Maybe somewhere Narayanan analyzed that this is a kind of position that you to prefer against Yu Yang. You understand, na? It depends on so many considerations, and this is the beauty of modern preparation.
Amazing. No, that was like what you said was so much to the point. And here, after this move, particularly, which is such a natural move, you get the beautiful square because this bishop is blocked. You're attacking both these guys there. And I'm already wondering why is the computer even favoring white so much, where I love my pieces.
Honestly, this bar position is a little worrying because this is too much of an advantage for white from what the bar gives. Well,
Exactly.
there is some chance that Narayanan might have gone wrong in his preparation
Yeah.
also. I mean, so we
Now,
don't know.
at this point, it's
Is
possible
this the
for
current
him.
position on the board? Knight f4?
Absolutely, yes.
This is too much of an advantage to give, to be honest. I mean,
And
looking at
that
the bar.
too, for it's not like white has to make the only move, to get the advantage or something. There are number of ways he can continue there. But if I ask you, the moves not very natural because there is a check here. Knight h3 is a check. So what do I do? Like to consider a move which doesn't defend the h3 pawn would be your last thing. First, I'll start with checking if I have to defend the pawn, right? So maybe queen f3 looks a natural move there.
Now, then I capture the d3 pawn, knight into d3.
Yeah.
I think where white's advantage might be is instead of queen f3, something like knight df3. Give up the h3 pawn. Yeah, knight into h3. Now king g2 and the knight is in trouble.
Oh, but this one,
Yeah,
I mean,
so
so
you're forced
basically
to
you are moving your
sacrifice.
knight, opening the bishop, and actually
Yeah.
this taking the pawn is trapping your knight. Whoa.
Yeah, so black is forced to give up knight into f2. I don't think black has enough compensation after knight f2, rook f2, bishop f2, king f2. Even though the white king is a little exposed and all that, I have a feeling that white's advantage is overwhelming here. So yeah, it is a little worrying to see that maybe SLS
Yeah.
SLS preparation. Did we consider knight d3 instead of knight h3? Can we go back there?
Instead of what? A knight
Yeah, if knight
f4?
f4, knight df3, now
Hmm.
is knight into d3 possible?
93. Oh, 93. White
Ah,
has to
black,
find a good move here. White must find a good
obviously.
move.
Black. There is a very nice move for white. Amruta, give it as a quiz for
Okay.
our
Okay.
viewers. I found a very nice move for white.
Okay.
Come on, guys.
Guys,
This is
it's a
getting very
tough
interesting.
one.
Very.
Let's try. जल्दी जल्दी सोचो क्या करोगे. Full variation, huh? Mm-hmm. Sakar says, great analogy, sir. I think that is what he's saying about the BP, blood pressure. Yeah. Hello?
I think he's talking about that walking the dog thing.
Yeah, exactly. कौन सा notation चल रहा है guys? This position, the question is white to play. You have to find a best move for white.
Yeah, they are
Got it.
finding bishop
Bishop
c2.
c6 is basically, that is bishop c2 for them. Okay,
Yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
yeah.
मतलब they are like bishop and c, हम बोल रहे हैं, बाकी तुम समझ लो. Oh, everyone's like very, very tempted with a move like bishop f7. That's the Indian attack, no?
Does his bishops are not working? I thought it was working, Amruta.
Oh, acha. Wait. Wait, then. That was the brilliance. Yeah, okay. Then bishop c2 also was meaning bishop f7 only. They actually never meant
No, no,
bishop
bishop.
c2, you know? I
No, no, but bishop
understood the
f7 is
interpretation.
not. It's not working. Bishop f7 for some reason, computer says it's not working. That's the reason.
Oh, but it was an important move to consider, actually speaking, now that I see. Because if you take on f7, clearly queen d3 was your idea. And makes sense. Definitely should be a candidate move. The problem is rook f7 here.
Rook f7.
And
Knight
now if knight f7,
f7.
bishop f7, I have two pieces for the rook and a steady
Doesn't
knight.
work.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. Oh, this was an important move, लेकिन समझने के लिए. But did anybody actually try to get the answer क्या? Let me see. No one. No one. मतलब tough ही था. It was a very tough one. Oh, then that could be, once again, I am confused because it could very well be preparation of Narayanan also. It doesn't come as a, quick thing.
This position, definitely we have to talk to Narayanan after the game. Please tell
Yeah.
Sagar he has to talk to Narayanan about what just happened today with your preparation. What was your preparation? I mean, there is a very good backstory today waiting to be heard from Narayanan.
Yeah, and also to Anish actually about h5. Both.
In current chess, in Indian chess, of course, all our audience know the four superstars: Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, Nihal, and Arjun Erigaisi. Just below them, waiting for the wings to take off. Okay, already Narayanan is a very strong player, and we have Pranav Venkatesh, another very strong player who's doing very well of late, and Pranesh. These are some of the players. Of course, Raunak Sadhwani is already a very strong player. So, among all of them, I have a special liking for Narayanan. He's one of those quiet guys, and one of those guys whom you feel, that age, nice guys do win. Fits him a lot, to be very honest. So,
yeah, he needs that one breakthrough. But I think in Qatar, he really, the way he's back, we have to watch out. Like, it's possible that he can get qualified even to candidates. So, okay, tell me something. So, the move here, guys, the move here was bishop to g5.
exactly.
And you pin this over here. So your threat is to take. No, what is the threat actually? I thought taken.
The threat is, see, the white, let us say.
Yeah, if I take on e5, yeah, knight takes e5. Knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5, yeah.
And if I take queen d1, rook d1, which rook? Whichever, maybe a rook, yeah.
I think rook d1 is better, yeah.
And now my knight is hanging. Okay, where do I go? Knight c8 looks ugly, but let's say I go here because I have a good square.
Yeah, now something like h4 or h4 may be very dangerous here for black.
Ooh, yeah, h4, rook d7, the f7 point. You are dislodging this bishop from the defense on f7.
This is not a tactical solution, but this is a solution where White's advantage keeps growing and growing because it's a very unusual initiative he has got. Queen's not on the board, but fantastic initiative because, see, it's very difficult to face h5 followed by rook d7 here. Black is forced to being lost in this position, I have a feeling.
Crazy. That is
Yeah.
a amazing idea. I mean, bishop g5 would be tough, but
Exactly.
knight d f3 was not played. Actually, Yu Yangi found the best move in the position, and he goes knight d c4. So, if we look at the same situation, you can't take here because the bishop is trapping the knight. So, king g2. Sorry, the king is trapping the knight. And once again, if you take on d3, the same idea, bishop g5, you are pinning. The difference is the knight is on e. But it wouldn't matter, right? After takes, we reach the same position actually.
Absolutely. Now, White's
but
pieces are kind of
takes. This
White's
has to be
pieces are kind
considered.
of overwhelming. Well,
No, this time queens
I
are
don't
getting
see a way that the
exposed.
attack can grow, so
No,
I can just take f2 as well.
got
That
it.
should have been.
Yeah, sorry, what were you saying? White's pieces are?
Yeah, I mean, White's pieces are kind of, coming up in a gallop towards Black's position. They have 7 square. It's a very annoying position already. I have a feeling that Narayanan is in big trouble and definitely something has gone wrong in his preparation too.
Yeah, seems like that.
Two of our friends, Anish and Narayanan,
hmm,
probably displayed our preparation. That's what I'm tempted to say.
yeah. And if we go to next, whose game we have not Gukesh we saw, Vidit we saw, Pragg we saw. I mean, we have to see again the updated version. But those are the top people right now on top boards. Arjun, Narayanan, guys, here you can see this. These are the pairings. Arjun, Narayanan, Vidit, Arvind, Gukesh, Pragg. We will check Nihal and Ronak's games very quickly.
Sure, let's go.
Yeah. Okay, Nihal is white, playing with Samuel Tehir Sehkian, and I guess they had Sicilian, Rosolimov. D5, knight goes to D2, and this is the current position.
Some of White's pieces look quite unnatural, yeah? Knight d1, knight d2. Come on.
Doesn't he want to play f4 and no, but then the bishop will get blocked. If you want to go e5.
Hey, there is a very nice, what to say? There is a curious detail about this. Knight coming to d1, aiming to go to a better square with e3 and g4. This is known in classics, chess classics, as coiled spring strategy. A spring is kind of coiled together and you leave it, it springs back with more energy. You know who is the historical figure who coined this term? There's a person who coined this phrase, coiled spring strategy. Does anyone know? I have told this in ChessBase India about 3 to 4 times in my lectures. So let's see if anyone has watched this. A very, very nice detail actually. And the answer will really surprise you if you don't know who was the one who told this. Coiled spring strategy, bringing a knight to the last rank so that it comes out with better energy. It was coined by I am Saravanan. Come on, yeah. Come on. Dragon XD, we are friends. I didn't say that. No, Ishwar, it's not Smyslow. It's not Nimzovich Tejas. Try better. No, definitely not Anand. Someone before Second World War. No, not Capablanca. Someone before First World War, let's say. That's the last clue for the answer. First World War, yeah. 1920s, come on. Oh my God. It's a very dangerous answer, Vishwa. I'm not even going to say what the answer is. Okay, the answer is the
Hmm.
very first world champion, Willem Stennings.
Oh.
Ah,
Hmm.
as I was telling, Emox Punk got it. I hope you didn't hear me and got it. You got it by
No,
yourself.
and
Where
even
did
Vijayendra also Larson or Stenitz, he also got it.
it was Willem Stennings who coined this in his book Modern Chess Strategy by Willem Stennings. This is
Hmm.
mentioned. So 91 is ugly, but there are
Yeah,
advocates for such a
deep
move
ideas.
also.
Yeah, Nihal always has some deep ideas, maneuvering, and then it looks very interesting. I'm not even sure if anything like this is possible to consider, or is that a little too much?
See, the point is White is ready to play F4 and F5 now. And even though my knight on D1 and knight on D2 look funny, in the long run, White is definitely going to gain a space advantage. This is one. Second is, if at all you can call it your square, black square, that is the D4 square. Black has absolutely no way to exploit the D4 square. See, for example, if the black knight is on C6 instead of D7, the position will drastically, the evaluation of the position will change here. But because the knight is on D7, knight on F6, bishop on E7, you know this term in chess called superfluous knights. You know, the knight on F6 and the knight on D7 are kind of stepping on each other's toe here. So because of that, there is a traffic jam between the knight D7, bishop E7 and knight F6. Because of all that, our friend Nihal's knight D2 and knight D1 are still very effective in this position. So this is the explanation. Because of
Nice.
expansion with F4 and later on maybe even E4, G4 as you say, definitely in the long run we are looking for a good development of his advantage and an attack on the king side probably for white here.
Now that you explain it so beautifully, I actually love Nihal's position a lot. Very keen to see how it's going to develop.
Adarsh says, well, Gandhi probably wrote it in a letter to Stenitz, right? No, Adarsh, I'm getting what you're telling me. I'm definitely not BSing here. It was definitely told by Stenitz. I will bet $10 for this if you want to.
Okay, that's cool. And this is Ronak's position. Looks very, very symmetrical, but he has huge time, 30 minutes more than Jeffrey. And they reached here through Petrov, actually. Wasn't it in the earlier days for you? I don't know, but earlier days it was like Petrov means a draw.
Yeah, it was I told you yesterday, right?
Uh,
Petrov was the original Berlin. So yeah, Petrov
even
means a draw.
Alapin, actually, even Alapin was similar, yeah. But now Magnus played Alapin in World Cup and. Okay, so here, is there anything hidden like in Nihal's position, you think, or is it very, very close to equality?
You mean Raunak's position?
Yes,
This current position, right?
yes.
Actually, this is kind of deceptive. Very quickly, Black's play may become difficult here. So, you know, something like rook e1. The most important factors in this position are the bishop on g3 and the white rook coming to e1. Um, this is actually a fantastic game played in such a kind of position by the current world champion Ding Liren. Anyone with a database, please look up this structure with a game by Ding Liren in a Chinese chess championship in 2018, I believe. 2018 or 21, I'm not getting the year. Ding Liren scored a beautiful, beautiful victory in such a Tarrasch defense game with the help of that bishop on g3, you know. So this
Oh.
is deceptive simplicity. Very fast, white can gain a big advantage. So actually, Chiang has to be very careful here.
Yeah, the pawn on
Chiang is
a5. I
not.
mean, definitely the space white is gonna get the pawn there, and there are these squares. So Ronak uh, is not gonna make it easy. Plus, the knights are maneuvering, if I'm not wrong. Knight e3, lot of weak squares. Why is it actually the pawn? Look, if you look at the pawn structure, this is all very symmetrical. Yeah, right now, Ronak has started with a change with a4, and surely black should play a5, not allowing a5. And this structure extremely symmetrical. the pieces, are black's pieces weaker than white's pieces?
See, the main problem for black is, see, it's very tempting to play bishop d6 here, right? So if white plays rook e1 now, bishop d6 would be a blunder because of rook e8 check. Yeah.
Oh, nice question there. That's cool.
Yeah.
Takes.
So because of this single detail, let's say after rook e1, it's very difficult to find a way to play with black pieces here.
Got it. Okay, so Ronak's game also could get very interesting towards the end, I think at the end game. Going back to our players right now, Arjun's game, let's have a quick check because we last left it at bishop d2. Did we look at queen d2? Castle h3. Yeah, you did mention about h3. Arjun went b6. Rook d1. He goes bishop b7, not exchanging those bishop, which was good. Bishop d3 defends the e4. Knight c6. But I believe the knight eventually is going to go to a5, right? Rook c8 and knight a5. Rook c8. Castle. Rook e8. Preparing for, things like these, right? But you had mentioned that the d5 pawn sack has to be kept an eye on. So I think Arjun is doing that.
That is one thing. And there is one more thing, that in such kind of positions, white just keeps the rook on d1, rook on e1, and suddenly he goes something like, in the correct point, he plays queen f4 and e5. This is another very, very common plan in this position. The point is, by playing e5, he is committing the pawn structure, but at the same time, suddenly black's king side will be in very big trouble after e. So the queen coming to f4 and then at some point g3 or white playing e5, these are common ideas in this position. So, white always has a slight edge in these positions. But, it is just that both of them, black has to know the biggest, even the smallest intricacies of this position, as well as white has to know all the ways to play correctly towards an advantage. This is actually a fascinating question. I simply love to play this position as well as to analyze this position.
Yeah. No, in the chat, people, I mean, if you look at the imbalances, what is the main imbalance in the position? Question for you.
That's a very good question. Very good question to ask.
If you need to have dinner, please feel free.
That's okay. I'm enjoying my coffee right now.
This time, coffee. I think maybe talking about all Petrosian, Capablanca and...
that's because of you. I thought, if I have a late dinner, I can sit with you for more time for commentary. So I'm having a coffee now, just as a temporary fuel. Isn't
the night on the rim dim? Asks Ajin about this
night. It is, yes.
Sakar, Arjun, Ravi, Lakshya, Kamal, very nice, and Rahul. Yeah, the pawn structure, yeah. Black has the queen side pawn majority and white has the central pawn majority. So this knight, tell me something. For the plan you actually told me, the number of moves I'm looking at, like, it does sound so dangerous. Rook e1 1, queen f4 is the second, and your third move, yeah. And already you are very strongly attacking. I believe no, this pawn on h3 would not allow that, but 3 moves. And if I have to say knight a5, rook e1, and if I go knight c4, because for me, what makes me feel like, oh, I want to get rid of this bishop on the board. So it feels like I want to go knight, wanting to exchange. But do I have enough time? Let's say if I go knight c4 and just want to try out this plan, queen f4, I can't go knight a3 because you have bishop d3 now.
See, that's what these active, so-called something like active moves which you're making with knight a5, knight c4, knight a3, etc. ultimately gain you nothing in this position. Whereas queen e3, queen f4, rook e1 are all strengthening moves of the position. Yeah. See, typically black is, all dressed up with nowhere to go. It is one of those positions. So this is actually a very dangerous position for black. The game might suddenly end in a couple of well played moves by white. Honestly, see, for
Oh,
example, even d5 is a huge threat here if you're not careful. Not
yeah.
in this position, not
No,
in this
here,
position.
here after bishop a6, which the move I made is already a bad move. Like just with the idea of I want to get rid of this bishop, because it doesn't even matter, because white is going for e5 and I have no time, guys. Here, a big shot happening. White to play. Are you all alert? Vaishali has a better position now. Oh, that's nice. We will definitely check that out after everyone answers over here. By the way, uh, Greek gift. You might be knowing the story behind Greek gift, right? The name and
Not
how.
really. Educate me. I don't know
No, I
actually.
don't know. I just I've seen.
Uh,
I was like,
you-
obviously Saravanan would know that, but I did see Daniel King's Greek gift, and I remember he said something. But for me to remember things, that's why I get so fascinated when people have read something and they are remembering it even after a long time. Because I am a super forgetful person, and when Sagar is not at home, the only thing I keep telling myself, I have to make sure that I carry the keys when I go
I think
out.
there is no story behind the Greek gift thing. I think what it mentions is to the Trojan horse. I mean, the Trojan horse mythological story where it was a sacrifice, basically the Trojan horse, but ultimately, if the it was a kind of a poisoned sacrifice. If it accepted it, it leads to disaster, something like that. So I
Nice.
think, it was a Trojan horse thing.
Ah, got it, got it. Nice. So knight a3, and so many of you did get this move, bishop h7. Very, very proud of you. There we have. How many people? Oops. 12 people. But notation agar pakada to at least 20 people would have got it right. Guys, improve your notation. Bishop h7, king h7, and a knight jumps to g5, and you're going to get checkmated over here. Oops. Okay. So going back, all these ideas are not working. Black cannot go slow, as Saravanan points out. So Arjun has to be careful. He has gone knight a5, but I'm sure his understanding about the position is going to be, I mean, he would know all these ideas, right? So he would know the defensive patterns as well. Shall we have a look at Anish Giri's game for a moment? Because did he come out of his opening problem, or still looks a little complicated after h5? Rook d1, he went f6 over here. E4 was played by Wojtaszek. He goes knight c7, bishop goes to f4, knight sits on b5, and Wojtaszek goes d5. Now, is it going to go into the exchanges? And ed5, not a great idea by Anish. That's what the engines say. But the important continuation was to take with the c pawn
Mhm.
and then go e5.
Okay.
That is how Anish had to play. But looking at the position, what's wrong with ed5 actually? E takes d5 and he goes bishop c5. So this is the position.
Okay. Let's try to make sense of this. So black has gone bishop c5 last move, correct? That
Yeah.
was the black's last move. Okay.
I think
See, I
Anish
think
wants to long castle at some point.
what has happened here is, see, let's say white just plays simply like d cross e6, b cross e6, and bishop e3 exchanges of the bishop.
In d3, no?
White has a very, what to say, straightforward advantage here. See, look at h5 and f6 here. They don't make any sense anymore. When
Mm,
h5 was played, it looked like a move which wanted to do something on the king side, the principle of two weaknesses and all.
yeah.
But somewhere along the way, things have not gone right for black. You understand what I mean?
Mm,
So definitely Anish is in some kind of trouble, in my opinion.
yeah. Though he's such a good defender that in general, I think with such pawn structure and all, he will manage to hold his. Like,
See, that's another thing. You know why FE3 is a strong move here?
Yes, please explain. I wanted
Very
to ask you
curious
this
thing.
question actually.
See, the thing is, keeping the knight on c4, you have a lot of threats here. Knight d6 check is a threat, knight a5 check is a threat, etc.
Yeah.
And if you play king cross e3 here, then black may somewhere gain a check as a tempo on the e file. So white says that I don't mind making a weakness in my position with fe3 because for me, initiative is the most important aspect here. See, for example, after fe3 now, I'm threatening knight a5, knight d6, knight b6 as well. All three moves I'm threatening. And, fe3 doesn't matter in the long sense because, again, going back to our analogy of, and going back to our theory with Semi-Tarrasch, when it comes to space, time, and material and placement of pieces and all that, fe3 may be a small concession I'm giving to keep my time advantage very much in the loop here. So that is why fe3 is a very nice move.
Yeah, and it's a tough
No,
one because
no
it's
doubt.
not natural because why would you isolate your pawn?
I was about to come there. It is not at all natural, but for engine, it is natural because um, the way engine thinks, it conforms very easily to that. But what is the way engine is thinking right now? Time is the most important aspect in this. I really like fe3,
Amazing. Yeah. So bishop c5, and I think such moves like fe3 can be missed even at this top level. They are so unnatural and they are tough. I mean, it's natural to miss those unnatural moves, I would say.
Very correct. Very
So
correct.
bishop c4. By the way, let's go to Vaishali. So many of you want to see her game, so definitely let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
What happened actually? We saw at e5. We saw takes rook e8. We left at knight h5. Her opponent Maria went queen h4, which was not a great idea. Vaishali simply developed the bishop to b7. She didn't have to do anything elegant, but I completely understand that e6. In fact, at that point also I was thinking ki white will have such ideas, and for a moment, doesn't it all seem so exciting?
Well, White's position looks threatening because he has pushed the pawn. She has pushed the pawn to e6, but at the same time, there is not any great attack here. Let's say, can Black play the cold-blooded f6 here?
So firstly, if let's say I had to start thinking in the position, my first, though I love this bishop, but I would start with bishop f3 because knight was coming on g5 and I'm kind of spoiling your pawn structure, and gf3 is a bad move. For what reason?
Gf3 is a bad move.
I mean, after gf3, black is clearly better.
I think I get it. Bishop f3, gf3, and now Black plays f5 here. Now White has absolutely nothing to show for his weakness in her weakness in the king side. So for bishop and f3, first White has to do the intermezzo ef7 check.
Yeah. And then you will take
f7 check, king f7, gf3. Now White has compensation. I mean, for the weakness, Black's king is also weak.
But so this would be definitely in my calculation because it's still tempting that my rook jumps to d4. I have a nice knight. The dark squares are weak. Your pawn structure is bad. So then I will then say, okay, do I have anything better? That's how I'll try to think. And then what else? I now don't have rook d4. This knight is there. fe6 looks ugly, so I don't want that. And so we reach your move, f6.
No, now I'm having second thoughts. I think I'll go f5, not f6.
Okay, so f6 really made sense to me because you are controlling these two squares. But now when you say f5, once again, I am worried on a superficial level for knight g5 move.
But then you have your own more rook d4 now.
Oh my god.
You have the questions and you have the answers yourself.
That's the philosophy here. Nice. Oh, then the
So
E6 move is not really scary.
exactly, I have my doubts on e6, but the problem is, Amruta,
Hmm.
what is black going, I'm sorry, white is going to do with the e5 pawn was the question. See, when the position where white played e6, if we can go back a couple of moves.
Yes, and
Yeah,
also people are
before
suggesting
that.
bishop f6. Is it over here? I'm not sure, but if you go here, then
I
that's
think they mean after e6, f5.
because here queen c4 check is
Yeah.
after e6 f5, knight g5, bishop f6. Yeah.
No, there is no need for such theatricals
No,
like bishop.
no, but
So
f5 is
b4 is
good.
good enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
What?
you just go one move before this when black instead of e6. See, now the point is, what is white going to play? That's the problem here. White didn't have many choices here. Okay, e6 probably was
Uh,
a little out of range,
if I go
but
knight
otherwise,
g5, let's say, because once again that would be my natural move because you are attacking the knight. I feel g4 ideas, e6 ideas, knight f7 temptations.
once again, your own question. You have the answer
Oh
yourself.
God, why do I? Today,
Rook d4.
Sarah has
Rook d4.
decided that he is going to make my life hell.
Arey
Let's
no,
say.
yaar. I'm just
No, no,
reminding you of
heaven,
your
heaven,
own
I
golden
know.
words.
He's going to make my life heaven. So, knight g5
So,
gaya. Okay.
see here, only move almost was queen g4 to maintain her own position for white. Just to, just to
Queen,
safeguard g4. White had to play probably
queen
queen
g4.
g4.
But
Idea
we
being,
we
if
have
bishop
a
into f3, let us
question.
take.
Oh,
Yeah.
just a moment. We have a question by Sakar. If rook d4, what if knight b5?
Is it in this position or
Yeah.
after
Yeah. He says
e5?
after knight g5, rook d4, can white play knight b5?
Uh, as Mr. Vishayanand said, loss
Ah,
of chess should
oh,
stop this, but
double
we have
attack.
queen
Double
c6.
attack.
Queen c6.
Yes, queen c6, and that's triple
Oh, we
attack
should ask
actually.
the question to the chat anyway. Anyway.
Yeah, next time. So, sorry, now you continue about queen g4.
See, the point is queen g4. The point is, if black takes bishop into f3 here, white can recapture with queen f3.
Hmm.
And even if she will end up losing the e5 pawn. She has a bishop as compensation,
Hmm.
but that is also not much. Black is better in this position as well. So, which means that to start with in this position, black is already slightly better. So, e6 is one of those moves which look very natural on the board to play.
Hmm.
But the problem is f5, the power of f5 probably white overlooked in that.
She played it. Vaishali has made this important move and has got really a very huge advantage. Can we say that? It's a huge advantage, right?
Yeah, it's already probably a winning advantage in my opinion. But Amruta, we are looking at the next Grandmaster of India playing chess right now.
Ah.
So I'm not at all surprised she played f5. She is going to be. Is there anyone else with 3 norms and just rating to complete? I don't know,
I
but
think
Vaishali
Vijay,
has.
no? Vijay, I
No,
guess.
no. I'm okay, but you mean Vijay Lakshmi?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the next Grandmaster,
Ah,
immediately next in the
okay,
line
that
in
way.
Indian chess
Got it,
right
got
now.
it. Sorry.
Yeah. I think we are looking at the player who is going to become the next Grandmaster of India. I'm
Hmm.
not at all surprised that she played F5.
But this is a great news because with the black pieces and Maria Muzichuk, very strong grandmaster. So F5 there, we should keep coming back to this game. Let's go to the men's section there and look at what is if SL Narayanan still getting in trouble. Yeah, his opponent does find this move, Bishop G5, important move. If he wouldn't have found, SL would have been in a fighting position, but Bishop G5 makes his position completely miserable now.
By the way, one more fact about Vaishali's opponent. Vaishali is
Yeah.
playing against a former world champion, Maria Muzichuk,
Oh,
right?
nice.
Maria Muzichuk was a former world champion. So that makes Vaishali's play all the more creditable. Anyway, sorry,
Nice.
let's go to
Yes,
Narayan.
perfect. So, Narayanan is in trouble. Arjun's opponent has made after bishop b1, knight a5, he goes d5. I believe he is remembering Carlson over here, and d5 was a little bit too early because I think it should be very concrete now. So, White, did he think he is getting advantage or he's he's happy with something simple. E takes
You know,
d5 is
even
king.
when Magnus sacrificed his pawn with d5,
Hmm.
actually, White didn't have any great advantage. He just had enough compensation for the pawn, that's all. So, going by that logic, I think, see, the main idea of d5 is after d5, e d5, e5 now, the black bishop on b7 is a very bad piece now. That is one. And second is the white bishop on b1 becomes very strong because there's a line opening up and all that. So this is, compensation for the pawn, not necessarily advantage for giving up the pawn. So that way, I think d5 is a good move in my opinion. See,
Hmm.
after all, what is compensation? You have uh, enough play for the sake of giving up a material which is one pawn. Okay. That also means that after such a move, white is going to get a long-term initiative on the king side, right? So, in chess, you have to always remember that the defender's job is always much, much more difficult than the attacker's job. Attacking is easy, defending is difficult. That is why, in the history of chess, defenders are always looked with respect. Anatoly Karpov, Tigran Petrosyan, all these great defending players.
Nice. No, and I would definitely suggest a chat if you are keen to improve your defense. Practical Chess Defense is an amazing book by Jakob Agard, and do check it out. That really helped. That book was very useful, actually. Okay, they're making quick moves. Arjun played knight c4, attacked the queen. Queen goes to f4 now. This is defended. For Arjun, he has to be careful, right? With this
Very careful,
laser
very
bishop,
careful. This is a, this is a, I think, critical moment. I think one move right now may make the difference between a draw and a loss. So,
Hmm.
this is probably the first critical moment of the game for Arjun, in my opinion.
So, shall we look? We need to be here as well, but shall we look at any Vidit's game with Shirov once because it's been a bit of time there, or should we
Yeah.
stick here first?
Let's go to Shirov. I mean, we didn't
Ah,
see.
oh, this is happening. I think fire on the board is happening. At least the matchstick is lit. Long castle by Vidit, a6 by Shirov. King goes to b1. Black plays c5. g4. I love Vidit version 2.0. C takes d4, and Vidit calmly takes the pawn back. Isolated pawn, but now this bishop is also opened up. Knight b6, he goes bishop e3, and Shirov goes rook c8. Again, pretty natural, pinning the knight. Vidit says okay, simply moves the queen to d3, and Shirov is thinking here, just in this position, again, I would ask, like, what is black going to do? Because castle looks very scary with such attack, whereas for black, I don't see that much. So, important position, I guess. What is black? How is black going to figure out? But Sarah, can I come back in 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Just bring something if you can just look at
Yeah,
this
yeah. I
position.
will meanwhile
Yeah,
try to
yeah,
make sense of
interact
this
with the chat.
position.
Yeah.
So the position. So what Amruta was asking us, basically what is going to be black strategy? White has two bishops, but at the same time, white has an isolated pawn on d4. But the point is, the main question is, where is black going to keep his king? This is basically the fundamental question here. So analyzing that after queen d3, probably black has to continue playing this position, keeping the king in the center. That is on e8. Okay. So he has to ask the question to white, how are you going to improve his position, improve your position? See, this is where, let's say in this position, if you can visualize black playing queen d6 here, something like queen d6, I think white should take the matter into his hands and just go for g5 in such kind of a position. So black plays queen d6, white plays g5, black plays knight f d5. Now white knight jumps to knight e. I think this is a bit of a too much of an analysis to do in blind for most of you. So I wouldn't go beyond that. Simply speaking here, white would play his G pawn from G4 to G5 and start playing H4 and such kind of things. He is right away going to storm the king side. That's what he is going to do. The main point here is that there is almost no way that black is going to, there is a way for black to attack on the queen side. I think that is a fundamental point of this position. I haven't answered a lot of questions in chat so far. Do you think, Vishwa is asking, do you think chess engines made chess less exciting? See, that's the general grouse here. But at the same time, I tell you, a sport like chess, which is, there are many exact elements to chess. For example, opening preparation, for example, endgames, theoretical endgames, where everything can be defined very easily. This portion is a draw, this portion is a win, and all that. Inevitably, over a period of time, definitely it is going to get less exciting, at least in the way that you cannot create any position the way you want. But having said that, there is a beauty in opening preparation also. And there is a lot of interesting elements about preparing with the chess engine also. I would love to quote Vishy Anand here. They asked Vishy, what do you think? Wasn't chess more beautiful in your days in 1980s when you started off, when you had more choices to play in opening and all that? Vishy said, no. I rather would love to say the corollary, that is, it would have been wonderful to have engines and everything in 1980s when we were growing up as chess players. So it's not like, engines make it less exciting. Whenever they would have been introduced, whether in 80s or now, at any time, chess engines would have made life much more exciting. It is just that working on openings is much different now. And yeah, I mean, what to say, opening preparation has become very, very hard work. Getting a position to even play with white pieces at the top level has become very difficult. These are all the minus things. The plus side of things is, see the number of children who are, I told yesterday, right? There used to be openings which we used to spend 2 days to make sense of, working for 10 hours a day, which can be mastered today in just 10 minutes because of the information available in your hand, because of chess engines and databases. So definitely, in my opinion, it's a give and take. That's the long answer.
Okay, I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
And so Vidit is better, yeah? Here?
Yeah, actually, Amruta, I found a very nice plan for white here in your absence. After queen d3, you know what? White is actually threatening g5 followed by h4, h5 and all that. So actually, the white's plan is very straightforward here. So for g5, if black goes knight e4, knight d5, I'll probably go jump with knight from c3 to e4. And
now
once
I'll go
again,
95,
let's say knight d5 with, you'll go knight b d5 here. I didn't consider that, but anyway,
okay.
I mean, the fundamentally say the same. I can still play knight e4 because now if you take knight into e4, I have f into e4. I'm doubling my, I mean, making my pawns together in the central files. So.
Oh yeah, what do I do?
White is actually black has a tough life, I think. Knight e4, knight b4. Something doesn't sound right. Knight f6. You have to take gf6, right? And isn't there a shot coming on e6? Isn't there a shot coming on e6?
Nice.
It's a long shot. It's a long shot.
But it has
it's very tempting. Very tempting. No, it's not
this
working.
is not working because bishop h6. So you can't go here, but king d7.
King what?
What? This is practical chess defense, guys.
See, guys, it is great chess engines, Yeah. Let's go back.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll take advantage of this whole factor by playing bishop into b4, followed by just, d5 there. Ultimately, you will bleed because your king is in the center.
Nice.
See,
it's tough.
For those who are students of the game, I can tell this. if you master your basics most of the time, tactics will flow immediately from your hand. So, you understand that king on e8 is dangerous, then immediately you have to find a way to blast open the center. That's it.
Amazing. So Vidit really has a great position. Very difficult for Shirov to defend, but generally when you love to attack, I think you also become a good defender because you constantly have to, calculate defensive moves.
Yeah, it's very interesting. In the Olympiad, there are two games happen. One is Gukesh versus Shirov, where Gukesh tempted Shirov into taking a pawn and then made a counterattack and won the game. He beat Shirov with black pieces. One more game from the Olympiad, a beautiful game, was Anish Giri versus Jobawa. Okay. And Anish made a beautiful exchange sack with rook e5. So I asked Anish after the game in the post-game interview, is it really satisfying to make such a sacrifice against Jobawa? A very dynamic player himself. Anish told a fantastic logic. He said, guys like Jobawa, Mamadyaro, Shiro, active players, whether it is satisfying or not, it is always very effective because these are not players who are shaped to think in the defensive way. These are players who love to have the initiative on their side. So whenever when you make an attack against them, it's very unpleasant for them to defend because they would love to be in your seat. Yeah. So that was a fantastic answer by Anish, and apply the same logic to this position you're seeing. I have a feeling that, definitely Shirov is not liking his life right now in my opinion.
Yeah. So with it, great opening preparation actually on the board. The opening choice, I would say. Going to Arjun's game, because after that critical position, Queen F4, he finds over here Queen C7, which is very calm move, right? Like, he's like, do anything, any sack, I'm open to it.
Okay, what is happening here? This is an extremely complex position now. So let's try to make sense of what is happening. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think any sacrifice is possible? I mean, I would bishop h7 and knight g5 are the first very immediate candidate moves, and then queen h4.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that. Let me get my bearings.
Ronak actually draws his game. That's the one result happening. Just to update guys there.
Okay, so what is happening in Arjun's game? Knight c4, queen f4. See, the first thing I feel is very strongly is that white doesn't have any real advantage, but he has initiative. We were talking about this earlier. The initiative that he has is good enough because he has attack on his side. So the black is looking at a very patient defense here. So let us say a very normal move here. Okay, he has already played queen c7, is it? I was about to go rook c7 and rook c8. See, the point of queen c7 is, of course, he's attacking the e5 pawn. So white is forced to play rook f1 in this position. Okay. Now, after rook f1, okay, guys, let's ask this for chat. What is the most logical continuation for black here? So to think about what is a logical continuation, you have to first of all try to understand what is the most important positional factors in this position. Once you understand those positional factors, you will definitely get what is the best move to play along those positional factors. So just think for a minute. I need the first and then the continuation. First two moves, let us say.
So that's going to be like you guys need time to think. You don't hurry.
Yeah, so let's ask this. It's a very interesting question because you have to understand the basics of this position to know the next move what you have to play, which means, this is another critical moment for black.
By the way, for Vidit, Bhakti Singh is saying Vidit following his game from Summer Chess Classics 2022. Vidit versus Ilya Nizhnik. Ilya Nizhnik. Oh, this already happened in his game.
didn't know that too. Let me check that meanwhile
Yes.
when our audience is thinking for the move. Yeah, Amruta. The game has already happened between Vidit and Ilya Nizhny.
But
That was
Tira would
very.
know that, or no? Is he
Of
thinking?
course, Shiro will know that, but why is he taking so much time? That's a question, isn't it?
Hmm.
So let us review the time situation in Shiro's game.
Yeah. Just check that once. While I sit here and eat my dinner.
Some have a better life, some have just a good life. Oh, I'm not able to go to that game immediately.
Okay, I will. After this, I can check later after my dinner. Oh,
Yeah, sure.
Vaishali is winning. I mean, no, she has a key move to defeat Muzichu. But the answers we have got, I mean, it was a very tough question, so I wasn't expecting many people.
Yeah.
But the moves were f6, rook e7, and one each has rook e6 and h6. And so any move is
Okay.
right, rook e7 or f6.
I will always be doubly, triply careful when I make a move like f6, because you are always in danger when you weaken your king side. So you should be, 3 times, 4 times be careful when you are making a move like f6. See,
Okay.
in the current occasion,
So what?
if
No, just if you can tell me the move, or should I wait?
the move is rook e7. See,
Okay.
the most important positional
Hmm.
factor here is the e5 pawn. Okay.
Okay.
That is the strength of white's position, but which can be turned into a weakness by attacking it with rook e7 followed by rook c8. That's the best. So this is basically how you arrive at the correct moves by looking at the basics of the position. Here, f6 is a bad move definitely because the moment you play f6, white plays something like queen f5 and you are in big trouble already. Yeah, because now if you play g6, I just capture queen f6 and white is completely better here. I mean, there is no sacrificed pawn anymore. It's equal pawns and black's disadvantages remain as disadvantages. The d5 pawn and the bishop on b7 and so on. So rook e7 is the only move in that position. Idea is to play rook c8. Now, the question is, there is no great continuation for white also here. He has to play rook e2. The
So
point
really
is,
nothing to worry about bishop h7 or knight g5. I mean, if I give up, if I just play knight g5, okay?
okay, I mean, knight g5
Yeah,
after
what?
h6, what have you got
Queen
solidly?
f5 now, g6 is there. Then
f8, g6, yeah. There is
and if
actually
queen
no.
h4 if I go, you can't take, but I don't have a threat, yeah? Knight
No,
e5.
I can take the e5 pawn, Amruta,
Yeah,
rook
knight
e5.
e5.
Very, yeah, rook e5 or knight e5. Either of that is very strong. Okay,
Oh,
let's
okay,
examine
rook
the Greek
e2.
game. Let's examine the Greek game.
Yeah.
For rook e7, if you play bishop into h7 check, there is this very nice resource for black. Knight g5 check now. King g8.
Okay, you can ask
Queen
if there is any
h4.
critical movement. Queen h4.
Yeah, yeah. This is a very famous game by Vladimir Kramnik. You need not panic at all with black pieces. This is the best move for black in this position. Let's ask chat. Meanwhile, there is an interesting question.
Vivaswan asks. Yeah.
First one. Is there any interesting story related to age? We see so many young talents coming up, yet Anand and Kasparov, who are now part-time players, keep beating top players occasionally. There is no study as far as I have read. There is no study, but personally, one thing I found: two grand old men of chess who kept on playing great chess even into their 60s, Victor Korchnoi and Vasily Smyslov. These are two. And then two players after that of comparable generations, Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand. This fascinates me. I used to think, I had this theory earlier that generally people who have had a tough life when they were young, they've all had, let us say, better hunger for playing chess. This is what I used to think. But now, then you think about, Smyslov and Anand, Vishy Anand. Very, very harmonious chess, very, very harmonious life. Two people who never said harsh things. So you think about Viktor Kashna, you think about Gary Kasparov, the strength of their personality and the force of their personality, they are not, nice all the time, these two kind of players. But then you think of Vishy and you think of Vasily Smyslow, you see two players who are gentle human beings also. Then now I feel that the only commonality in all these four is their love for chess. See, it may be for different uh, reasons. Kasparov loves to create. Anand simply loves to play chess, and Anand loves anything to do with chess. What is commentary today? That's a man who loves the game, etc. Same with Vasily Smyslow. There is a beautiful book written by Gena Sosenko and Vasily Smyslow, a beautiful, beautiful memoir. If you see that, you can again see a man who loves chess. So, in my opinion, love of the game is a commonality which gives people longevity in chess, is what I think. So,
Nice, very
yeah.
nice. Okay, I'll show you the answers here.
Yeah.
Not easy for people to think.
Mhm. Mhm.
Is that right?
Rook e5, voila. Rook e5 is the best move. So
Oh,
why
nice.
I remembered Vladimir Kramnik is that sometimes when your opponent gives a great gift, just don't even bother to defend, just run away with your king. That's all. So, after rook e5, let us say here, if
Yeah.
white plays queen h7, king f8, queen h8, king e7, queen into g7, you keep running even more with rook e1 check, king e7, queen g7. Now just keep running with rook e1 check, king d6, and suddenly you see that, black king just runs away and saves himself.
You can run, you can hide.
There is a very famous game by Vladimir Kramnik who did this. I mean, if they say of the modern games of world champions at that level, I think that was the first game which came to my mind. One game by Vladimir Kramnik.
Amazing. So that doesn't work. So Arjun is confident actually. He's provoking in some way, yeah. But of course, Predke won't get provoked because he's also quite alert here. But great move by Arjun. And how much time it has been? 20 minutes.
That one thing which worries me, Amruta, why hasn't he played rook e7? Okay, maybe he's probably checking out for rook e7 what happens to bishop h7 straight away. But it's a little worrying that Arjun is taking so much time. So
No, but
meanwhile,
white has to play. Rook queen c7 ko white has not played yet.
ah, oh, I'm sorry, it is Predke who's taking 20 minutes.
Predke has been thinking for 20 minutes with so many temptations there. He's
Our
thinking.
chat is telling that SL
SL
is
is losing, and also with it, somebody said he also thinks that out of preparation because of his time. So going to SL's game. 1 second, guys.
no, but Vidit is having a huge advantage in time, right? He has 1 hour and 16 minutes against Shirov's 20 minutes. So
Oh,
definitely,
then Shiro would not be aware of that game for sure.
it looks like probably Shirov missed the game in his. Probably. I mean, let's be careful here in telling that because Shiro is a great player, but probably because, if you know already a game your opponent has played, there is no way that you will have only 20 minutes on the clock when even arriving at the position with Vidit has had already. See, it's interesting to know why Vidit has taken 30, 40 minutes because he will check and recheck to see where Shiro is going because he's following one of his own games. And I'm very sure that Vidit considers that what he played against in Ilya Nizhnik was a sound game. So that is why he's confidently repeating it. So I think today things have gone wrong for Shiro in the preparation front.
Ah, yes. In fact, if we check at the most critical moment where he took time, just, yeah, here, just to check, he had 1 hour of 40 minutes, and for DC4, he took 36 minutes. Okay, this was the first very moment where he took a huge amount of time. Then he made the moves pretty okay quickly. Here for c5, again he thinks for 10 minutes. And after g4, he knight b6, another 10 minutes. And yeah, this is here once again almost 18 minutes. So it doesn't seem like he is aware of Vidit's preparation for sure.
There is a very nice quote by Jeffrey Archer, the British author. I am just a writer. I am not here to explain the mysteries of the universe. So why Shiro has taken so much time, only Shiro knows.
Yeah, okay. So Vidit clearly better. SL clearly in trouble. Gukesh's game is, I think.
Amruta, we have to see our man Nihal's game. Something is happening there.
Really? Oh, after that
Really.
91?
Nothing. Yeah, I mean, after the coil string strategy and all that, our man is clawing slowly. I simply love this aspect of Nihal's game. Once Nihal said, I love to play chess in a way where I make little moves and make slow improvements. So, Nihal is actually doing that. So I really like the way Nihal is playing.
Okay, so this is F4 knight. And because you had explained at that time, we are also very curious to see where the knight is heading, when the knight is heading to the g4 square. Rook d1, queen c7. And yeah, definitely. Oh, an engine says now is the time to go g4. But of course, I mean, I don't think g4 is something Nihal will go for immediately, right?
I have to tell a story about Nihal. I interviewed Nihal about a year ago for an article for the New Chess magazine. Nihal's way of improving chess, how he came up in chess was by playing an inhuman amount of blitz games. The whole world knows it by now.
Yeah.
So I was asking him, what does it give you playing so much? And how did you really make the break playing so much over the day? And all that he explained. And his coach, Srinath Narayanan, also explained all that over. And finally, I asked him, so Nihal, after so many games of blitz in a day and doing your preparation and all that, how do you relax? He kept a straight face and said, I play more blitz.
I know this.
And I was like, of course. Why did he even ask? Of course.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, so Nihal's game definitely strategically something we are going to learn from that. Right now, which game should Vaishali's game I think has progressed after f5. Her opponent played bishop g5. Maria goes bishop g5, and even another, not the best idea there. And now Vaishali can actually take on f3.
This looks quite difficult for white, right? I mean, I have a feeling that black already has a decisive advantage. I mean, that's for starters. That's the idea I'm getting here. Yeah. Okay, let's try to look it up a bit.
Yeah, because E6, one computer's move is h6 is a good move. But how h6? Because isn't e7 hanging? Because I would be scared to go g5.
Very simple, Amruta. When you don't have emotions, you can always play h6. Yeah. But let's do the human bishop f3 there instead of h6.
Okay, tell me one thing. Okay, this bishop still looks like sometimes you feel the attachment. My bishop, long diagonal, beautiful bishop, and then it must have happened, right? At some point, some piece you are so attached and you don't want to give it up. Can that happen?
Very correct. See, that's the point. See, there is this theory about chess in olden days that people who are high on emotions, they don't play chess well. To play good chess, you should be a very cool human being. And when my generation was growing up, the biggest example everyone used to give, my coaches and all that, was Anatoly Karpov. There is a story that Anatoly Karpov's heart rate was just 40 a minute, I think, pulse rate. I mean, I think scientifically it's around 60 or 70, yeah, normally. So they all used to tell me, Karpov has water in his veins. That is
Yeah.
why. But then came Gary Kasparov, bundle of energy, emotions, and so many, what to say, theatrics on the board. Even okay, sorry for using that word, maybe not the right word to use. So much of emotions coming out of the word and all that. Then came Vishy Anand. Vishy Anand is a gentle guy, but for people who know him, he's also quite an emotional human being. He's a nice, gentle, emotional human beings, and they also went on to become world champions.
Mm.
Then what I can think of is any kind of a player you are, any kind of a human being you are, the way to become a strong player is using your emotional state to become a better player. So, if you have veins, water in your veins, then, use it, make chess a cool game and make your way up in a very cool way. If you're an emotional human being, you make your emotions work for you and make it all positive on the board. Be active, be attacking, sacrifice, be creative. Don't have any doubts about yourself. Don't have any um, prejudice about sacrifices and all that. So it all depends on what kind of a player you are and how you use that. I'm sorry, what kind of a human being you are, and use those emotions to play better chess on the board. That's what I think.
Absolutely. No, completely. I mean, it reflects in everything, our personality is supposed to reflect in the way, our style, the way we choose, let's say, aggressive, positional, and then later we kind of start changing ourselves, understanding, okay, this is the weakness and that is the weakness, all of that. But the first thing, style is our personality, which
Yeah,
reflects.
absolutely. So, coming back to this position, emotions do drive you. So, very emotional, if you're attached to your bishop, you will not go bishop f3. But at the same time, you play bishop into f3 here. Let's say bishop into f3, g into f3. And then
Oops.
you have two moves. Yeah, you have rook d4 and you have queen b7.
Like rook d4, but
Rook d4 now, Amruta. I think knight
oh,
b4 is now very
yeah.
strong.
Oh,
You have to be
Sakar,
careful because
nice. I
queen
got it.
b7 is no more great.
This is
That we
supported.
get the. I got the idea. I got the idea. Now you play queen b7 first and now play rook d4 and you're winning. So you play queen b7 first,
So,
attacking f3.
acha, F3,
Pretend
nothing to
that
do with
pretend that
B2,
you are
I'm
a
sure.
pretend that you are a very 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 harmless human being. And now for queen b7, if white falls for the defense and plays something like rook e3 here, rook
Yeah,
d4 just wins the game immediately.
queen.
Game is lost straight away. Yeah.
Uh, F4,
F4 now comes
what?
the
What's
man h6 h6
But
h6.
bishop e7.
Rook into f4, Amrita.
Ah,
Queen is
yeah, queen is still trapped.
happy birthday.
Oh, that's
Fantastic, yeah.
good.
Bishop 3, J3. I really like that. Queen B7 is one of those cute little moves. I really like that.
Wow.
So,
So for
yeah,
Vaishali right now, if she finds this sequence, we can actually say she's almost winning, like
I
clearly
think she's
winning then.
already, she's
Yeah,
already winning, especially because, look at the clocks, yeah.
35 minutes. 30, yeah.
Vaishali has 25 minutes. That should be,
Hmm.
does
Okay,
she have
so
25 minutes on it?
35 minutes she has, and Maria has 32 minutes.
Yeah, 35 and 32. So I
Yeah.
think that is well enough to win the game.
Yeah,
So,
so this
okay,
is
again,
very safe. Going
I think
to
ChessBase India, you can already start writing the article, yeah, next Grandmaster and the third woman Grandmaster of India. I mean, third Grandmaster, who's a woman from India.
Hmm. Okay, this also we saw. Let's go to Arjun's game now because after Queen C7, Rook F E1 was played, but let's see how much time he took. Yeah, 24 minutes. And Arjun has started thinking since 6 minutes. So you are saying he should go Rook E7 here. So we'll
Yeah.
wait if Arjun goes Rook E7 or not.
This is another puzzling thing. Why Pragg took 24 minutes for such a natural move?
No, I think he did have to figure out certain things. He would have tried to make some, like, you try to push yourself to make some sacrifice work. Say if Arjun has missed, but then he must. Arjun has seen everything.
I take your point, but just retrace for three moves when he played that move sacrifice d5. You can retrace three moves before. See, this is very curious. White played d5 after think of 26 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay? And after ed5, e5, what did black
Knight
play?
c4.
Played knight c4. Queen f4 is almost forced, yeah?
Yeah, he played
Now
that.
black plays queen c7. Now he takes another 25 minutes to come up with rook of e1, which means I think something has gone wrong in his earlier calculation. This is
Yeah,
what
he
I
didn't. He missed queen c7 clearly, and I don't think
that,
queen c7 was easy. By the way.
no, there is one more thing, Amruta.
Yeah.
Probably here in his mind, bishop and h7 was working. Probably.
Ooh.
So he came to this point and then saw that bishop h7, queen h7, knight g5, and queen h4 is not working anymore. I think he was not thinking of rook f1 for this 25 minutes. I think he was thinking of, knight g5, bishop and h7, all these moves, and then only he made the move of rook f1 after 25 moves. So from this, we have to deduce another thing. For queen f4, see how much time our move man, how much time
Played
our
queen
man
c7, na? Oh my
he played in
god!
2 minutes,
What
Amruta.
so
He played
when
it in 2 minutes.
unbelievable. So even here he had 1 hour 12 minutes. He played ed5.
Yes,
Here
yes.
itself he had calculated that.
That or another thing, remember what I told? Arjun is probably the best calculator in India today. Now you understand. He plays a move like Queen C7 in just 2 moves. That shows that Arjun's confidence in his calculation. This is simply
Amazing.
fantastic. I mean, we have got a world
Amazing.
beater in our friend
Yeah.
today, Arjun Erigaisi.
When Arjun, I mean, consistently, the way he is finding these important moves, the concepts in all 4 games, every game he is able to bring up something. I think he's doing fantastic here.
I have a feeling that you're going to fall asleep today
Ooh.
instead of the usual 2 o'clock because I think both of us are very excited today because the games are so interesting today. Yeah.
Yeah, so then let's go to the next game. I think after Rook F1, Arjun is thinking. SL Narayanan is in trouble, I think. So that's also almost
Shall we show that
over.
once we didn't
Let's
we
go to
didn't show
Shirov.
his we
Yeah,
didn't show Excel's trouble for a long time.
okay, let's show how actually. So knight g6 happened, hg6, knight b6, cb6. Pawn structure. Queen f3, he went knight e5. And now Yu Yangi is thinking here. But
It's a huge advantage for you, Yangi, isn't it?
yeah, even if nothing, he can take the pawn on b7. But he could go, as the computer suggests, going queen g3, rook e1, I think.
Queen b7 will be the last move in his
Yeah.
head right now. I mean, so much of advantage on the king side. I think a move like Queen f4 is simply winning here.
Yeah, this 2 knights against these 2 bishops is and such an open position, such a bad pawn structure. Yeah, I said they must have gone wrong. That was not any opening preparation then.
Queen b8 is the only move here.
Okay.
So Queen b8.
But rook e1, no, you don't lose a piece. Knight c6. Ah, yeah. Sorry. You'll have to go this
Yeah.
knight.
So rook fe1. Now knight 7 to c6. And now I can just pile up and win the game. Yeah, I can just play rook e3 followed by rook e2 followed by the next rook p1. Just winning. Yeah. Okay, I think it's winning.
Okay.
The chat really wants us to see Tanya's game for some reason. We
Okay,
haven't
let's
looked at
go.
it at all. Yeah.
Ooh, Tanya clearly winning. Piece up, no? The rook is trapped. No, not trapped. Rook can go here. But she's a piece up.
Someone's telling in chat Tanya lost on time. Really?
No.
Seriously?
Don't believe. Where did she win the piece? Just
Okay, we didn't even look at this game, so
yeah. Your take queen f3. Acha, there was some transmission error. Actually, I'm not. No, this is not even. No, don't believe this game. I think there is a lot of transmission error here. So as of
Uh-huh.
now, we don't know what's happening because last two, three moves are impossible that they will make on the board. So let's not look at it right now. I believe bishop a2, bishop a2, rook a2 also could have happened, and this bishop actually doesn't exist. So yeah, no, we will go to the
Yeah.
other games. Vidit Shirov has played, by the way, knight d5 in the game, knight of d5, and Vidit took on d5, knight takes d5, and now Vidit plays f4.
I have a feeling F4 is a mistake.
Really? Why?
I somehow don't like F4.
What comes to your mind for
I
black?
mean, no. Sorry. No. I was thinking of H4, but of course H4 is not supported. Yeah, then then F4 F5 is good enough. Yeah, F4 F5 is good.
Oops.
So F4, I'm threatening F5
Yeah,
here.
very strong. No f5. Actually, you can't stop my f5. And once I get f5, it's
This
too
is nice.
strong.
F4, white is threatening F5. So black is playing Queen D7. By the way, we have a
Super
what do you
chat.
call that? Super chat.
Journey to GM super chats for the first time and asks, how do you improve chess after reaching 2000 LO online chess? I'm stuck there, and how do I defeat my friend who plays good strategic chess?
See, if you reach an elo of 2000 online chess, I take it that 2000 online chess rating in one of the online portals. Simply speaking, work on your tactics. See, let's talk about FIDE ratings. I would advise that any player who has reached till the level of even 2100 or even 2200, or rather the path to becoming a 2100 or a 2200 is just work on tactics. Working on tactics consistently, working on tactics means I would say like there are 5, 6 elements to this. Solving combinations from a book like Encyclopedia of Middle Game Combinations. Do puzzle rush or speed solving in chess.com or play chess. And then the next is go through attacking games of grandmasters who have a style, combinative style. Off the hat, I can say Nihal Tal, Alexei Shirov, Judith Polga, Rashid Neshmedinov, whose name I told just in the stream some time ago. These kind of grandmasters, they're attacking games you take up solving on a daily basis of composed problems. Chess problems are another huge topic. Problem composition and problem solving are beautiful, brilliant topics. For example, there are these problems like helpmate, self-mate, mate into retrograde. Retrograde problems are some of the most beautiful in chess, and whoever solves it gets such a satisfaction, which even a very deep combination solving will not give. Retrograde problem. So, like this, there are many, many ways that you can improve your tactical sense. For anyone who is starting chess, right from 1000 online rating to 2100 FIDE rating, I'm talking about FIDE rating in classical chess. The best way to improve chess, the quickest way to improve chess is by improving your tactics. That's what I can say.
Wow. I want to know later what are those retrograde problems. But we have something very big happening here, Saravanan. Rook c8, rook c4. Once again, this is transmission error,
Yes.
guys. We cannot believe, and you now are at a level where you can know that this is a error. Oh, this is a great thing what you said about solving the positions and different kinds of problems and uh, but what is that retro what's that word again?
Retrograde analysis, RETROGRADA, retrograde.
What does
So,
it mean?
retrograde analysis, retrograde problems are where you are given a position currently, Then you are asked, what are the previous 2-3 moves? Something like that.
Backward. You have to make them.
So you have to make, retrograde. The meaning of the word is anything backward. Yeah.
Mm.
So basically, these are problems in which your tactical sense will not help you. Your positional understanding will not help you. What will help you is your imagination. Retrograde problems are quite quite creative, and retrograde composers are very, very clever people. So that's in problems. That is basically my favorite kind of compositions.
Nice. Oh, I've never solved. I'll definitely try. Amazing. Amazing. We do have the problem of the day on our social media Instagram. It's posted by Shatnik and the problemist. So those studies are very nice. Do check them out, guys, if you get some time. Here, Arjun did find the move rook e7, and he makes that move. He takes 15 minutes, but I mean it's such a critical moment that it's justice, right? The time taken for such a move.
Yeah, probably he also wants to make sure everything is fine because, even though white took so much time and played rook f1 and probably is convinced that bishop s7 is not winning, he has to probably make sure himself that it is still not working, most like knight g7 and rook e7. So I can understand. As I told you, the defender's job is always more difficult in chess.
Yeah. Also, time-wise, I think today nobody is like in a huge amount of time pressure. Maybe Shirov, 21 moves. Oh, Shirov is 21 moves in 21 minutes. Queen d7. He does play on the board. Now tell me if Vidit goes f5, thinking takes. Wait a second, I think.
Oh, he didn't go queen d.
Yeah. So if he goes f5
Yeah.
and takes, queen f5 is a blunder, takes, and you lose the piece. So g takes f5 now. And here I felt maybe rook e1 and pinning the bishop, threatening not bishop b4, but maybe bishop d5 and then bishop b4, you're winning a piece. So it seems like king f8. Yahan tak it seems like a forced thing. And now you can continue with the calculation rook e5 or something.
But are you sure about giving up the pawn on f5?
No, I am not.
There's no way to build the position there.
I mean, I would want to calculate it so that I don't miss it as a candidate. But then I would say if I get something better, for sure. Like I don't want to release the tension here. I love the
Actually,
king
here I
so
thought
stressed.
white had a very, very clever move. White had here.
Okay, let's find. Oh, h4. You want to give up the pawn here because if you take, then there is a.
If you take, I'll shut the gate. G5. No.
Also. Yeah,
G5. Okay, G5 is probably no. G5 rook and black can easily get out with rook h5 maybe. Okay, maybe not G5.
But bishop e1 wins the piece, no? Simply, or no?
No, I mean right now.
Yeah.
Black will play G5 himself for bishop G1. Then you take FG5.
Yeah, FG. Anyway, it's a pin.
But F4 is hanging. We have to calculate this. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Bishop E1 wins. Yeah. So maybe bishop and H4 is not possible.
But what if rook H4? Not even rook H4. Because if you play rook H4, then still it is a rook H1 and it is a problem, no? Yeah,
rook H4, bishop and H4, rook H1. Let's say whatever.
Bishop F6, there is G5. So the bishop has to go back. No?
This is problem.
No, I made a mistake.
What is that?
Because G5, bishop goes to D8. I don't know why. I mean, what was the move here is important. First rook H8 check because you're trapping the bishop. Yeah. Takes and G5 and then the
bishop is lost.
Oh, H4 is a nice move. So actually,
H4 is a nice move.
Yeah, if he goes there, he maintains the advantage plus the tension on the king plus a question what is black going to do really. And if Vidit thinks that, okay, I don't want to go into all of that, and if he goes f5, that also works. That also is possible, a good move. Anything else? Already having two good moves is good enough, no, in such a position.
Yeah, I mean, but I
So,
would prefer h4 because, it is always better to play a move which pressurizes your opponent more rather than
hmm.
asking him to take a one way or the other a forced decision. Because, when you have the advantage, it is better not to give choices for the opponent in terms of decisions. You have to give opponent choices for the opponent in terms of um, defending the position, defending the position with strengthening moves rather than a drastic decision like what to do after EFI, GFI. So I think H4 is a much better move.
Nice. By the way, Giri has equalized because in that position it did not happen after rook a d1, knight d4 was played. He did not go bishop e3 here with Ajay, so knight d4 was played, and so long castle. And Anish, I think, never came into a major problem as such. So it's going
I
towards
think
a draw.
man Anish is fine today.
Yeah. Shall we also look at? Wait a second. Pragg game. No, guys, that is a transmission error. But okay, let's see if they have updated by chance. No, still the same. Still the same. That's a transmission error. Nihal, on the other hand, after queen c7, he goes rook e1, rook goes to d8, and he keeps his calm. He goes to h1, queen c6, and here he takes on d5. Now I don't understand this move because I want f5 e5 at some point, or to maintain the tension, because you can never take here and give me this square. So what is the plan he's having after he takes d5?
The point is, after let us say here knight d5 may be a mistake because then
e4 square.
white knight will occupy this very juicy square on c4,
c4 anyway.
knight d4.
Yeah.
And if you take e cross d5,
Yeah.
can you smell it? There is some problem with black in the king side. I mean, bishop d4, e d4, knight f5 is a threat immediately.
Oh, nice.
Threatening to take the d4 pawn as well as the e7 bishop.
Oh, but your c2 pawn is also weak. Big.
It is weak, but with a knight on d4, I can live with the c2 pawn, right?
So right now I can't take on. There is a e7 is hanging. I can't. So I
So
have
if you
to
play
do
bishop
this.
f8, now I take knight into d4.
Huh.
If you play bishop c5, I have knight to f3.
Right.
Yeah. So I think this is the point, and you have a super chat.
Vivek Godara, thank you so much for your contribution and for the first time contributing to ChessBase India. So he did take knight takes d5, by the way, in the game. There is Saikian. And Nihal gets the square on c4. So, yeah, the slight edge still maintains. Will you take here now? Bishop takes d4, c takes d. I mean, the computer says you can take, and take here, and I think queen takes.
Queen
If
d5
queen
and
takes
knight
d5,
c4.
then
Yeah, that's an unassailable knight on c4. Yeah, that's a simple advantage for white.
This is a positional advantage, yeah, for white.
Clear positional advantage because the knight on c4 is a monster, and the bishop on e7 will, what to say, he's going to hate his life forever. Such a bad bit.
Okay, so Nihal is still, going strong there. Can we check after Rookie 7 is thinking? Can we also check Hari's game?
Yeah, sure. And by the meanwhile, I'll just take a 10-minute break for
Yes,
my lunch
yes,
and
please.
back. Yeah, sure. Thanks.
No, guys, that is a transmission error. Pragg is not losing, and you will easily, and how to easily understand. Such a top player is not going to give a free rook or a queen or whatever it is. So it's pretty easy that way to understand. Hari, let me just do a very quick roundup. Hari's position. Hari is better. He's playing against international master Shreyas Royal, who is from England, and amazingly nicely placed knights there. the rook, the queen, just the quality of pieces. He is a pawn up as well, the c5 pawn. Knight 3 d4 has been taken. If black will try to take the pawn with knight e5, that's a big blunder because too much of a battery there, and black will lose material. So Hari is better. Murli Karthikeyan is playing with Kirill Shevchenko, and Murli Karthikeyan is also having a positional advantage there. It's a Maroczy bind there, but you don't see d5. But yeah, black will have to keep an eye on b5 or f5. So Murli has a beautiful square on d5, and a knight on c2 could come to e3. So we can see here a lot of strategy is going to happen. Leon Mendonça playing with the black pieces against Rasmus Swain. Oh, and his king is very much in the center, and the last move was e6 by Rasmus. So it is definitely highly complicated position. Leon will have to be quite accurate here, otherwise the king will be devastated. So not an easy position to play from black. Aryan Chopra, who yesterday was almost on the verge of holding Nakamura to a draw, today he's playing with Nicolas Theodoru, and with the white pieces he's also having an advantage. Beautiful pawns here on the queen side. He is a pawn up, but of course some compensation with for black on the light squares and against the king. But Aryan should be able to manage and convert these pawns to a queen. So going to the going to Abhijit Gupta's game, he's playing with Adiban. So an Indian matchup there, and the position right now is equal. Queen c5 check, same colored bishop, equal material. No, white is actually a pawn up, so it's surprising that even after being a pawn up, the position is not as much of an advantage to Gupta. F1 is attack there, check is there. If you go king g8, then that's a big blunder because this bishop comes out, another check, and if king h7, now this pawn will be maintained. That is the reason. But my curiosity is for the check. If let's say I challenge a queen and the queens get exchanged, and now I cannot move my rook away anywhere on this file because there is a check and you lose the piece. And if I try to move the rook away to c1 or something, then black gets activity on the 7th rank. So that's why Adiban will be able to hold this. So this is about the Indians at the Grand Prix right now. Sorry, Grand Swiss right now. While Arjun's opponent is still going into a long think after rook e7 once again. So it was not just rook f e1, but over here as well. He took 13 minutes and he's yet to make his move. In fact, he is going to land up in time trouble because he needs to make another 20 moves, and he's having 23 minutes on his clock. Let's go to Vidit's game because Vidit's opponent Shirov was also in time pressure after f4, queen d7. Vidit is now taking a long time. It's been 15 minutes and he has to decide f5 or h4. So it is a critical situation where his advantage, like I think at this point of time he'll think a bit, but later he may not need to think that much. That is a transition error, guys. That is a transition error. By the way, on the side, let me also do something because we have a feel of the event. So maybe I just want to get that on the screen as well. Yes, that there we have on the side. I think I'll just keep this on. Yeah. So on the right, you can see this video as the starting moments of today. By the way, it's very, very latest. So Sagar has put it on ChessBase India. You guys can also check it there. But Vidit is thinking, oops, I need to put the video here, otherwise it will disappear. So Vidit is thinking here, we can go to Arvind Chidambaram's game, by the way, with the black pieces. Arvind is pressing. Now that's a very good news, because I don't remember where did we leave the position. We did see this. Or no, long castle. No, we didn't see this at all. Bishop b4 was played by Arvind. f3, short castle. So that's a war. When we see castle on the opposite sides, it's a war. Nikita goes for attack already. He goes g4. Arvind also strikes in the center with the c5, with c5, rook on the c file. King goes to b1, a prophylactic move always after long castle, a very, very common prophylactic move we see. Rook e8, Arvind calmly brings his rook to the open file there. But wait, what's the idea? If g5, exactly, and g5 such a natural move, but computer doesn't favor that, because this is what Arjun calculates. He takes c takes d4 first, an intermezzo, because if you take on f6, now Arvind had in mind d takes c3, and for bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3. Just if you look at the position, the king, actually it's very, the pawn structure super bad. So that was what Arvind calculated. Amazing calculation. He went e takes d4. Nikita just took the pawn on d4, and now Arvind goes knight h5. So actually speaking, even if you go h4, this knight is there, you cannot dislodge it. So it does seem like this bishop will need to attack if you want to dislodge, but still, what next? It's not so clear. So white goes rook g1 to find a way to continue the attack. Is he's trying with rook g1. Arvind goes knight b6. You see there is an outpost over here on c4, plus some disco spins and all. You have to be alert. So knight b6, bishop comes to b5, attacking this rook on e8. Arvind goes rook e6 over here. Now this rook can also shift at some point if this bishop moves, and I like this move, nice move. Rook e1 challenges the rook exchange there, and Arvind is thinking, but Arvind definitely has a better position. This knight is on the edge, but an important piece in the defense, because this one knight is stopping all attack by white on the king side, and other pieces are coordinating to make some strategy against this king on the queen side. So Arvind actually pressing against Nikita with Yugo. That is very cool. Let's go to Vidit's game. Did he play? Oh, he plays f5. Vidit goes f5, gf5, gf5, ef5, because you have to take here. And now rook d e1. Now this is something which I was very, very excited about, and that is happening on the board. It's a pin, a direct threat there. Bishop d5, queen d5, and after bishop e4, you are, that could be a strong threat if I'm not wrong. Just to confirm, yeah, that. And also rook e5 is just way simpler. Rook e5 is way simpler. This rook comes in. So Vidit has a very powerful threat with rook d e1. So for black, Shirov needs to, I think king f8 looks a little safer. You move the king away from the e file. That does feel good. And here Vidit will have to play the next move. Find the next move. White to play, guys. 1 second before you write. Let me just clear the. Yeah, white to play. What is the move here which Vidit will have to play? If Shirov plays king f8, Vidit to play. Mukul says, hello Amruta, what can be better than ChessBase India commentary on a Saturday night with a bowl of Maggie? Kya baat hai? Amazing. But don't finish your Maggie in 2 minutes, because the games are going to last for a long time. Guys, all those who are getting fooled by Praggnanandhaa's bar, evaluation bar. Please do not fall for that. That's just a transmission error. And let me also tell you, Vaishali is playing amazing chess today. She is very close to winning. I'll go there and check that out as well. But fatafat say, please give me some answers fast. You all today are lazily sitting there with the bowl of Maggie and coffee and all that. ऐसे नहीं चलता है यार. Type करो. Type your move. Quickly type your move. सागर ईशा का नाम लेके मूव टाइप करो गाइस, जल्दी जल्दी. एंड बिफोर आई फॉरगेट, please do also like the stream and subscribe as Nightbot says. मैं तो at the end of the stream I remember, do like and do subscribe. But yeah, what are the answers I am getting? Can I just go to the chat? No, let me check it myself because there is this video. Oh, awesome! 15 people have found the answer. Arjun, Palanaipan, Surya, Som, Mani, Pranav, Bhavik, Prizen, Mukul and Salib. अरे मुकुल क्या बात है, मैगी खाते खाते एक्चुअली आंसर मिल गया, बढ़िया. So that's the right move. Rook e5. Rook e5. We were talking about it. So you just had to be alert and make that move. You attack this knight over here. That would be a powerful threat. The knight will have to go back. And now, once again, firstly, Vidit can just simply take the pawn here and look at the black king against the double bishop advantage with such an open position. The king is busted. And yes, definitely Shirov would not enjoy such a position. And Vidit has 44 minutes. Shirov is down to 16 minutes. Shirov has to make 18 moves. So मजा आने वाला है. This game absolutely stunning. And I think we will be able to see. Going to Arvin's game, yeah, he's still thinking after Rook D1. Going to Arjun's game, Arjun's opponent is also thinking, oh my god, look at his time. 14 minutes. 22 minutes he has taken over here. Now this is the moment where you feel so frustrated because you have such amazingly placed pieces. You have given a pawn there, but you're not finding what to do, how to continue, even with the best pieces placed and even with such soft points in black's position. There is no way to convert it. You know, once you start calculating perfectly, you understand that every single thing has a defense from black, and that in itself, psychologically, this is a very difficult position. Though it is equal, that's what the computer says. I clearly see Arjun getting advantage. Firstly on time, that's of course, but even psychologically, that's a big advantage there. Okay, let's go to, and guys, when Pragg makes a move, do write in the chat that he's made a move. Then we will come here again. With also same with Vidit. Once he makes the move, King F8 has been played. Vidit will go Rook E5. I have no doubts about it. Going to the, oops. Yep.
Hi there, I'm back again. So,
yes, hi Sarah. 1 second, give me a moment.
did I do something when I came back?
No. I had started a video on the side where it was playing this, what to say, the starting moments today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I just, like, where did it disappear? I was just looking at it. Yeah. Oops. No, it won't create any noise or something, but it will just go on. But people are not able to see it only. Yeah. Now it's there. Okay, here we have Arjun, by the way, on the screen, guys, if you can see his video. Caruana. Maybe I'll start it again so that, because I think I missed it. Okay, yeah, let's look at the game. By the way, this is Vidit's position. He did play F5, what we were, just looking at. And after takes Rook E1, King F8, he finds rook e5. Yes, I mean, not a tough move, like after his, it was a follow-up move. But knight f6 played by Shirov, and now Vidit is thinking. So here he has to take on f5 and say, I'm clearly better.
So he went for the direct approach, I suppose. He didn't take h4 as we were analyzing before the game.
Yeah.
So that's obvious. And now we have to make out as to how much of the initiative he still retains after fi also. Generally, any simplification in pawn structure, it's always a very tricky thing because you might lose some of the initiative you have before simplification. See, one thing is certain, the king on f8 guarantees that white will always be slightly better. So that is
Very
a good.
sorry to interrupt you. Very sorry. But we have a news coming up that Vaishali has a forced meet.
Oh, really?
Can we go there for a moment?
Of course, let's go.
Because
Oh my
God. So what happened here?
Like a looks like a massacre.
Yeah, she did take on f3. She did find queen b7. Man, she's playing amazing. Bishop e7, rook goes to d2, bishop c5, rook e2. She wins a piece. No, yeah, she wins a piece there, but queen c4 and knight g3. So e7.
Like a boss.
King h8. Wow.
I think queen h1 mate here. And if you run away, king h2. Can we ask our chat what happens to king h2 here?
Yes.
It's simple for your people by now, but anyway, let's ask it. What a game, man.
Exactly. I mean, beating Maria and end position is something like this with the black pieces.
Exactly. Black pieces, former world champion, another grandmaster, fellow grandmaster, and she attacks, and just wins the game. I mean, Vaishali is on a roll here. I think she's now one of the favorites to win the tournament. Generally they say there were certain chess players in the history of chess who were good at playing cards as well. So sometimes it doesn't matter what kind of a card you're playing with, but if the luck is on your side, you should keep on taking a risk. So the same way, you look at the way she plays, she should not alter her style at all just because she is amassing points. She should play with the same aggression and it will keep on, you make your own luck. You basically play with the same aggression. You make your own luck. So wonderful, simply wonderful.
Tremendous, no? This, like, I mean, and Maria is a very strong player. So, if king h2, guys, the right move was given in the chat. Rook f2. I'm not about Arjun, Mani, Mukul, Harshit, Palanaipan, Nafees, Ashi, Eric, and Erwin. Well done there. Rook takes f2 is the mate in 2. So there's no way to save the mate. Yeah, it's a forced mate. A resignation should be incoming now.
So we have Ashi giving a very nice compliment. Vaishali is killing lately. Can't wait for her to become grandmaster and eventually qualify to candidates via these tournaments. Rooting for her. We are all rooting for her, Ashi. The way she is playing, Vaishali deserves the grandmaster title and much. People are telling Pragg blundered.
Oh, yeah, because the point over there, guys, Vaishali clearly winning. So this one, there's no mess up. It's resignation is going to happen here. So going to Arjun's game, another very, very crucial game, Bishop h7. And here is what you see, the frustration, the desperate attempt. This is what we were talking about. Because, for how much time he was thinking, Sarah, over here, after rook e7, he thought for another, look at this, 36 and 9, almost what, 30 minutes, 26, 27 minutes?
There is this saying, right? In chess, long calculation and long thinking always will end in blunders. It's a half joke and half truth, but that is the way it is, because when you take too much of a time dwelling on one move, you basically end up messing your own thinking process, they say.
Hmm. No, but your main problem, what I realize, like, Predke must have gone through is because with beautiful pieces, nothing is happening. In spite of having such beautiful pieces, and then he sacrificed a pawn, and then he's thinking, and suddenly finding everything that black is able to defend. But somehow, after such a long thought, you go down on 9 minutes. Now you have to make 20 moves, and there you go. Bishop h7 is a part of the whole thing. So Arjun, Queen c7, Rook e7, the whole with the calmness, he was so precise in defending today. It's
And
impressive.
one good news for Indian fans is that it's very difficult to go wrong with black pieces right now, because all the defensive moves are forced here. I mean, you have to play rook e7 to make an escape square for the black king on e7 now. After queen h7 check, what Pragg has played, you have to go king f8 here. And for queen h8, you have to go king e7 here. And for queen g7, now you have to go rook d1 followed by king d6. There is no way almost that Arjun can get this wrong. So, I think our man is winning today.
So this is what you had already shown us, okay? That if it can go into this, and if it goes into this, then white is black has defended. And I wanted to ask you, but just a minute, the king on d6 still, no matter what, is weak. And can we continue with knight takes f7? But
I don't see any real danger there, because after king c5, you don't even have a check
yeah,
anymore.
yeah, the king on c5 is so safe. And you don't
But
even have too much, like materially also you have one piece extra, and for only for one pawn.
I mean, in the long run, I think,
Yeah, winning. So
black's
that's
material
winning.
black's material takes precedence. So yeah, he's just winning.
So
Our man.
Vaishali's opponent has resigned. Maria resigns after king h8 already, because there's no way to save the mate. And Vaishali, big result, Vaishali beating Maria. Amazing. Okay, a quick look at other women players also. Harika's position. Harika slightly in trouble with the white pieces there.
So I take it
And
that black's pawn advantage is probably, I mean, white doesn't have much of a compensation for the pawn that she is down. Yeah.
got it.
And one of the worrying thing is this bishop on e2. It doesn't have much of a future. It doesn't have a life right now.
Yeah.
So I think this Harika is going to have a difficult time today.
So Harika has to keep defending against Munguntul. Divya with the black pieces against Olivia. It's equalish. So, but with some imbalance. But should end in a draw most probably. Tanya versus Medina, earlier was some transmission error, but now it is all fine. And this is the position. Tanya trying to attack.
Tanya is attacking, not trying to attack.
Oh, and king f1, the last move, not the best move, but white black to play. Actually, Tanya has a very powerful move here. In fact, a very good moment to see if we all can find black to play. Sorry, not we all. I already I've had dinner and I'm relaxing looking at the computer. But guys, thoda pressure le lo. Try to find with the black pieces. Tanya could find it. I think Tanya will find. But in fact, if Tanya doesn't find it, then she's in big trouble. So if it is the only move, she will find it.
Tanya is very low on time.
Oh
She has
yes.
less
Oh
than
my
a minute.
god.
Less than a minute.
Oh, then she doesn't find it because you need time to make that move. Your f5 was the move. Oh, that was a tough one. Yes, not much people are all saying queen e6 there, but with the idea of going for a mate, but after g takes f4 there is no mate, the king escapes. The reason f5 was strong because after g takes f4 you're not aiming for a mate, first you're taking on e4, so this was not easy. Yeah, for 10 seconds it was a very tough move to make the mate,
Definitely,
and
definitely
then
not.
he
I
takes
mean,
e4, and that was the
it's a typical
combination of
computer move with,
yeah.
typical. I think it was too much to find. Knight h5 is a typical panic reaction. Just defending f6 at the same time, just
Yeah,
knighting it out
yeah.
of the way.
So
But I
that,
tell you one thing.
yeah.
Uh, Even White's moves, which are pointed out by the computer as advantages, are also not easy to find here. So, this is not a game where, one side has an easy way and the other side has a difficult way, so like that. It's a very imbalanced
Hmm.
position in a way where both sides have to struggle to find their moves correctly. So
But
there is
I
still
think
a
it
lot
is
of fun.
natural, no? Because if you see, for white, it feels like the knight should be on f5. It belongs there. Then it feels like open file rook should be on the 7th rank. For the rook to be on the 7th rank, it feels like you have to double the rooks. So, isn't it a little bit of smooth flowing plan for a white there?
Uh, Actually, it does look that way. But for example, here for knight f5, you have knight f4 now.
Oh,
Not so easy. Yeah.
oh. So if
So it is
gf4 now,
actually
rook
rook,
f5.
rook f5. Yeah.
Ooh, oh,
So,
nice.
it's not so smooth, basically. So
Oh,
I
that's
wouldn't
a
put it
cool
so. That's why I
one.
said the white's moves are also not so smooth, and
Hmm.
many of them are computer moves and all that. So,
Yes,
uh,
yes,
but the
absolutely.
only problem is all that will hold a lot of weight if Tanya had enough time. She
Hmm.
doesn't have time. That's the problem. See, in this position for knight f5, even finding knight f4 may not be easy.
No, she went queen e6.
And she didn't. Yeah. See, exactly. She didn't have time, which is a
Yeah. No,
is
but
a
you're
very
right
unfortunate.
that even here for white also not so easy because black has these threats. It's not a smooth flowing plan because of this tactical ideas of knight f4 sometime or knight g7
Exactly.
trying to exchange. So yeah, we cannot lose hope. Tanya might be able to yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. So going to the next game, Vantika's game, to have a look, Vantika is clearly winning. She's an exchange up. The king is also weak there. So the bishop is also kind of trapped there. So Vantika is winning. Did we mix? Yeah, Sarita. Sarita's game we didn't see even once today. Sarita, which board?
By the way, one curious thing is Narayanan is still hanging there, yeah?
I see. Wow. In fact, another thing I'm
He's
not finding
definitely worse,
Sarita's
but
game.
you mean Savita Sri?
Yeah. With whom is she playing? Any board number? Ah, yes, Savita. I found. Savita Shri. Okay,
Yeah,
this Rook
happening.
F1 check. So Rook F1, Rook
Typical of
F1, Rook
Savita Sri,
F1.
things are already boiling. Typical of her.
Rook F1, Rook F1, Rook F1, Queen F1, King H2. Should I end in a perpetual? I think eventually something like a perpetual. So she's playing with Mamad Zada Gune, a strong player again. Okay, so that's about the women's section here. But Vaishali, amazing game of the day here in women's section. Let's go to the men's section again. After Queen G7, uh, Arjun is thinking now. Arjun must have seen this earlier. He will land up into this, and there he has certain things. Now he can just figure it out how to do, and yeah,
Yeah, I
that
think he
should be
will
okay.
find rook d6. It probably is just making sure of that, but it's a little worrying that he has to think so long here. But anyway, I think ultimately he will find
Yeah,
rook e1 and king d6 here.
yeah.
We are not able to take questions because the games are getting very hot, as you can see. Anyway, I'll just take one.
Yes.
Um, just like Sriram is asking, just like Vishy, Ivan Schutz, Shiro, Ponamario, Adams are playing 30 plus years, do you think the current generation would do the same? It is a little difficult, in my opinion, because the current generation is burning their candles a little too much because of online chess. See, the earlier generation just had classical chess to play and some rapid to play. Not much blitz was happening. Today, you have everything happening. You have online blitz, online rapid, online bullet, everything happening apart from, playing in your title Tuesday and all that. I think the current generation is burning the candles a little bit too much. And so they may not have the same longevity of the previous generation. Anyway, let's go for the next game.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so we'll go to Arvind's game, by the way, because he's actually pressing. It was at this moment here, rook e1. He took on c3, which was a nice positional decision. B takes c3, queen d6, rook e6, and now he's taken queen e6. 22nd move, his opponent goes rook e1, but Arvind is low on time. He has to make 18 moves. He has 12 minutes, and in general, it's a double bishop versus double knight. But can you explain a little bit more about this position? Why is he better?
See, one thing is, as you can see right away, White's pawn structure is extremely compromised. See, you see that h2, g4, f5, they are definitely not coordinating with each other. That is one. c3 is a weakness, and c3, d4 is an island, and knight c4, the knight coming to c4, and there are holes in the position and all that. So the bishop on d2 is a defensive piece. The bishop on d3, b5 is comparatively a better piece, but it doesn't have any role. So all said and done, see, if the knight is not on h5 right now, for example, the knight on h5 is on somewhere like a5 or so in this position, black will be completely winning. The problem for black is only one thing, that he has to get all his pieces to coordinate. That's all. So structural weakness of white is what makes his position worse here. And black has to activate his knight on h5 to just win the game. Strategically, he will win the game if he gets the knight out from h5 back to the center or to the queen side. That's what I mean.
Wow. So it's about this one piece, which is, well, even if it is on the edge, and even if white has such double bishop, yet black is better in this scenario. So that you really explained well, that if the knight is out, then black should be almost close to winning advantage.
Yeah, you bet.
So queen h3.
So Hikaru is doing something interesting, the chat is telling us.
Okay, let's go. After rook f5, Shirov goes rook h4, attacks the d4 pawn. Vidit goes bishop c3. Yeah, that's a cool move. b5 played by Shirov. Yeah, b4 definitely strong. a3 is played, and now Shirov actually starts the fire on the board. But I think Vidit is sitting there with a fire extinguisher.
So, fire, water, when Vidit writes his autobiography.
Imagine somebody actually takes a fire extinguisher against while playing against Shiro.
I mean, let's list in the name of his best games. Fire extinguisher on the board. Fire on the board, fire extinguisher on the board. How is that?
Yeah. Oh, that's
actually very cringy. To be honest, it's very cringy.
So bishop a3. Okay, firstly, if I take here, okay, then I'm gone. Guys, big blunder, guys. Try to answer very quickly. Very simple move, but let me clear the. ठीक है, वो ऊपर जाएगा. At least the right move will go up. Anyway. फटाफट से black to play. Very simple move. I guess at least 20 of you should find it. ठीक है, 25 of you should find it. While many of you are finding, those who are just sitting there, do like and subscribe to the channel. Oh, nice. I like the speed. This time the chat is also like fire in the chat. That kind of a thing. Whoa. Super.
Today the games as well as whatever you were watching has been very entertaining today. A lot of entertainments today.
There you go. Oh, wow. Superb. 39, 40 people answering. Right move. Chess codes Avinash, Praful, Pranav, Saint, Rohan, Sakar, Nafis, Yash, and Soham. That's the right answer there. Rook c3, and it's a deflection. You lose the rook here. Okay, so bishop a3, and now Vidit is thinking. Vidit goes for nice move. Saravanan, Vidit is alert.
Of course, he's alert.
Absolutely alert.
Of course, he's alert. He's with it after all. So let's try to make sense of
Rook f6.
what Vidit is doing today.
Yeah. So he went rook f6.
So rook f6 he went.
If I take on f6 as black,
Yeah.
what's your plan?
Yeah, gf6, then I take ba3, I take the bishop back. That's the obvious idea.
So now there is no rook c3, queen c3, queen f5. That was the whole point.
Yeah, that is one. And now rook c3, white also has rook into f7 right now. That's another interesting thing. I mean, for bishop a3, rook f6, if you take rook into c3, now I have rook into f7 check. That's another thing.
That's a nice intermezzo. If you take, then I important to take here, of course, not here. You lose the queen. So queen takes c3. This is hanging. This is hanging. If you give a check, then there is a counter attack, and again this is hanging. This is hanging.
That's an important point, by the way. This counter attack on c2 is an important point, so that I get to win the bishop on a3. That's important. So if you cannot go queen f8 check, can we go queen b7 there? For rook f7 check, queen f7, queen c3, queen b7.
Okay.
I mean, here rook c, rook. Oh, he has played already. Did he blunder?
No. This didn't happen. Queen c3. Sorry. 1 second. Rook c3, rook f7, queen f7, queen c3. Yeah. What did you say here? Queen d7. No. Over here you said queen d7, right?
Queen b7, b for Bombay. But now you have rook f1 check and then queen bishop ba3 anyway. So
or even mated. I mean, the king will get mated, I think.
So I'm assuming that for rook f6, he's going to take gf6, Shiro.
Forced, yeah? Actually, there is nothing because you can't take rook c3. So this is forced. But then this position with two pieces for a rook, two bishops for a rook. But some king, like the king is exposed, right? In some way, it's not super clear yet. Or is it?
Very true. It's a question of two exposed kings. But the point is, I have two long-range pieces in my two bishops. So, I have four long-range pieces. You have three long-range pieces. You shouldn't be counting about you have two rooks and queen, and I have one queen, two bishops, and one rook. I have four long-range pieces. You have three long-range pieces. So, two bishops in such an open position, white should be able to win. White should be having a large advantage in the I mean, whatever the computer says is the amount of advantage white has. I think practically white has a much larger advantage.
Amazing.
As we are just talking, we just saw Shirov, Vidit versus Shirov.
In the video, huh? Nice.
By the way, in the video, you told all the grandmasters who are here. I mean, it'll be fun to.
We could. Your Vidit was there. Where was Vidit?
This is Anton Korabo. I mean, sometime back he was there.
Vidit
this is Vidit. Vidit versus Shirov. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, this does give we get a feel right now when they are playing. This is the table and the board. Yeah, nice.
Let me just give me a second. My computer is hanging.
Sure.
A second, I'll be back.
There's Nakamura there, guys. Wow, Vidit is actually beating Shiro with the white pieces, and if he manages to, stay calm till the end of the game and manage to beat, he will then go to 3 points, which is after the first loss. If you all remember, with such an amazing game, the 40th move mistake which he had done, winning 3 in a row, simply brilliant. It would be simply brilliant. Okay. So yes, he does take B takes A3. So here Vidit is winning. Can we guys go to very quickly Arjun's game, because that is also going crazy. He take rook takes E1. Yes, he did take rook e1. After how much thought? Okay, 13 minutes he thought. Rook takes e1 over here was played. King
Yeah,
d6.
I'm back.
Yes, I'm looking
Yeah,
at
just
Arjun's
as I was
game.
telling, Arjun's basically all his moves are kind of tactically forced. So I had absolutely no doubt that he will find the right move very
Hmm.
fast. Yeah.
So queen f6 has happened. King goes to c5, and here rook e7 played by Pragg. At least, even in the tough position, he's still trying to find the best possible moves.
Sure. Yeah.
Still the feeling, like to give a conclusion that yes, Arjun is winning. When king is still so exposed, there is still these pieces there on the board. You don't feel like giving a conclusion. Like for Vaishali's game, even with a lesser advantage, it does feel like okay, Vaishali is clearly winning. But for such a position, it does feel like you still have to be alert every single move.
Yeah, you cannot conclusively say that, but there is in this topic, there is another nice story, by the way. Jan Timman got suddenly a world championship match to play against Anatoly Karpov in 1996. So at the time, to make his game very, dynamic, he said he studied the games of Shirov. Then he says, in a position where all the pieces are hanging, Shirov says A, B, C, D, 3, and white is winning. It's all very clear. Then Timan says, in such a complicated position for Shiro, everything is so clear. I understood then and there that clarity is a different phenomenon for different people. You know,
Yeah.
so even though pieces may be hanging, my king on the run, my king is on the run, and all that, but for a tactical player, it all may be very, very clear what to do. So
Nice.
yeah, it is scary, but if our man knows what he is doing, then he should be able to find a straightforward word to play.
Oh, nice. Oh, that does explain quite a lot because I and Sagar used to have huge fights where I would say this is clearly winning, and he's like, "How is it clearly winning?" So I think will definitely give this example to him.
But that also says Sagar Shah is a courageous man. Huh? He fights with you. He fights back with you, rather. I'm just kidding, of course. See, the point here. Okay, sorry, you're showing the game. If you can go back to that for a second.
Which move? One
I mean,
second. Bishop
after Rookie
b4.
7, after
Ah,
Rookie,
no.
no, no, no,
Acha, I
no.
came to Vidit's game. One
Fred
second.
K. Rigasi game.
Yeah.
See, if he goes Queen D6 here, for example. Now, Queen
Okay.
D6. Yeah, let's say White plays Queen into F7. And now Bishop E6, Bishop C6 check, where Bishop C6, only move.
Only move. Ah, okay. Yeah, this
Yeah,
I
I think
knew.
so, only
So,
move. Now Knight E6 check by White.
yeah.
And now Black goes King B4. Okay.
Yeah.
See, the point is, let's say now White continues attacking with something like Knight D4 or so. You play something like
Bishop
A5.
A4?
A5 I prefer, because in the long run, somewhere you have a kind of a shade for the black king among these pawns in the queen side. Do you understand what I mean?
Hmm.
So the shade need, see, for example, the perfect shade will be if black king is on B8 and there's a pawn on A7, the A7 pawn is protected. But the
Hmm.
point is, even this can be constructed as a shade in the
Nice,
long run.
because there are no pieces on this side. Like, just if you kind of flip
Correct.
it. Yeah, 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 yeah.
So, clarity is really a relative term, like Jan Timman says.
Nice, nice. That's amazing. Everyone wants to right now go to Vidit's game again, so maybe we will keep shifting between Vidit and Arjun, I guess, because those. Oh my god, it's all getting very clear. He took here rook h3, bishop b4 check, king goes to g7, Vidit gives a check on g1, king goes to h8, and is there a mate here? Still, what should Vidit play here? Hmm.
Very interesting.
Actually, the moves, there are two moves which are winning moves for Vidit. I don't know how easy or tough. Guys, also do suggest so that I'll actually also get to know if they're natural or not.
Okay, it's definitely not easy. The first move which comes to my mind. Oh, he played Rook G3 as we
Oh,
were
he
talking.
played. Huh. Yeah. Wow. That is the best move.
I was actually thinking of Queen D2, but probably it was not worth. I mean,
Queen
it's not.
D1 was the move, but again, I
Queen
mean,
D1,
yeah, but
Queen
why
D2.
Queen D2? But the point is exactly if you Queen D2, there is this
So
rook
Queen D2
E3.
black has rook at B3
Ah,
followed by rook H3 back. So that's not working.
you wanted to give
And
this
even now,
queen.
if Queen G2, you have rook H7 again. So yeah, Queen D1 is cool and simple. But why our man played rook G3? Let's
That
try to
that's
understand.
exactly because for me it was like this is a nice rook, mating
Uh-huh.
net for the king. So rook G3 doesn't come as naturally, but he has taken this most active piece right now away from black. That's what he's saying with rook G3. So if
Actually,
I
rook
take,
G3 makes a lot of sense.
hmm,
Amruta, now if
hmm,
you play rook G3, now if you play, let us say, rook into H2,
okay,
white has a deadly move in Queen F1, threatening Queen into F6. Okay.
oh, yeah, that's going to be made.
Now, if you go F5, which seems to be the only move, just keep
Queen
it
F1.
simple. Play
No, where?
for Queen F1, if black plays F5,
Hmm.
just keep it simple. Play rook H3 check and just win the game around. No theatrics. Just keep it
Okay,
all very
this is
simple because now
easy, kya? Because मतलब the
black doesn't
only
have any
password is
counter
D
play.
pawn, yeah.
No, but black doesn't have any counterplay. That's the point. There's absolutely no counterplay. Now my bishops will run circles over black's position. For example, let's
Hmm.
say king g8 here,
Okay.
queen g3 check. You have to go king h7 or king h7 is a better square. Even a bishop c2 is winning, bishop
Hmm.
d6 is winning. There are 1,000 ways to
Yeah.
win this game. I think bd6 would have been even better. Yeah, bringing the bishop to e5 or f4 or so. So,
Oh.
again, clarity is a relative term, but this looks very clear for
Hmm.
any level of clarity you need. Yeah.
So Shirov did play rook takes G3 right now,
Fine. Yeah. Oh,
and
rook takes g3. He didn't take,
no, he
okay, he
didn't
didn't
take
play
here.
rook to h2.
But then it's rook H2 was important, no? Like, at least he wins a pawn here, or maybe over here for Queen G3. Does he
Yeah.
have any counter? Queen D4. Does he want to win this pawn?
Yeah, queen g3, queen d4 will come. So I think we can just take h3
Oh,
again.
no, 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 no.
This
Blunder.
may, queen h3. Okay, I said it. Sorry, I shouldn't have said it. Queen h3 checks is a
No,
chess.
I should.
Queen
Hmm.
h3.
Nice.
Yeah, this should be a very simple technical win. So we can go on
Yeah.
to our.
Yeah. So Vidit clearly winning now. Clearly winning. Predicate, did he play after? No, Arjun is thinking he's down to 19 minutes after this move, rook e7. In fact, he's thought for 11 minutes here. But he has time. He has to make 11 moves and he has 19 minutes. So time is not an issue here in Arjun's game. In Arvind's game, he was pressing and it is move number 24th. He's down to 9 minutes. He has to make 16 moves and this is the current position. Where did we last leave? Rook e1, queen h3, rook
Queen
e7,
h3 will left. Yeah, that's
queen f3. Arvind wins a pawn here, but
right.
rook
Uh-huh.
takes b7, Nikita wins a pawn, and knight f4 was played. Though the computer was recommending going knight c4 was way stronger. Okay, but he's gone with the idea of knight a3 check. So you have to take here and d takes c4, and this is the position the computer was saying to play on. But he goes knight f4, which also I actually like it because we wanted the knight to get out of that house at some point.
Night on the rim is dim, so whenever it gets out of the rim, things get lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think slowly, Arvind is gaining an advantage. But again, we have to
Hmm.
watch out for the time
Very.
again. What's the time? What's
9
the question
minutes to
again?
Arvind, and he has to make
Yeah.
16 moves. And Nikita
Mhm.
has 16 minutes. He also has to make 16 moves. So Nikita is thinking. While Nikita is thinking, we can also have a look at Nihal Sarin's game because did they? Oh, they have reached 36th move, and Nihal is having 28 minutes. So it's
Of
going to be
course.
a long game, slow game. We can aram say look at it even after 40 moves, I think. But he still maintains a good amount of advantage there. You remember where he had played this takes, and then he got this knight to c4, and you had mentioned positionally Nihal is clearly better. Look what he's done. He's got his king out.
By the way, remember we were talking about it on the first day. Who is a grandmaster
Harika.
who gives this
Huh.
king across the board to other square? We
Yes.
are talking
I
about it.
remember, people, if you were there on day one, do you remember who was the guy? And nobody
Historically,
were getting it. So let's see
yeah,
if
yeah,
they
yeah.
really remember.
Historically, who was a grandmaster who is known for such king walk across the board? Cool king walks across the board.
Wow. I look at this, no? From
It's a
here,
classical game.
here it starts 30-second move, and
Yeah.
every move like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 moves Nihal had time to, switch his king from king side to queen side. Aram said black could do nothing about it.
See,
That's
mainly, the helplessness of the situation, what mostly frustrates black in such situations. I mean, all the pieces, so many pieces on the board, and your opponent is coolly take a walk with his king, and you can't do anything about it. That's a killing feeling when you are black in such positions.
Oh my god. By the way, once again, people were, many people did remember, but many people did the same thing. Ding illusion, Nigel shot. But yes, Dhairya Kumar, well done. Is Petrosian, no? Om
Yeah,
Shri.
Tigran Petrosyan. That's
Jay
correct. Yeah.
Gagre, Nafees. क्या बात है? You all were very alert. Dhanesh. Nice. Okay. Come on, let's go to Vidit's game again because I would love to see what happened. Rook G3, H3 has happened on the board. Oh, Vidit took with the pawn. Even
Okay.
better, no?
Okay.
Yeah. And
So after HG3, yeah, he just want to. Okay. But honestly, I felt Queen G3 was simple alternative as well. But
hmm.
anyway, after HG3, what's happening? Let's see.
So, yeah, if I go Queen H3, my one
Yeah.
question is, are you going to take such pawns?
In this position,
Yeah, if I go Queen H3, will you take on F7 or will you just ignore?
the main thing I would like to do is to bring my black bishop into action. So something like BD6 or so. Oh no. Okay,
There's a
black is
threat.
threatening Queen H1 here
Yes.
to be a little alert to the threat. Amruta, isn't white simply winning after bishop C2 here? Just keep a battery ready in case. And now white is threatening bishop E7 and bishop F6. I
Oh.
have a feeling that, victory is very much in sight after this move.
Hmm. Oh, my rook. So if I go rookie, I don't have rookie one here. Like I'm not threatening anything. With this one move, you completely blocked. Some play which I felt black had. No, so
Yeah,
he goes king
exactly.
g7. Yeah, bishop c2 was very powerful. Nice move. He goes king
Bishop
g7.
C. He didn't play Queen H3. Okay. So King G7. So as I said, now also play Bishop C2 simply. It's a simple winning position. I think Shiro is gonna resign anymore. That's what I feel.
Got it. Okay. So going to Arjun's game after rook e7, he did play queen d6 here. Queen exchange would mean black is just material up. So queen takes f7, and now this is the move which you had mentioned, right? Bishop c6. I think he will
Yeah.
play it.
But all said and done, see, for example, if you see Vidit's position and Arjun's position, Arjun's win is going to be very complicated. It's not as simple
Mm.
as Vidit's win. He
Mm.
might have material, which is a piece of, but at the same time, king being unsafe is always a very, very, gives you kind of jittery feelings over whenever your king is not in a safe place. So Arjun has to be very careful in this game. So we are looking at Gukesh, yeah?
Yeah, we have not seen much actually today.
Yeah.
Just quickly taking through the moves here. Rook d1, rook c5, queen b3, takes,
So what's happening here?
b3.
Uh-huh.
Oh, black is, yeah, doing fine actually. Okay, this is the position. F2 is attacked right now.
Yeah. So again, in my opinion, white is slightly, very slightly better because of that pawn on e4.
Oh, I mean, you are thinking that white is better because I was thinking that this knight is so good here, right? Doesn't it look like black should have the initiative? Why is white? Computer saying white has the initiative. This pawn,
See,
yeah?
for
Pawn
example,
a4.
yeah, of course. See, for example, let's go queen d5 here. Okay, I'm threatening the e4 pawn here. I mean, even if you support it with rook e6, I may still threaten it. So now let us say you have knight into f2. By the way, rook into f2 is a blunder, right?
Yes.
Let's ask chat why rook into f2 is a blunder.
Guys, rook f2 is a blunder. Very quickly.
Still, it's a very
Actually,
peculiar blunder. It's a very peculiar blunder. Okay, it's a blunder in many ways.
number of ways, yeah. But yeah,
You know.
that's quick. That's quick. Nice. Mukul, Alok, Aritra, Pankaj. Well done, well done. Suddenly the chat is really on fire here. Yes, rook d3
Yeah.
wins and you are winning the rook here. You could also take on e4. That also wins because anyway you win this. Like you're threatening to win this and this double attack. So rook f6. So you said queen d5, knight f2, right? Over here.
Yeah. So knight f2, if you go here for queen d5, let us say something like rook f1 back.
Yeah. Oops.
You come back to knight d3. Now rook into f6, queen into f6, queen into b7. The question is whether black really has an attack here. I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, if queen f2, will it not be a perpetual at least? Because if I give queen f2, naturally knight e1 now.
Yes, to knight e1. Now I have
what
queen a check.
Oh, you also have queen e4 check with a check, no? Yeah.
Queen e4. By the way, it seems Arjun has blundered. Let's quickly go over there.
Are you serious? What are you saying?
Chat is telling that Arjun
Queen d6, queen takes f7, he goes king b4. Oh, we were talking about bishop c6 here as the best move, but he goes king b4. I mean, has he given this piece? Or you can't take the... Is there a deep idea? Yeah, rook b7 is not possible. So it's not a direct blunder.
It's not a blunder, definitely.
It's not a blunder. What's happening for rook b7 also, I'm wondering.
I'm trying to understand what is the point of king b4 here.
Okay, that is also there. But maybe this is the point. He wanted, if rook b7, he wanted a predicate to, let's say, take on b7. But here also, I don't know what is the plan for rook b7.
No, rook b7 is met with knight a5, mate in 1 on c1. That's the point.
Oh, mate in 1. Man. Oh, I forgot completely. This can be a mate. h3.
You mean to say that you really forgot white's king?
The whole focus was how to, run away, how to escape and all of that. But mate in 1, even white can actually fall for that. It's completely slipped from the mind. Yeah. So king b4, I like this trappy idea though. That's another thing, whether it's not the best. It's not the best here.
But the problem is, what happens to d7 here?
Rook d7, yeah?
Exactly. So my point is, I mean, you have to maintain your queen on the diagonal to threaten mate in 1.
I'll go queen e5. I like it actually.
Queen e5 is only move. Now the problem is a move like knight f3.
Knight f3.
Okay. See, can you see that black's task is getting more and more difficult here?
Oh man, I can't stay on this diagonal anymore. But
so you have to go queen a1 check. Queen a1 check you have to do. See, suddenly there is a check on e7 for white.
Yeah.
This was kind of unnecessary. Yeah.
And also you have to be careful because you don't have anything here and this h pawn can get really dangerous.
Oh no, more than the h pawn, I'm worried about the black king. See, for example, let's go bishop c6, for example, to save your bishop. See, now I have queen e7 check. king b5, rook into a7, and suddenly the black king is a very worried man.
Oh, shit.
See,
Mate.
oh, to really say that. Anyway, so, so
Oh,
here
sorry. Sorry.
it's okay. It's okay. So basically here, suddenly the white king is, I mean, black king is really hunted again, you know.
Yeah.
So I do not like the way things are shaping up for black now.
Actually, yeah. And how much time did it take? Actually, it took 3 minutes for this move, King
Uh-huh.
B4. But Predke is also down to 6 minutes. And these subtle moves, Rook D7, intermisso, and to understand, tough, very complex position for the time they have on the clock.
That is true, but the point is your opponent has lesser time.
Hmm.
But as again, you know, I told it again. Okay, by the way, he found Rook D7,
Oh, he
unfortunately for
did.
Indian. See, the point is the attacker's job is always much more easier than the defender's job. That is the
Yeah.
tragedy of chess in a way. So anyway, black still has a piece up is a piece up, but now Arjun's job is much more difficult. That would be our verdict here.
Hmm. You were right about this game that it's going to go a long, complex game. It does seem like
Yeah.
that actually.
So
Uh,
Narayanan has already lost his game. He has resigned.
yes. And
Bad
Praggnanandhaa
time.
had drawn, Ronak has
Drawn the game.
drawn, Nihal is clearly better, Gukesh slightly better.
Vidit is in the final
Yeah,
moments of his career, I think. Now
which is
black has
good.
absolutely no counterplay. Yeah.
He did
So
play
black.
Bishop C2 here, by the way, and Rook H8 played by Shirov, and Vidit goes D5. Like
So I think
calmly,
you can already message Sagar Shah. There is already a very good question waiting for Vidit Gujarati.
which is.
Do you like the name Fire Extinguisher on the board for your next book?
Okay, that's a good one. Definitely.
NSG Prawn Maker makes an observation. That's why these moves are played in time pressure just to make the opponent think. And it sometimes makes the game more easier than those complicated positions. Well, you know, I believe you're talking about the Vidit game. See, at that level of chess, and this kind of positions where blacking is running away, I'm not very sure whether uh, black makes this moves thinking about his opponent at all because your king is being hunted, so you are kind of looking to save your soul. That's all. So this moves basically you are making the best. You are making the best moves that you can. You're not really thinking about is this the best way to play against this particular opponent in this particular. Yeah, it is a cringe title. Fire extinguisher on the board, but you know, they're all friends actually. Vidit Gujarati is a very good friend. And that's another, you know, this is one more thing. Uh, these all these photographs, there is a series of photographs by Arin Sukandar, the Indonesian
Yeah,
women grandmaster of Pragg and
Arjun.
Arjun having a walk all the days in all the tournaments together. Generally, I feel that, you know, compared to, let's say, 2 or 3 generations before, the Indian players, the kind of camaraderie we have is actually very, very admirable today.
Hmm.
They are rivals off the board, but at the same time, the kind of friendliness which exists between grandmasters today of India, it has never existed in Indian chess before, in my opinion, as far as I know. So that's a very good thing as well.
What about the Russians earlier? I mean, because they all had this group of, strong players, equally strong players. So, how was it at that point of time?
Well, you know about this legendary fights and competition between Karpov and Kasparov. See, I would say this way, till the time of communism, till the time of the Soviet Union, um, all the many of my friends from Russia, they used to tell that there used to be camps. Well, the world champion always commanded a camp, and the rest of the people always were in another camp as rebels against the world champion and all. So once the Soviet Union broke up and Russia came into existence and all, it became much better. But till the 1990s and into 2000s and so on, only a real relaxation came. This is what my Russian chess friends tell.
Got it.
So any funny Vidit story, I'll think of one. I'm not able to tell one immediately. Any funny Vidit story?
You were creative enough to make one.
Hey, come on. You think I make my stories? What do you mean? These are stories.
I never said you
They're
make.
not, they're not
You
stories.
can
They are
make
actually
one.
recollections. Come on.
Oh my god. By the way, we have Caruana versus Sundarov first board has ended in a draw. Just to give you an idea about that result. Queen f3 and Shirov still thinking he has to make 5 minutes. He's down to 3 minutes. I bet he won't resign here, right? It's a little still too early because still the possibility of a blunder exists with the queen and rook. So early to resign. No? No?
It does, but I think it's a lost cause. See, for example, the bishop comes to c3, black can just resign immediately.
Once this, and then you have
It's
this extra
absolutely
pawn,
not.
yeah, the G pawn.
Amruta, I think you can remove the G pawn, D pawn. Still, white will be winning in this position.
Wow,
Yeah.
loving how you are loving those double bishops there. Okay, so then with it winning here, Shirov thinking, going to Arjun's game after rook d7. Oh, look at what Arjun has played. He's made a mistake. He's gone knight d2 here after a thought of 5 minutes. And what is his plan of giving up the queen here? Oh my. What is there? Oh, perpetual. Is he going for this perpetual?
Yeah, he has gone for a perpetual. It's very unfortunate.
Oh no.
He has gone for rook d6. You can show the perpetual to our opponent for
Yeah, so
audience.
now if take so that means he did not assess this position as clearly better for him, right? It must be hard to assess the position.
Remember, clarity, right? It's different for different people. So probably he didn't feel that this is clearly better for him.
Yeah.
That's a really unfortunate development for Indian fans.
Oops.
No. Knight f1. Knight f1.
Oh, sorry. I thought 92 check I've given.
That's an anticlimax. Arjun Erigaisi, who was a piece up at some point and who seemed that was going towards a win, suddenly decided to take a perpetual because he wasn't comfortable with the black's king on b4. That's the only explanation we can give.
But also
Many of the games of our Indians are, in the suddenly last half an hour or so, they are twisting and going into a draw. This is,
absolutely.
Arjun yesterday, Gukesh day before yesterday, many of these games.
Absolutely. No, this he played beautifully, but Arjun has played so beautifully, and his
Really?
assessments and his, he didn't fear those sacrifices and all of that. But here at this point, he still had to be a little brave to assess. Must be
Very
hard.
true.
Must be
Very
hard.
true.
I'm very
Okay,
interested
again,
to
to
understand.
actually sit on the board and play
Hmm.
such a difficult position is not, an easy
Yeah.
affair.
Yeah.
Yeah, all said and done, we are disappointed, but at the same time, we can understand why he took this decision because, the position is so tense with the king on b4 simply. In this game, I made a small observation. If you can go behind, when black played queen d6, to that position,
Oh
if you
yeah,
can
it's
go.
by the way, the game ends in a draw here with the perpetual.
Yeah.
Maybe Arjun actually even feared something from white. That also could be possible. That so he
See,
went for
this
this
was the
position.
position where he made
Hmm.
a actually here. The subtle mistake was queen d6.
Oh,
Queen
it was
c6
a
was
mistake.
simply. I think queen c6 was a
Practical,
better
huh? If I
because
take
after
here,
queen e7, bishop a6 now, let's say.
and if rook
Or oh, no,
is
sorry, not bishop a6. Maybe should you play knight a5 here instead of bishop a6? Maybe bishop, yeah, now bishop a6 is probably not necessary. You can play knight a5 maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, I think this would
But
have kept a much tighter
check,
shape,
check,
King B4, let's say.
and
Knight d4. No, knight d4. Now I have queen c1 check.
Okay, king h2.
Yeah. Now I have my rook free, right? So can I play rook c4 here?
Hmm. Okay,
I think
so
somewhere here, now after queen
yeah,
d6,
this
black position became passive.
hmm,
That's what happened. So I
yeah,
think this
takes.
was the turning point of the game, in my opinion, where Arjun he kept the queen on d6 for the sake of this trick on rook c1. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's the point. When
Oh, yeah,
you
and
are
that's why
playing for
he got
tricks.
tempted to go even king b4. Actually, that.
Exactly. I
Oh
think,
no.
when he chose a trick over consolidation, I think that is where he lost his way.
Hmm.
Okay, it's all very easy to sit out our home
Correct.
and look at the computer and then analyzing ourselves and find a moves, and it's a different ball game to do it on the board. We are disappointed, but at the same time, okay, we understand why all that happened. Yeah.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
d5, queen a7, and queen f3, and resign by Shirov. Vidit wins this game, and a very incredible 3 out of 3 actually in such a tough event after the first loss.
Yeah, see, the first loss also he was in a winning position against Erwin Lamy.
Yeah.
After that, he defeated his teammate Abhijit Gupta,
Hmm.
2609. Then he defeated Dimitri Kolas, and this game, fire on the board, the legendary Alexei Shiro. So he has defeated three grandmasters above 2600 in 3 rounds. That is a remarkable achievement for Vidit Gujarati.
Yeah, and 3 out of 3, in fact, back to back, I'd even doubt because there was no sole leader in the first 3 rounds. So if there was anybody who was on zero and then won all three, I really doubt. I have to check. That would be interesting. But with the Topi guys, for sure. Agreed with you. So A4, by the way, Arvind is getting advantage here. King B2 was a very big mistake by Nikita Vityogov. Allowed knight C4 check. Bishop takes C4. Rook takes. Oh no, he took D takes C4, which was in fact important. Not rook takes C4 as I was mentioning. Simply rook takes A7. So D takes C4, attacks the rook here. He went rook B5, but if you would take on A7, this was the point. The rook opens up and it would be lost, yeah, after king moves queen check and yeah, some meeting net. If I go king A2 here, rook B3, that should be over. Okay, so he went rook b5 in the game,
Yeah,
29th
yeah,
move.
yeah,
a6 was played by Arvind. The rook
yeah.
went to c5. Could he not stay on this? Actually, he should have stayed on this file. He goes rook c5 and Arvind goes rook e8, but
Rook 8 is a terrible.
rook
Rook
b8
8
is
is
the
a
most
terrible.
natural move, right? To go for
He was just winning, Amruta. After rook b8 check,
king a2.
if no, king a2 loses to queen d3, yeah, simply.
Oh, oh man, you can't stop this guy.
Stop this guy, yeah. It's a very cute tactic,
Lovely.
so we should
Yeah, let
ask
me
the
show.
chat actually.
Guys, look at this. This pawn doesn't allow to stop. And if you go rook e5, this square is covered and the king is far. Oh, queen d3 is a brilliant idea. That's the reason. Check and you make the king go away. And if the king would have gone to last rank over here, then you would
Yeah.
also have queen f1 check there.
I think probably he missed queen d3. That is why he
Yeah.
played rook e8.
Rook
And for
e8.
rook b8, if white goes king c1 for rook b8, that would be I think, a simple win after queen h1, king d2, and queen into h2 check. Take the pawn
Yeah.
and king c1,
Yeah, and
and
then later take a no,
that
not
should be
takes.
actually, I don't even know. There is no need to take the pawn also. Black can just play rook
Yeah,
b1 and win.
yeah. The king is too
Queen g1
exposed.
check. Yeah, king c1, queen g1, king d2, and rook g1. There was no need to take the h2 pawn also there.
Yeah.
So that's a very,
So
I hope Arvind wins this game
yeah.
still, because it will be a tragedy if two Indian players mess up the wins and both of them end in a draw. That will be a tragedy.
No, he plays queen d3 over here. Once
Yeah,
again, the same
queen
idea.
d3.
Queen goes to
Queen
b2,
d2.
and Arvind is thinking 9 moves. Oh my god, he has only 1 minute 40 seconds. He has to make 8 moves, and Nikita has 6 minutes. He also has to make 8 moves.
It's very unfortunate. See, for example, here, the most natural move on the board right now is Rook E2, which is a blunder.
Oh, why is it a blunder?
Let's say.
Wait. Queen b8 check, king h7, rook c8. Oh,
No. Rook C8 is met with, that's a blunder again. Counter blunder. Be careful.
so why is it a blunder? Please tell me now.
So, Queen B8 check, King H7, Queen G3 is a very clever defense now. And suddenly, Black will have a better ending if queens are exchanged here.
And it's wow.
Maybe we can ask
Rook
chat
E3.
here what happens to Rook E3. Can you ask them?
Guys, rook e3, white to play. What's the move? Very simple, but just be a little alert. Yes, Pankaj, Shiven. The speed at which they are answering. You ask them a simple move, and then they're all not going to leave that opportunity at all. King g8 and rook c8 mate. Well done. ठीक है, सब है, alert है.
So for Queen G, I mean, for this, instead of now, if you go back, instead of Rook E2,
He
Black
played
has
rook
to do.
e1. He played rook e1. Arvind goes rook e1.
Actually, there was a better win with Queen F1 was a good move here. The idea is Rook E2 is a dangerous, dangerous threat in this position.
Amazing. So
Yeah.
then what happened in the game? Rook e1. Queen
Oh.
b8 check was given. Oh, what?
Yeah, what we
Oh
were
my
fearing
God,
happened.
he went there.
Suddenly now Black is fighting for a draw.
Exactly, this is what you showed, that he had to avoid, and it didn't matter whether he went rook e2 or rook e1. In fact, now this, I don't
Please
even
don't tell me I jinxed it, but you know.
No,
this
not
is,
at all. You can't. Nobody can.
I don't believe in jinxing.
I think all the chess players have gone through that thing, that taking the same pen, wearing the same shirt, everything, whatever best possible superstitious things. Finally realizing no matter what, you're going to lose at some point. And then it breaks. Oh, he goes rook e8. But this all changed in one move. Same happened with Arjun. Same happened with Arvind.
That's tough life, basically, to be a chess professional. Okay, Arvind played rook e8.
Here, king b4. He finds it. This was also, I thought, a tough move.
White is falling for another trick. When your opponent is in time pressure, play fast. That may not be a good idea, generally speaking. He played king b4 very fast, yeah? White has played.
Yeah, but rook c4 is a threat. Can't
Actually,
stop.
Amruta, it's quite a tricky position. Black is actually under real pressure here. Because there is no satisfactory move at all for Black in this position. He has to make a very, deep move like king g8 here.
Acha, you first get out of that problem. But this is not going to give me anything, yeah? Queen b1 check. King c4 will go.
No. Queen b1 check after king a5.
It's important.
Dangerous to play king a5.
No, but this is winning.
King a5 is, king a5. Rook b8 is not. Rook b8 is possible.
Yeah, that's why king a5 is just.
5, rook b8. No. King a5, rook b8. Yeah, can you keep this position, Amruta? Rook b8 check.
Achha,
now we'll give a tough question. Queen b1 check, king a5, rook b8.
Queen b8?
Now it's a tough question. No. Queen b8. The queen is supported. The rook is supported by the queen on b1. Yeah. White to play. Find a very good resource for white, guys. White to play and win, but this is a tough win. Can you guys get it? Let's see. Remember, Black is threatening a checkmate with queen b6. So you have to be very alert here. Okay, one of them found it. That's very nice. Now, guys, you have to give me two moves. One move is not good enough. Two moves you have to give me. White plays, black plays, white plays.
By the way, king a5, the position has happened till here, okay, just to tell you. And here, king
God.
g8 was played by Arvind. And we
Oh,
had
this
rook
is just
e8.
winning for white. This is
No,
just
no, no,
completely
no,
winning.
no, no. Rook b8 is our move. The question you have asked. Arvind played king g8 here, just to tell you.
Ah, he played the king.
But
He
still,
played the
that is
king.
also lost. Yeah, queen b1 check was not needed, but in time pressure, that's what you do. Is the move right? Where people are saying queen h3, king
Yeah,
g8,
queen
rook
h3 and rook
c8.
c8. Very good. The point is queen h3 check, king g8, rook c8, rook into c8, queen into c8, king h7, and just capture the c4 pawn, and white is completely winning here.
Oh my god.
This is good. What has happened in the game?
This one.
If you can
After
go
queen
back,
b1
yeah.
check, king a5, he did find king
He
a5.
played king g8. Now rook c4 simply wins because there is absolutely no counterplay for black here. In spite of the white king and being on a5. Amruta, it's a very, very clever game by Vitugo. Can you just go back a few moves? Here for queen g3, rook e8, king
Queen
h7.
g3,
Yeah,
rook
all the
e8.
king h7, queen g3, rook e8. King b4 was a fantastic move by Vitugo. Fantastic.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
had the
But it's so
vision to see
fast.
that c4 is weak, and in the resultant coming queen and pawn ending, the king on a5 is a very, very important piece. Advanced king in a queen and pawn ending, or a rook and pawn ending for that matter. So, king b4 was the move of a super grandmaster.
But so quickly he
Yes,
played, yeah, that
it's
move.
basically against our boy Arvind, but you have to admire Vitugo's
Yeah.
move. Very well played, and that too, yeah, very quickly played. We were talking about the opening preparations of a 2600 Grandmaster and 2700 Grandmaster today. You are seeing the skill levels, difference in skill levels between a 2600 and 2700. Stronger the players are, quicker they are in understanding the nuances of any position. Be it opening, middle game, end game, anything. When it comes to making out the nuances of the position, these guys are very quick and very skilled. So king b4 and king a5 are moves of a grandmaster who understood the nuances of this position. Beautiful.
Oof. But it does feel like, a great position Arjun had. Arvind also had a great position, and Arvind was almost like he also played very well here. And in time pressure, at the end of it, the culprit is time pressure, right? Over here for such a miss. I don't think Arvind would have missed that queen d, rook b8 and queen d3 idea if he would have had a little more time. So
There is this beautiful quote by Mark Dvoretsky, one of the best coaches ever in the world. He says that any defeat, any painful defeat, however accidental it may appear, you have to understand that there are always reasons behind such a defeat. I mean, it might have been a very, very painful defeat suffered by one of the players from a clearly winning position to losing the game. Doritsky's point is it is not accidental. There are always reasons. There are always chess and personality reasons which a player has to understand and correct. That's the way to grow in a game. I mean, definitely, the most important reason for Arvind losing this game is, as you said, I think is the clock.
Yeah, Queen C7 played by Nikita Vityoko right now, and Arvind down to 15 seconds now. This is the 37th move.
Two unfortunate results today, it seems. Three unfortunate results. Narayanan losing, Erigaisi drawing a winning game, and then now Arvind seemingly in a very difficult position. Okay, Vidit had a good win. That is one. And okay, Gukesh portion has changed drastically, Amruta.
Okay, should I go there?
Yeah.
So here, by the way, if you go rook c4, there is queen g5. I mean, you can still hang in there. So that's possible. Let's go to Gukesh and then we can come back. Oh my God, what happened?
That's the correct, this thing. Correct way to express yourself. Look at the king, black king. It's on g6.
Oh, he gave a pawn sacrifice, but then it can either work or it can be very deadly with the e4 pawn. Check, king moves here, queen g8, and that is a mistake because there is no mate, right? I mean, queen goes to d6 here. So 2 minutes each, and this is the 40th move. Is it going to be something like the
Just
40th
one
move and
move.
a
Just
mixed
one
match?
move. Just one more. So I know just a random move like king g1 will do, I think. But the point is, even though the black king is on g6, there is no real attack for white here. That's one worrying thing for Gukesh.
Did he stretch too much? Like, is
Possibly.
it like, was
But
it like
that is Gukesh style
yeah.
to basically go for a win in whatever the position is. But here, as you say, you're right. I think he's stretched a little.
Like even to like keep a solid draw, like every game. Still, even if you miss winning chance and all, it's still a very difficult thing to not lose. To not lose is very important if in this long tournament. Like now that I think of it,
Let's
what a
see.
risk! What a
Can I
risk!
go something like Queen C8 here?
Okay, if Queen C8,
Yeah.
what is your idea? Is it this?
Just to play Queen G4 check and keep my
Hmm.
hopes active.
Okay,
Keep
my
my hopes
question is,
alive.
my very first question is, can I go? Yo, E3 is a blunder, right? Because of rook D8. I'm not sure. If I go E3,
Let me go Queen G4 check.
rook G5. No, you don't have any
No, I have Queen
invitation.
E4 check and Queen into E3 now.
Oh, okay, that is a mistake. So then, what? King F7, I don't find very nice, but suppose.
King F7 now. Queen F3 check. Let's say
There you will try to get
that's a
some
draw. That's a draw.
perpetuity.
So
Yeah,
for Queen F3, can you go Queen F6? Let's say for Queen F3, Black can play Queen F6.
yeah. Queen B7, no?
Queen into B7 check. That's what White is having a lot of counterplay. For Queen B7, now Black has to go back King G6.
Yeah. So he didn't play Queen C8. He goes Queen H7 check here. And 40th move, and that is not a
I was
good move by the piece.
I was actually worried that he shouldn't do this. That's what he did.
Does it? But he can't even think of knight e4, right? With such a disco there. Like if king moves, knight e4 is not even, this is not even a threat because of rook
Yeah,
e4. So I don't think this is something he's going to miss for sure, tactically. Then what is the idea of queen h7?
I think it's just a 40th move thing. Let's just make this one check and let's get away with it.
15 seconds he had on the clock. That is how it is.
So I'm assuming that Black will play King F6. Yeah, that's the
No,
only move.
why couldn't he go king f7 actually? Because in 1.5 minutes, this is the 40th move for Ivan as well. So we have to see what he will choose. How natural is king f7, you think?
Let's anybody's guess. I don't see much of a difference between King G1 and King F7 and King F6. I played King F6 because there is no check after that.
Yeah.
King F7 gives the choice of the check at
Yeah.
G8, so I didn't want to allow that.
Hmm.
So let's say I go Queen G8 check now. White goes Queen G8 check now, and Black has to come back King G6 anyway.
Yeah. No, he goes king f6. Just while we were talking, he just played
But King F6.
Yeah.
Something doesn't sound right about King F6. Because,
Really?
this is
Because the computer says that that's the best move.
that's also fine, yeah. Okay, sure. No, I was worried that not worried. I was thinking that White could have a check with his knight somewhere, like knight e4 check or knight h5 check. Probably both are not working, right?
Yeah, not now. But one interesting, if h4, because h5 queen g6 looks a little bit tempting, and I don't think you can go for a move like e3 because Oh, first I thought rook d8 and takes, but maybe not. It won't matter, yeah? Wow, what do you do for e3? White has to find a only move here, which is given
No,
the
but why would white play h4, Amruta? It's not a
Acha.
necessary
So
call,
then
isn't
how do
it?
you, what do you do? Like going back queen g8 is like a waste move, no? What do you do here?
Honestly, there is no other move. King g1 or king h1 may not be advisable. Actually, there is no other move for white but to play king g8 here.
Or
Sad, but
queen g8, no?
that's what I said. Queen
Ah,
g8
you
back.
said queen
That's
g8.
what I said. Yeah, queen g8 back.
And this is so risky. What if I go e3? It's very risky. So this also is a little bit gone down right now. The pressure of the tournament is seen. Yeah, doesn't seem that normal at all. By the way, Hikaru Nakamura beating Tabatabai is clearly better. Can we check Arvin's game because man, that's fully gone. Queen c1 was played. Rook takes c4. Queen g5 check happened in the game. Rook went to c5 and he went queen d2 here. 40th move was queen d7. Arvind goes rook f8. But now the d pawn is going to rule and somehow the king looks safe on a5. So Arvind is losing here, clearly losing. Pawn up, draw.
Difficult day for India today. You know, basically they say about sports, sports is nothing but glorious uncertainties. We know all that, but we still feel bad when, people whom we are rooting for have a tough day in the office. It's very difficult to digest that, to be honest.
Nihal's
So,
game. Yes, let's go to Nihal's game because he was pressing there and maybe somewhere around rook f1, queen d7. He went queen e1. Is he maybe attacking b4? a5 was played. Now he goes queen d1. But I like that this pawn is always going to be under the scanner
I have
of the
this feeling
man.
that our man is enjoying his position too
Yeah.
much, isn't it? Actually, okay, you took the king for a walk across the board, dude, but do something. Come on. Don't be
G4.
enjoying
He's
so
like
much.
a little bit waiting, walking in the park, then coming back, and
Yeah.
then having a little sip of the
Yeah.
tea.
You feel like
G4,
shouting,
queen
"Yaar,
d1.
kuch to karo." Okay, we got it. You're enjoying yourself, but kuch to karo.
He's like, today I will play until the end. I will be the man.
See, this is the point of getting the king to b1. Having got the king to b1, now you can afford to open up the king's side. That's the point of this walk across the park for the white king. Beautiful, beautiful device in chess. As we are explaining, Tigran Petrosyan's favorite. I think I also told on the broadcast day before yesterday that there is a very beautiful game between Anatoly Karpov and Ulf Anderson, played in 1984 USSR versus rest of the world, where Karpov also does the same thing. That particular game, if you can see, have a look, guys. Karpov goes from his king from G1 to B1, and then he brings it back to E2 again. He enjoys himself twice the walk. Very famous game.
Oh, nice. Oh. Maybe today Nihal saw that game and then got inspired. So while Thayer is thinking, and I think they have got 50 minutes additional after 40 moves, guys. That's the time control there. So let's go to Gukesh's game very right now.
All those
Oh
things.
no,
No, no.
he's also going to think, yeah.
He got his 40th move and he also got his 50 minutes increment. So he's going to think again. So, any of the women games, Amruta?
They are because their time control is different. So I believe if I just have to check the results, first board
Yeah.
Anna Muzichuk versus Tan Zongi going on, and Anna Muzichuk is beating Tan Zongi, which is which is an important result there, because I think both of them were 3 out of 3. So Anna might become the sole leader. Bibi Sara versus Elizabeth. Bibi Sara beat Elizabeth. Vaishali beats Maria, and Goryachkina also wins her game. So if I have to say the bars, looking at our bars, Harika won. Harika won, no? No. Oh, Harika lost. That was difficult position.
Harika was having a
Oh,
difficult.
Harika lost. Yeah, Savita Shri drew. Divya drew. Tanya lost. Actually lost that game. And Vantika beats Gomez. Yeah, Vantika won. So that is a good result for Vantika. So if women's pairing might generally come sooner because their games end sooner. So we will keep a watch on that.
Yeah.
So by the way, if Anna wins in the women's section, then she goes to 4, and then on 3.5 it will be Vaishali, Bibi Sara, and Goryachkina. No, not even Goryachkina. Only 2 of them, Bibi Sara and Vaishali. So mostly Anna Muzichuk versus Vaishali tomorrow because the colors are matching.
Okay.
Oh, Vaishali might be on the top board tomorrow, and that would be a very important round for her.
But are you sure that Anna is winning today? Because
No,
the
this
ending,
one.
okay, she is 2 pawns up, but she has to still win the game. May not be so easy. And remember, Tanjangi is a very good defender. I mean, I'm off the hat. I'm not remembering the name of her opponent. Basically, this position, the win may not be so easy, especially because of bishops of opposite color being present.
Oh, got it. Okay, so if this is, but will the king not? Yeah, maybe. But if you are saying that she's a very powerful defender, yes, she does make this important move. Like, I mean, she is very alert there. Rook d6 is a good move. So if this game ends in a draw, then Vaishali actually joins the leaders then. And
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, we will keep a watch there. By the
There
way,
is an observation by Parth Solanke.
yeah.
The problem with youngsters is that they are not consistent and all that. See, I would put it this way. We can never generalize any group of players or a single player that this is their strength, this is their weakness in any tournament. First of all, this is an ongoing tournament, one. The second I would like to tell you is that, chess is an extremely difficult. Chess is an extremely difficult game. Mistakes, oversights, blunders, mishandling of position, this happens to everyone, basically. Right from Magnus Carlsen. I've seen there is a very famous game between Levan Aronian and Magnus Carlsen where Magnus Carlsen blunders into mate in 2 and Levan Aronian overlooks that. Chess is an extremely difficult game. You can never generalize that, youngsters play this way and experienced players play this way. And it's a very harsh judgment also to make such judgments. To make such assumptions. What I could say is this. If you really want to observe a player over a period of time, in chess especially, I think you should give a long rope. Minimum about an year, minimum about 100 rated games. This is what I will say as a decent rope to give for players. If someone is having a bad form, you cannot judge it by a few games or just a couple of tournaments. You should always wait for an year or so, wait for a long rope with 100 games or so. That's what I would say. So please be gentle in making judgments, especially, when it comes to chess players at the highest level between 2750 to 2650. Life is not so easy. That's what I would say.
Nice. I have a quote at home, which really helps, which is like, chess is 99% tactics. This is what we know. And then to keep reminding, life is 99% assumptions. Because
Oh, that's
everything,
beautiful.
if you try to kind of think deeper, so much of it is assumption. So really helps, that really helps. And generally there's not enough information, there's not enough depth, there's not enough understanding. Even for all of us, we don't know so many things what's happening there. But this assumption that they're playing bad, and today it is like that, the same move works, and then oh, they win, so I call that somewhere hypocritical attitude we all have. But we try to kind of make it less and less as much as possible. But this really helps. Life is 99% assumption, so please try to avoid assuming all the time, because in a way that is just being more and more true to yourself and to others.
And another quote I told you yesterday, yeah? Chess ennobles men, for it's full of disappointments.
Yeah, that one is important. That one is important.
I'll tell you a very funny story. Tony Miles, a very well-known, colorful grandmasters of 80s, is playing a US championship. I think it's the US championship or the US Open. There's some tournament in US, and I think it's an open tournament in US. So after the end of the event, three of them or four of them are tied for first. So there is a tiebreak tournament to decide who's the winner. And it's like a 6 round or 8 round blitz. I'm sorry, this story, I don't have the exact story in my hand. So I'm just telling what I remember vaguely. So it's a long tournament. So he starts off with 3 or 4 losses. Okay. So our man Tony Miles, being Tony Miles, what he does, he goes to the bar and brings a large glass of alcohol. I don't remember whether it's what it was, whether it was a wine or a beer or a whiskey, and starts playing, drinking that, and he does much better in the remaining games of the tiebreak. Chess is full of glorious uncertainties. So, make the best of it when you're having a bad time. There's never a better story than this story of Tony Miles.
Mayur says Tony Miles, the guy who opened 1 a6, 2 b5 versus Karpov, and won, I think.
Yeah, he defeated in a tournament which was televised live on television. He defeated Anatoly Karpov in UK. This in 80s. Yes, it is true.
Nice.
It is, by the way, 1 a6, 2 b5 is called as St. George's defense.
What is it? Saint?
St. George's. St. George, St.
Oh.
George's defense. He played that and defeated Anatoly Karpov. Yeah.
Nice. Rahul
Tony
says,
Miles
I
has a
watched
lot of
Sarah
fun.
Sir's book collection video on ChessBase India from 5 years back.
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks, man. Now to tell you another information, Tony Miles had a wicked sense of humor. Brilliant, brilliant British sense of humor. It has all been captured in a book by, I think the name of the author is Dominic Lawson or Chess Lawson. I'll get the name of the book. It is full of fantastic, fantastic jokes. Yeah, the name of the book is It's Only Me. This is a collection of essays written by Tony Miles or about Tony Miles. It is collected by a grandmaster, collected by Jeff Lawson. There are so many hilarious stories in this book. One of them comes to my mind immediately is, I told you, Miles had a deadly sense of humor. So Tony Miles has a teammate who, they were club mates. They were both playing in the club mates. This is his recollection. So he says Tony Miles had an acidic tongue. So one weekend he meets me in the club and says, so what are you doing in the coming weekend? And this guy, Tony Miles' friend, says, I'm going as a manager of the blind team of our club who are going to play in a team tournament. So Tony Miles looks at him and says, the blind leading the blind, eh? What he means is this guy, even though he can see, is as blind as a blind team when it comes to the chessboard. I mean, it's not a politically correct joke, but a joke is a joke. So if you take it as a joke, it's a typical Tony Mile acidic joke. Typical, yeah. I mean, he had a very different sense of humor.
This
He was
book,
there in
this book
India.
is about chess, or it's actually not about chess. Like
It's
this,
chess, it's chess, it's chess. It's
it's
full of chess
amazing.
games. Annotations
Who
by
is the
Tony Miles.
publisher? We get it. Yeah, we'll get it on Amazon.
That's a problem. It's not a common publisher. That is why this,
Ah,
the tragedy of chess is that some of the books are not well circulated. I think this book was by Batsford. You should be able to get it as a book distributor. This book was by Batsford.
okay. I'll check
Fantastic.
definitely.
When it comes to sarcasm, these two books will take the cake in the chess world. One is It's Only About Me by Tony Miles, and second is The King by Hein Donner.
That king.
The King.
The
King.
king. The king.
King. The King by Hein Donner, the giant of Dutch chess, and of course, It's Only Me by Tony Miles, compiled by Jeff Lawson.
Wow, so many amazing
I can tell you a
stories.
very quick joke in chess. See, Tony Miles wrote an article in New in Chess Yearbook on King's Gambit. Guys, you may need to hear it a little patiently because I'm going to tell a game. So, to understand the joke well, you have to listen to the game carefully. So, what Tony Miles does, maybe I can open the ChessBase chat and I can type out the moves so that guys can understand it.
No,
Yeah,
I'll make the moves. No,
my own hand.
I'm making
I can make the move. Okay, this is brilliant. So, E4, E5. Now, hold on. F4. Now, Tony Miles makes this argument that E4, E5, F4 is a blunder because E4, E5, F4, the way to bust it is NC6. Now, if white plays knight F3, his argument is F5 is winning for black. This is a hilarious article, okay? Hilarious article full of jokes, okay? Now, Tony Miles quotes again from a database. Go back, E4, E5, F4, NC6. Now, the white player's name was Gottschalk, if I remember.
Yeah?
Okay.
Gottschalk.
So, Gottschalk, Gottck, if I remember correctly. So now Gottschalk understood that for N3, F5 is lost. So to prevent F5, white played F5 here. Queen H4 check and he resigned. Queen H4 check and white resigned. And Tony Miles' annotation is brilliant here. Brilliant. I'll never forget it. He says, as a theoretician, he was far ahead of his times, the white player. As a theoretician, he was far ahead of his times. As a player, a little less so. This is one of the bestest ever annotations on chess I've ever read, actually. Look at that acidic tongue and the sarcasm. As a player, he was far ahead of his times. As a player, a little less so. This was like
such
hilarious.
Yeah. So funny.
And he says this whole system of go back, E4, E5, F4, NC6, NF3, F5, this whole system of refuting the King's Gambit was founded and perfected in the smoke-filled bars of Australia when he visited Australia. I mean, to write about chess like this, who won't enjoy this kind of writing, This is a book, anyone who wants to have a good laugh and also to celebrate the life of a guy, he loved chess, Tony Miles. He might have had his faults. He loved chess. To celebrate a life of a guy like Tony Miles, you have to buy his books to honor him and to read this book.
Wow. Amazing. That was a cool story. A lot of fun there. Oh, by the way, we have Sagar in the chat. Guys, guess what blunder Gukesh's opponent made here? Sarah, look. H4 has happened on the board.
What?
So Gukesh firstly played H4. No, right now is not. We are getting maybe news there, but I think Gukesh is basically planning right H5. So if you play e3, I'm always first looking at e3. Sagar, I know you won't be able to tell us the move, but at least you have given some.
Among other things, Sagar is a sadist also. Kidding, joking.
Okay, is the game over or it's going on?
So what is a blunder, Sagar?
No, not
Blunders.
here. No. He has a inside info. No.
I know that's what. So I'm trying to say. I mean, blunder can be anything, right? King E7 is a blunder. Rook G5 is a blunder. Anything can be a
But
blunder.
why do you think it will happen here immediately? It could also happen
That's
in
what
the
I'm
next.
trying to see. What
Ah,
can be a blunder at the level of Ivan Saric,
E3.
correct?
Let me see E3. I think here even a blunder is only going to give a draw. I doubt if it
Oh
can
my
give.
God, I can see that Sagar has given the move.
Black goes knight f4.
And he allows
Oh, let's ask a chat. Chat,
chat,
guys.
chat, 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 chat. Find out chat. For knight f4, what is the move for white? Sagar bhai, you came and made the hearing the mild stories even better by giving us good news.
Yeah, it was very funny. Later, you should check it out. Niranjan says, please stop this video. I'm feeling nausea while watching it in loop again and again.
Which one?
There's a video going on of the starting
Ah,
line. Okay, I
why do
will.
you even look at it? Naren? Oh, not 94. I was thinking 94 actually. 94 is met with 94, rook e4, queen e4, knight g6. So queen e4 is very clever.
Oh, actually, if I see, most of you had mentioned knight e4. But queen
Yeah.
e4, Srinjaya, Anup, Digitology, Krishna, CS, Arjun, and Sasivian. That's the right
क्या बात
answer.
है भाई क्या बात है
अरे हाँ, you have to बीच में maybe हिंदी की practice लेनी पड़ेगी. You know, now
किसका
Vishy can actually speak Hindi. Like it was way decent this time.
Are you sure?
Decent, matlab, I mean, he didn't know Hindi, and now he can
I,
actually speak some Hindi. Is big progress, no?
I
Completely
don't
learn.
know.
Like
Come.
imagine I don't know Tamil. I'm like speaking. I'm understanding and speaking. No.
Really? Okay. It's news for me. I wish you are right.
Oh yes, Queen E4 and Gukesh plays it, but Sarah's story is more epic. That's what Sagar says. So he did hear it. By the
Did
way,
he play Queen e4? Did he play Queen e4 really?
yeah. He's played it. Queen takes
Ah,
E4,
so this is how twists and turns look like in a chess game.
and then you
And
have
knight
a
e6 and
exchange
white
up.
wins.
So that would be
So the
blue.
point is after Queen e4, black should not take rook e4. So if
Yeah,
black does not take rook e4, what happens? Let's go for a minute, yeah?
yeah.
The point is, Sarich assumed that knight e4 was the only threat there. He didn't see queen e4. That's the only equation we have.
That is very
Okay, now
tricky,
I
no? By
think,
Gukesh. Actually, I
yeah, yeah,
also,
yeah.
I mean, even the chat missed it, and this is sudden, all of a sudden.
I think black has a very tricky move here.
Here,
After queen e4, black has a very tricky resource.
is it knight
Can you
h5?
find out what is it? Yeah, knight h5.
Shit, okay, I should not have said. I said because I thought normally I'm making mistakes, but then it was by fluke, not a mistake. So knight h5, of course you can't take it. There's a check. So what to do?
So I thought queen f3 check, king g6. Okay, you cannot take knight into h5 at some point. So let's take it now itself. So knight into h5 now. And for rook into h5 check, you have king
Post, huh?
h3 and yeah, it should be a draw. Yeah,
Mm.
should be a draw. What a turn of events.
Yeah. So knight f4 was really, I mean, he did miss it. Wow. But otherwise, in fact, I was going to ask you a question because knight f2 seemed very tempting for black. And what would you consider here after knight f2 for white?
See, that's what H5 is obvious, but it's a blunder.
Check.
Hmm.
It's the problem there. You can't go there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It would have been a very difficult question for Gukesh.
Very
Honestly,
difficult.
it's very difficult to suggest
Yeah.
moves for white. Okay, probably Queen G8 was the only move coming out
Yeah.
of the closet and threatening Queen D8 check, and exchanging of the queens was probably good way to fight for a draw.
Yeah. But okay, the move has been updated right now. Knight F4 on the board.
Hmm.
Instead of King
Very
H3, Queen A3
interesting
would be a
question by
H4. Hmm.
Rakesh Rocky. Why do players tend to make mistakes at the very last move going into the time trouble control? Very good question. Basically, you are under pressure whenever you are going towards a time control. See, not just if you have to be under time pressure to feel relieved when you cross the 40th move, even if you have half an hour in your clock also, something happens in your psyche deep inside when you cross the 40th move. Acha, time control is over now and we have more time to think and let's take our time. This is what everyone thinks. So somewhere deep inside, whenever you are playing chess, when you are approaching move 40, there is always the need for release, release of nervous energy. That makes people a little too eager to play the 40th move and be done away with it. That feeling of wanting release always makes 39th, 40th moves and all that, very, very tricky to play. Uh, Indians here on the chat will easily understand the analogy of cricket. You know, if a batsman hits a six and then a second six, the third ball is the most dangerous for any batsman of any level because when you have hit two sixes, it's very, very difficult from your hands to go for the third six and get out on the third ball, they say. This is a very basic coach's manual of cricket. Every coach teaches their students this one. It is the same way in chess. You want your whole body is crying for release when you're approaching the 40th move and you blunder. That's what happens.
Yeah, in panic, generally also in panic. It's you're not in the best mind frame, so your decision making is impacted. It's the same, no? Yeah.
Already when you're playing chess, when you're not in your best frame of mind. So much pressure and so much tension and all
Hmm.
that.
Rook F8 check. So queen takes e4 has been played, and black is thinking. Ivan is thinking. I think for a moment I would say that he would have been very shocked after this move. Like he's like, what did I miss? He wouldn't have believed. And yeah, Gukesh once again showing not so easy. When you're playing with him, he's very resourceful. An interesting pairing just was, by the way, Aronian versus Ponomario. And
Huh?
this is Aronian's pieces are very interesting, but the A pawn, yeah, still a complex endgame, I would say, though has been
Complex
serviced.
endgame, but don't you feel pity for the rook on g7?
Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely a bichara. Oh, but
You
there is
feel like
another thing. If I move my rook, I have to be alert for the threat of f6.
But okay, the pawn on a4 is very dangerous. Black's pawn
Hmm.
on a4. So very complex position.
Yeah.
See, this is the problem. You see the bar, it says it's equal. Then you see the pawn on a4 and you are like, what? That's what, very, very difficult to understand chess from an engine's point of view always.
Yeah. So this is complex right now. Gukesh's opponent has not yet made a move. Ronak game ended in a draw. Praggnanandhaa ended in a draw for all those who have joined late. Murli Karthikeyan's game with Kirill Shevchenko, that also ended in a draw. Hari Krishna. What about Nihal? One second. It's Nihal playing with their. Oh,
Yeah, actually, we should check the
ah,
game.
yeah. Oh,
Nihal
some
is
progress
Nihal's
after
advantage.
G4, Queen
Lot of
D1.
progress. Lot of progress here.
takes rook h2. That was such a bad move. But when a natural move is a bad move, I always say ki, it's okay. It can happen. Rook h2
Why is it a bad move? I'm curious.
because it's g5.
H2 G5. Okay. Still, why is it a bad move? I'm curious.
So if bishop goes back,
E7.
now
Yeah.
rook is coming, and it
I'm
went
invading on the
mating.
H
Yeah.
file. Invading on the H
Oops.
file.
Is it a mating net? Like
Yeah, it
suppose
is
you
a
just
mating net.
take here first to just clear a very simple thing, and your king can't
Just
run away. There is mate. Yeah, yeah, you just can't take it actually.
Amruta is a clever move here for rook H1. I mean,
Bishop
bishop
e7
G5,
interfering.
bishop E7, rook H1. If black plays rook H5.
Hmm. Hmm.
So can we ask chat to find a nice move for white here?
Yes. White to play, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's not an obvious move. It's a bit of a
Yeah.
strategic move.
I
Anyway,
mean, I have not
let's try
yet
to.
got it, but I'm
Uh-huh.
trying.
Uh-huh.
Text. Yeah. Seems like it.
Okay, I wouldn't say it's a
Oh, am I giving
great
counterplay?
move, but it's a very.
Are people getting it? Did the chat get it?
Okay. Actually, oh no, no, no. Maybe I need not have been so clever. I was thinking that black can go something like Queen G1. I was thinking the
Okay.
idea is to go next move Rook H5, Rook H5.
Hmm.
Well, actually, I can just go straight away also, right?
Queen G1,
Yeah.
no?
Okay. It's just pointless. No, no. I think no.
But how was
Simply.
Rook H3? Because I was looking at this first, I thought that I'm forcing you, but then
Yeah,
the
you're just.
calculation went into Queen F4,
Yeah,
and
that's not good. So the simplest way is Amruta just to play Rook H5, GH5, Rook Queen H1. That's much simpler.
oh, Queen H1.
Yeah.
Okay, this and
Sometimes,
then defend this and then go Rook H3.
as James Bond said, sometimes the old ways are the best.
But I also
Okay.
like your Queen
Now,
G1 move though.
hey,
Anyway.
there is a nice move here. There is a nice move here. After
Okay.
Rook H5, GH5, Queen H5, King G6, how will you win the game? That's very
Wait,
nice. It's a
sorry.
clever idea here.
Rook
Rook H5,
H5,
GH5, GH5, Queen H1, King G6, let's say.
Queen
It's a very
H4.
clever way to win. Yeah, Queen H4.
I
That's
showed. I thought I showed already. This Rook H3 and then takes.
nice.
I mean, with the computer's help, of course.
Yeah.
So here he played. By the way, moves happened for G5, Bishop D8. Samuel goes Bishop D8.
Yeah.
Nihal very quickly. Now Nihal is not thinking. Nihal is like, now I don't want to walk in the park anymore. My legs are paining. I want to have dinner. Go to sleep. No. Play some bullet. Sorry, and then go to sleep. So Rook H1 happening on the board. So now I think black has an escape square basically. Yes, he does go King F8. Is Queen H8 not giving you anything or not a
There's
big
no
deal?
need to chase after the king. You can just go Rook H3 check, which is a better move, I think.
Rook H3. King A7 is forced. And then Rook H8, yeah? Yeah,
Yeah.
the knight always blocked any counterplay, no, on the C file.
The knight is a monster sitting on C4 simply.
It is a monster, but it's like that, it never had to attack anybody. Just a monster which was nicely watching TV and all the work was done by others, like a Don, yeah?
See that one move on one knight on C4 completely shuts down any threat to the white king. And then, the A5 pawn is always under check and the E5 square is under protection. It's an extremely strong piece in this game. I think it is a pivotal piece which will help white to win the game.
Hmm. So yeah, so Nihal is winning. In fact, what is Nihal is right now on 1.5, right? So he will move to 2.5. Or is he on 2? Maybe I'll check. By the way, Hari also beat Shreyas Royal today, so he won his game.
Uh-huh.
And Aryan is playing. Aryan is exchanged down, but this seems like a kind of fortress, possible fortress. Of course, black can try maybe, but should be able to hold, no? Two less material there.
Yeah, this is very good chances because, the pawn on e4 doesn't have any scope of moving at all. And I don't see a great way for black to attack the g4 pawn as well. So, yeah, I
So this
think
will be a
Aryan
draw.
has very good chances to hold a draw against Theodoru.
Okay. And Abhijit Gupta versus Adiban today were
Oh,
paired. And
we didn't see the game at all, and they're still going
I,
on.
in between for a moment, when you were gone for dinner, I just had a look. But
Uh-huh.
h4 and Abhijit is a pawn up right now. He has this rook on the rank. Oh, interesting rook endgame, actually.
Yeah. I don't see
Arvind game,
much of
Arvind game.
that.
Why is everybody saying Arvind? Did he make any chances or what? Oh, what? Oh, Arvind is equalized. Man, can't believe it because it was like super dead gone. But King A6, Nikita Vityagov made a mistake. But how should he have continued? That's also a question. He had to give this check.
Mm.
Still, not easy, no? That you have to, you cannot take the pawn with the king. Oh, this is tough.
I'm enjoying your expression. Super dead gone.
Who said? I said.
Use it. Use it. Oh my God. Who said? I said. Yes, you said. Super dead gone.
Oh my god. No, but this is like, the computer says not to take this pawn with the king, but I am not, like, of course, queen a6, then there is queen c3. I understand that. But why to wait? Like, why is the computer saying that wait? Do not, like queen c5 or, oh, look, even the computer may not be understanding. Queen c6, yeah. He's saying queen c6 is the best move. Very tough to understand.
A
Ah,
very simple win for white, this position.
oh, deep on, yeah. You want to just start pushing deep on.
Yeah, yeah. The king on a5 is actually safe if you push the d pawn instead of any other pawn or win the a6 pawn. That's a big
Oh,
surprise.
nice.
Okay, it's very tempting to give an explanation why people blunder after the 40th move. The explanation can be you feel so relaxed that you blunder. But honestly, this is a real surprise because such a strong player like with you going wrong around the 42nd move like this, that's a big surprise actually.
No, but I,
I mean,
I find
I
it
don't.
tough actually. I do find it tough because why I find it tough, I don't find this as tough. Like, once you see the plan, it feels easy. But the problem is when you have a move like king a6, when everything else is defended. It's just so natural, yeah, to take the pawn and feeling like you have now three pawns and your king is also safe. That's the reason you kind of don't look into other plans, maybe.
There is this international master, Willie Hendricks, who wrote this brilliant book, Move First, Think Later, which won the Book of the Year award and all that in
Yeah,
2017. A
yeah, yeah.
brilliant. So, in that, he explains there is this position where white queen on b5 and black has pawns on a7, b7, c7, and king on c8. Okay. And black plays king b8, white plays queen d8, it's checkmate. Okay, so he is black and he explains, no, I was not drunk. No, I was fine. I was not sick. Yes, I made king b8 and got mate in one. No, I was not under time pressure also. So, like that. Chess is an extremely difficult game. Sometimes with your eyes wide open, you can do all kinds of mistakes because it's simply impossible. They say, making children play chess is like, let's say you make a 10-year-old kid play chess. It's something like making a 10-year-old kid study for quantum physics. It's that hard on a young
Hmm.
brain. It is the same on an adult brain also. Any
Okay.
kind of irrational things can happen, like it happened to our friend Vitugo. Good for our other friend Arvind Chidambaram.
Yeah, no, it is very hard, and those moments, hundreds of things are going on in the so much calculation, so much energy, so much psychologically they had to think. It's impossible to keep playing perfect chess. It's just too much of an expectation. Nihal won, by the way. The game is done, over. So that's a great result we have. Nihal really played amazing, yeah. That knight d1. You kind of somewhere predicted it actually. So, by the way, how did this enter in an equal position though? Queen e2 check was given by Arvind Chidambaram. King went to b6 here. And Arvind starts with f5, which was a key move to still, I mean, it was a key
He
move to
shuts the
start
gate.
countering.
It shuts the gates for the white king queen to come back into the queen side. He
Oh, so
shuts the
it's
gate.
not even about, starting with the F pawn as a race. That's not the main thing is to shut this off. And yeah,
Hmm.
the queen suddenly seems like what is it doing on H3 apart from defending this? Oh, that is a important one. So it goes to G3 and opens the new gates. Arvind now gives a check on B2.
B2. Yeah.
King goes to A7 over here, and Arvind is thinking right now, uh, for black, what should he play?
The point is now I simply attack the pawn on a4 with just queen a3 or queen a2, either of that.
Hmm. And I can't go
Point
check
is
by, I can't
white
support.
cannot give checks and support it.
Check.
Queen. Let's say queen a3, queen b8 check,
Hmm.
and now you go king h7,
Hmm.
and
And
now if white
queen
plays queen
b4.
b4, let's say,
Yeah.
I can
Oh,
simply play queen a2 again. And okay, sorry, Amruta, instead of queen a3, I'll go queen a2 rather. Sorry,
earlier only. Here.
earlier. Instead of for king a7,
Ah,
let
so
me go
you're attacking this. So
even
queen
simpler.
b2 check, queen b8, king moves.
Queen b8 check, king b8. Let's say you
And
go
I
queen
go
b4.
now, I go maybe, let's say I go queen b4. Okay, suppose I go queen b4 still.
You know what? There is queen b4. Now I'll be the greedy one and take queen into h2 here.
Really?
Really, I'm Anatoly Karpov. I have water in my veins today. And now
Oh.
I'm going to play queen c7 check, which is actually a perpetual if you check it out.
Oh, so if I go d5,
I
then
have
you
queen
will
a7, queen
check.
c7 check, let's say. Yeah.
I can't go queen b7, then okay, queen a5 check.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So now if you go queen b7 check, I have queen a5 check, and
This is,
that's it. It's
yeah,
kaput
this is a
basically.
draw. Yeah.
Yeah. So d5 you cannot play.
Oh, look at this.
The
If I try
best
to even go queen a6, it can even flip because after taking my pawns could be more dangerous.
you bet.
Hmm.
So the best move is queen b7 after queen into h2. Okay. Queen b7. Now the point is, forget the king. I have got a passed pawn and I'll push it with f4, f3, and so on. And so
Hmm. Oh, right. So this can be a race. Are we going to go for four queens on the board?
on. Careful there for d6. Black may take queen into d6
Oh,
also.
it's. Yeah, correct. Queen
Be careful.
d6.
Be careful.
Yes. That was a
Now, if queen into f3, I have queen
blunder.
d7 check and queen into a4, for example.
Hmm.
Yeah. So,
Nice.
the f5 was a clever move because it also, started the started the rolling of the passed pawn for black also with f5.
This
So,
is amazing
really
move, right?
kudos to Arvind
Amazing.
Chidambaram for finding f5 in this position.
Yeah, and now I do think that it is very possible to miss this move. Like Nikita you can overestimate such a position. Suddenly f5 is coming out of nowhere.
One of the comments by Aditya Sen is comedy of errors, Arvind game. You can say comedy as well as you can say tragedy.
Tragic. Like
Yesterday,
Dorothy, tragicomedy. Like
yeah,
Dorothy.
yesterday, Tragedy Comedies in the Endgame is a book by Dvoretsky. You're very right. Yesterday, I was telling you, right? They asked Mel Brooks, how can you define comedy? And he said, I cannot define comedy, but one man's tragedy is always another man's comedy. There you go in Oren's game just now. This is like really eventful, to say the least, this whole game. So, any other game worth attention now? Among the
Yeah,
women's
one
section, we haven't
second.
looked at it
No,
for long.
it's all over. Because the time
Uh-huh.
control is different. They
Uh-huh.
are having only 1.5 hours, like 90 minutes. I still don't know why the time control is different. Do you have any idea the candidates for women's candidates time control is also 1.5 hours?
I don't think so, but we can find out always.
Because I think the major reason for the Grand Swiss for men's section is because of, I mean, it makes sense, yeah, the time control is more for similar to candidates and world championship in some way.
Okay, so it'll be in Toronto, I suppose, yeah? The women's candidate in 2024 will be in Toronto, right? That's the one.
Oh, that's also together, yeah?
Together in Toronto. And as of now, there is no information on the candidate's time control as far as I can
No, for
see.
last one, did you by chance have an idea? What was
We
it?
can see that, yeah.
Knight H5 he did play, by the way. Yeah. Eco. Got it, guys. That's the equal there. And let me all show you also the results of today. If they must be updated, I guess, for fourth round. Yes, there we have actually top board is still going on and Anna versus. Wait, that must have been over. I'll check it out. For men's section, we have a draw on top board. Caruana versus Sindaro. Arjun also draw. So 3. Arvind Lamy Samuel are playing. SC got 3.5. So he's actually, as of now, a sole leader. It depends on Samuel Sevian versus Arvind Lamy. Oh, SC Penko is sole leader. Nakamura wins. He's on 3. Anish 2.5. Then we have Vidit on 3. Yeah.
For the last candidates tournament, women candidates tournament, the time control was 1.5 hours for the first 40 moves, and rest of the game for rest of the game for half an hour, and with half a minute increment from move one.
So that's why they have the same. That is the reason the time control is based on what it will be in candidates and
Candidates.
But also
Okay.
world championship also. If okay, maybe the same then. That's the
Yeah,
reason.
must be the same. But the question then it begs the question as to why? Why can't it be the same for men and women at all? Yeah.
Yeah. Unless women have said no, we don't want to play that much, but I doubt. So
The
yeah.
question: would you suggest build up your chess series by Arthur series to reach 2000? Would you suggest? See, the thing is, books are books at the end of the day. They are not coaching manuals. So at the end of the day, whatever book you're reading, it all depends on what work you do beyond that. See, you may solve, you may study, you may read everything, but at the end of the day, the player has to do the work. You have to put the board, put the pieces, and then start working, start solving. So at the end of the day, if you work hard, yeah, any series is good. Definitely, Yusupo series is worth it. But one thing is better than Yusupo series, even Yusupo series, you'll get a lot of lessons. Even better that would be to solve. I quoted about 5 to 6 sources about 1 hour ago. To solve relentlessly on a daily basis, that would be a better way to take you to becoming a stronger player.
Hmm.
You're
Nice.
you're
And
actually
also
sorry,
live
Amruta.
games,
I
you have
I
mentioned live games, watching and playing. Yeah. No, what did I say? No, I was looking at Gukesh's game. They
yeah,
did
yeah.
play Queen E4, Knight H5
Uh-huh.
was played, and Queen
Mhm.
F3 check was given by Gukesh.
Yeah.
Ivan goes King G6 over here. So yeah, almost I don't know if Gukesh, if he wants to go in a plain draw, maybe this is the way. Takes Queen G3 going into the rook end game. But if Gukesh in the mood he went for rook H8 and Queen F8 and all that, if he really wants to try, I doubt if he will even take on H5 here. Might.
I'm very sure the guy would be now playing for a win. But what worries me once again is he has less than 10 minutes on the clock against 31 minutes.
No, he has
I think,
21 minutes and Ivan has 31
okay.
minutes.
Okay. I saw in chess24.com. Okay.
No,
So Leech's
yeah, this
okay.
is correct. Leech's time is
Official.
better. Correct. So that is why Gukesh's game is going on. Uh, the other rook and actually no top game, no, on top boards we don't have right now apart from Arvind. Yeah, Arvind and Gukesh both. Oh, let's see Arvind's game because he did give a check, king b6, f5, queen g3, queen b2 check happened on the board. King went to a7, and now Arvind
What
went
we saw, right? Queen A2 is what
queen
we saw
a2.
just.
Yeah, and Nikita took the pawn on g6. This is something we didn't see, but of
Just a draw.
course you're going
After
to
Queen
take here.
into A4, it should be just a draw because
But
with
not
check,
just no three pawns still until there are three pawns. Some risk of a queen exchange or no?
risk. The point is, Amrita, now you will lose the C3 pawn also with check, right?
Oh yeah, where do I go? Actually,
Yeah.
first question is where do queen a6 maybe?
That may be a blunder, Amrita.
Okay. Why?
Yeah, it's a blunder.
Why? What? And I don't even understand yet.
I'm so sorry. See, one man's tragedy is always another man's comedy.
Guys, can you find it? Black to play. And why am I not? Oh shit! No, 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 no,
Yes,
no, 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 no,
your
no, no.
tragedy is my comedy. Anyway,
You know,
you're also
I was
into
like in
6 hours of
completely
commitment.
another world where you just forget about that, completely forget about that, and
Yeah,
suddenly,
this
mindset
is a difficult
shift.
game, as we have been telling.
Yes,
Yeah, Anup
Anup,
Shankar got it immediately.
very
Yeah.
smart with a check. So the F pawn
So
rolls.
instead of Queen A6, I think Black is forced to move the king. When you can just play Queen B3 check and take Queen into C3.
Hmm,
Somewhere this should be a draw. I mean, I don't see
nice.
any way that White can win this.
Then this will be a fair. I mean, Arvind was of course very much better, slightly better always. But then it went to a very dangerous position. You can say lost. So then draw is good.
The British expression is poetic justice. This is poetic justice.
Which is this point
Poetic
poetic.
justice. Poetic justice.
Nice. Queen a4 check. That's a important one for Arvind because almost on top boards and maintaining that steadiness is important. So Arvind will draw the game. Gukesh's opponent still thinking must definitely be a little bit in what happened. You know no, right? There, like some players when They make a move and later you have more time, like you can get additional time. I have heard stories where the players keep thinking on, oh my god, what did I miss, and why did I not play that, and they're just not thinking about the current position. So
It's a very interesting story. Anand versus Karpo, a game in 1990s. So Karpo has a winning position, but he messes it up and ends up losing. And before resigning, Karpo has a long think, like 15 to 20 minutes of thing, if I remember correctly. And then he resigns, and then he immediately shows Anand where he missed the win. So everyone is thinking, and they all understand. Karpo was thinking for the last 20 minutes about where he missed the win. True story. Chess has very complex characters, and the more stronger you are, the more complex you become as a character in chess, as a chess player. Is what I've definitely seen that in real life as well.
Yeah. Ivanchuk missed mate in one. Ah no, that was Ivanchuk versus Vishy. Which I thought today.
I'm sorry to say that, but is Chucky playing this tournament?
Yeah, he is.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice his games at all. I'm so sorry.
Ivanchuk. Today he played with Daniel Darda, and it was a quick draw, 21 move draw.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. And Adiban's Rook Endgame has. Oh, Abhijit Gupta is now clearly winning actually. Like
really?
Yeah, from here, actually, Rook E2 was a big blunder by Adiban. E2.
Where did he blunder?
This move, E2 right now. He had to still maintain, and maybe Rook F2 or Rook A2. These two.
I think it's still a draw. Still a draw. E2, okay. Let's say King F2.
King F6 event.
Yeah,
Rook B6
King F6
check.
event. Rook B6 check. Okay.
King E5.
No, maybe this King F6 was a blunder.
Okay. Then what?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to work out. Okay. Because it doesn't look like.
He's losing the G7 pawn, it seems like.
Yeah, you're right.
If you say that if he goes to King E5, but if he would go to F7 here, let's say, what happened with King E5, one more I'll show, because that's just the game right now. Rook G6 happened, and this is the problem. I think he's losing the G7 pawn. But here, if he would have gone for check King F7, then G5. And what do you do for G5 after G5?
See, if this is the best that black can get, then he's probably lost for a long time. If we can retract a little bit, let us say, the position after they exchange the bishops and all that. See,
but here it is, computer is saying here it is a draw. If that is true, here black should go Rook F2.
Rook F2 is a typical computer move, very difficult.
Okay. Another natural move, Rook A2. Is this a draw? Because the question is for Rook A2. What if firstly, if I go King F3, then now E2 is different.
Okay.
Because you'll have to spend another move, King F2. And now I go King F6, because now if you give a check here, the difference is.
No, but my question is, why get into these things at all? Keeping a pawn on E2, which is very precarious.
Okay,
if you can go a little before that.
I can go back just to end the variation here.
When white played Rook. But this is why
this is the point, because here H5 is also a strong move. H5 is definitely there. Rook A4 is there. But if we go back and then you tell me which point you were mentioning. What should black play?
See, after Rook into B4, AB4 rook. Yeah, this point. No. The pawn is still on E4.
Okay.
You can go back a little bit.
Here.
Yeah. Yeah. See, it is. Yeah, this rook c2 check is the culprit. It's very difficult to. It is very difficult to believe that this portion is lost. I think the simplest is rook c3 check here.
Here, rook c3.
Yeah, rook c3 check. Yeah.
But if I go king f4, rook h3, yeah, that should be a draw.
Push e3. Push e3. King f3 is forced. Yeah. Now rook a3 is a simple draw here. Don't give any counterplay for white.
And if I go h4?
If you go h4, that's a good question.
You wait with king f6? You will have to, no? You don't have a choice. Or
what do I do h4? Now I just find the right configuration for h4. Okay, Amruta, let's play king f6 here.
Okay.
Now see, the point is now rook b6 check if you go, like the earlier variation.
Yeah.
I can just go king f7. Don't come up, don't come up.
And yeah, if
better
I go
to have a life
G5,
better to have a life without any ambitions. G5. So G5, I take AG, AG.
Okay.
Just take rook into A4. Where is the win? That's a simple draw.
This is a draw.
So life without ambitions is very simple. Why do you bring the rook king up at all? I don't understand.
So what is so different in Adiban's play? Actually, here isn't the same thing. Like he went king f6. Why is this so drastically different? Because he doesn't have the rook on a2. It was important. He allowed the rook to just freely move. King e5 now. Rook g6. Yeah. Now he goes rook a2 here. But I think it's already late. Yeah, this one move did matter because rook g7 is winning. h5 was played by Abhijit Gupta. He goes h5 because if you take here, essentially he's saying that this is going to be winning for him. He will win the pawn. Will win this pawn.
Oh. Is he forced to do this? Because even this doesn't look very convincing for me. See, h4 for e2, sorry, for e3, white played h4, correct?
E3.
I'm going before, much more before. So e3, white played h4. Now for e2, he played king f2, correct? This is what happened. Yeah. 46, king f2 king. Now black played king f6.
Correct.
Yeah. In this position for rook b6, I'm trying to understand why not king f7 again. Why did he go king a5? I'm trying to understand.
King f7, king f7, g5.
Following your motive of
because
now the point
rook on a2.
A2. That's the point. This is very interesting, Amruta. So g5, h g5, rook a2. Rook b7 check. Okay. Yeah.
King got f8.
King f8. King f8. Okay, this is. I thought I'll ask chat what is the win here, but white can win in many ways. I think. You know, he can play rook a7. He can play rook b8 check. Anything and everything is winning.
Man, that was a big miss then by Adiban actually, and it was not so. It was very subtle. It was not like, oh, obviously, it's not an obvious blunder at all. Tough one. Intricacies. Okay, so Abhijit Gupta is winning here with Adiban. Going to Aryan Chopra is he's solidly holding, so that will end in a draw. Gukesh, what happened? Did he? Oh, Gukesh's game ended in a draw. In that, where did they end actually? Oh, lots of things happened actually. After knight f4, queen e4, knight h5, queen f3, king g6, knight h5. He took. Oh no. Lots didn't happen. That was my analysis. This ended in a draw. Knight h5 ended a draw. So Arvind, his game also ended in a draw actually.
Give me a moment. I'll be back. Just give me a moment.
After king a6, which was a blunder, Arvind. Yeah, we saw all of this, guys. King went to a7, queen a2, queen g6. Just a move, one move later, it was a draw. So we'd covered everything. So actually, right now, the only Aryan and Abhijit Gupta versus Adiban. Oh, Adiban's. H5 was played, rook a4, and he does take rook g7. So he's winning here. What about Firuza? Nijat? Oh, Nijat Abasa versus Firuza today, yeah? Firuza is winning. Yeah, exchange up and. Can it be a fortress or. No, it can't be because at some point king h3 has been played, right? So let's say you cut the king off, can't go to h4. It would be a big blunder. I do nothing. Let's say I just go knight e5, knight g6. The problem is my king is going to come out here, and if you do nothing, I will try to go into a king pawn endgame. Can I go rook e2 here? Ah, no, sorry. Knight f7 check. What a surprise. It's still fine because you can't take this pawn over here because the knight is getting trapped, I believe.
So this is Alireza Firoza's game.
Ah, yes, he's playing with Nijat Abasov. So I'm just
Uh-huh.
looking at if at all there is any, fortress, but doesn't seem so. And there is another game. This is an important game from the leader's perspective because Samuel Sevian versus Erwin Lamy, it's equal. If any of them wins, they will go to 3.5. But if they draw, then that means Esipenko would be the sole leader.
Okay, but I think the game is ending in a simple draw, yeah? Just as black has played queen 7, just queen g5 check is spoken.
Okay, then it's clear
Even king h8
Esipenko
might
will
have
be the sole leader. Caruana versus Esipenko, no? That means tomorrow. And Aronian versus Ponomario is also a rook end game actually. E7, rook e8.
sounds pretty, to borrow your term, sounds pretty equalish for me.
This one, no? Yeah.
Equalish. I really like it.
The point of not learning, not going to the best school in terms of where you convent school or something like that, where your English is developed by staying with all South Indian chess friends in tournaments and they laughing at you when you say wrong, grammatically wrong, and that is how it develops for chess players.
You're still much better. I studied in a village school till third standard, and till 10th standard I studied in Tamil medium. So English, when it
Wow.
comes to
But then your
education, I got.
English and your vocabulary and everything is so brilliant.
I don't know.
How?
My wife speaks much better English than me, and she got educated in some of the best schools of Kolkata, and the college also. So her English is much better than me, and she keeps correcting my English. You may think that English is good, but I only know that even now I have a lot of gaps in my English because the basic education wasn't all that great. So thanks for the compliment, but actually it's not very true.
Yeah, like I am right now stunned to hear this that your English, if your English is not good, then what is good English that way?
So
But you do later
anything
at
much.
some point, we have this story of chess chess love stories, and I think one of the podcast should invite you as well, along with your wife, I think.
Yeah, we both are 50 plus. Come on.
That
Not going to be
doesn't
very
matter.
interesting.
That doesn't matter. Hmm. So this is a so Rookie 2, and it's again another heartbreak for Adiban, no, in a way, because it was like he was right there that way.
Yeah, honestly, Adiban is a friend for me. So is Abhijit Gupta, and it's kind of very difficult to see Adiban having a tough time in this tournament.
Hmm.
I mean, what was Adiban 5 to 6 years before, and to see him suffer such accidents in a tournament, it's not easy to take, to be very honest.
But chess players do have had such phases, right, in their life where they have also made a comeback. Sometimes it has been a long phase. They have made a comeback, or uh, is it in today's era where the opening preparation is another level? Then is it very hard, or that doesn't really matter? I don't know.
I'll put it this way. See, opening preparation, calculation, perfection in calculation, defense, all these are technical, basically. For a comeback in a player's career, I don't think technical chess details matter at all. I very strongly believe in it. It all starts and ends with your mind.
Mm.
See, for example, uh, a player of our generation who has had one of the biggest longevities in chess at the top of the world is Vishy Anand. He has been
Yeah,
there
yeah.
since
Unbeatable.
1992 in the top 10 in the world, 20 in the world. One of the main reason why Vishy has stayed at the top is the ability to reinvent himself.
Hmm.
See, he understood somewhere around 2002 or so that, he was going through, let's say, a downward curve in his chess. He changed his second. He basically got Peter Hen Nielsen to be his second, and a kind of surge in his chess started. He hit another peak when it came to 2006 or 2007 when he won the Mexico World Championship. At that point, it completely transformed himself from being a 1e4 player, only 1e4. He used to play all his career. He became a 1d4 player at that point. Second rejuvenation, that is. Remember 2008 against Kramnik when he played the World Championship, when he transformed himself from a 1e4 player to 1d4 player. He was 39 years old. A 39-year-old guy, even if he's Vishy Anand, one of the biggest talents in the history of chess, it's not easy to transform yourself completely and go and literally thumping victory against Vladimir Kramnik, then 2010 beating Topolov again. And by now he was universal. He could play 1d4 as well as 1e4 like any other player in the history of chess. I would say two reasons, rather two methods, two ways, two paths for chess players to reinvent themselves, to get back into form. One is, of course, you should have this um, ability to understand by yourself as to what you should be doing. At the end of the day, you should be your own master. You should be able to identify what you have to do. This is one. This is what I was explaining day before yesterday. Kasparov calls this as metacognition. The method of working on your own chess, understanding by yourself how to work on your own chess. This is metacognition. This is one. And the second is this reinventing yourself. I mean, in Vishy's case, it is time control. I'm sorry, E4 and D4 with white pieces, different kinds of positions. It can be anything. I don't know. Playing stronger tournaments, playing faster time control. I don't know. Reinvention and metacognition. I think these are the two important elements required for revival in chess. Believe me, it's not at all easy. It's extremely difficult. You need enormous amount of, let's say, mental power, willpower to do these things at a later point in career.
Yeah, the age. So this is one thing, yeah, with also the age that's an interesting debate. That I see many of the people, very experienced people, also having an opinion where age doesn't really matter at that way. And then there are some people who are like age, of course, matters. I am definitely of the opinion that age, as you grow older, uh, it does matter, the reflexes and everything. I mean, it definitely matters in ways which we are not even aware how it matters. But Vishy is such an exception, I think. Incredible. I mean, we obviously have no words for him. Nobody has been able to do what he has done, to be honest. So it's like a wonder, yeah, complete wonder there.
I would put it this way: age matters or not, that question, it depends a lot on physical fitness. If you are
Yeah.
someone who takes care of your physique from the age of 15, let's say, and you build up a physical fitness, then age doesn't matter. But a person who is indisciplined in life when it comes to physical fitness, for them, age does matter. This is what I would say. So, age does matter provided the person is physically fit among chess
Yeah,
players.
I mean, look, biological age
Rishi
is
Anand
another
is,
thing that way is going to be different there. Like, people can be 50, but the age actually can be 35. Yeah, that way, if you understand how you keep your mental fitness and your physical fitness, and it all then about everything in your day-to-day life. It's about all little things. It's not just going to be about chess at all. But we are talking about a normal, let's say, in the normal life, like it's nothing overemphasized on this biological age or anything. I think in that general sense, as you are growing old, it is very commonly seen that as you're growing old, the blunders, just if you compare the statistics, the amount of blunders which will happen by old people and by young people, you can't, I mean, it is a fact. It's just a fact, very simple fact, and that is seen as you grow older. So I'm not 100% sure it is only what to say. Like Korchnai played till such a long time, and he really didn't care about his rating. Yeah, if he's playing not the best chess, if his rating is going down, that was so much true love and passion for playing chess. It was beautiful. I don't think everybody is going to be able to, at top level, many people will not be able to do that, to let your rating slip away, to, it's an interesting thing to think about.
I understand what you say. See, to be honest, I'll put it this way: I don't fully agree with you as well as I don't fully disagree with you. Why I am taking this viewpoint? See, I was of your belief system till about, let's say, 10 to 15 years ago. Okay.
Okay.
Now that, when I have crossed 50 and not only have I read about the greats, I have also observed about chess players around me getting older and all that. This is what I feel today. A lot depends on many, 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 many factors which are 100% out of our hands. What I mean by this, see, for example, our gene. They say in physical fitness, some of the muscles, for example, they come easily by genes. This is very surprising. I mean, your thigh muscles and your calf muscles and all that, they say many of it even it comes from genes, they say, for example. The same way, sleeping patterns, it comes from different cultures, it's different. See, in South India, for example, um, getting up early in the morning and having a bath early in the morning before your breakfast, this is how we all grew up from our childhood, basically. This is the way that our culture is in South India. I'm very sure that it is completely different in other parts of India, other parts of the world, and so on. Okay. So when you are brought up in a certain way and you grow up in a certain way and all that, I'm not telling that these are good habits or bad habits. These are habits formed by your culture. Okay? We don't have any control over this. There are certain parts of the world where taking a bath every day is considered as a luxury or even a waste of time. There are different cultures think in a different way. So I would put it this way: many of these things are out of our hands. So longevity in chess, many things are beyond our control. So I have this very drastic belief that almost nothing you can generalize and say says this is common. This is what you require and all that. But all said and done, there are certain things which you cannot take away. One is what I said, love for chess, as I said, first thing. And second is that ability to reinvent yourself. So I think bottom line, two factors we can keep it as the same. Everything else simply out of your hands, your gene, when and where you're born, your culture, your family, so many things. See, for example, in Vishy's case, he was the third child, and his brother and sister were much elder than him. So one of the most common things his mother used to tell me was that, Vishy, when he grew up, he had two sets of parents to give him love and affection. This is why Vishy grew to be one of those extremely confident and supported human beings when he was in his teenage. They say about psychology and psychiatry are nothing but, sorry, not psychology. Psychiatry is nothing but a field where whatever damage you do to yourself in the first 10 years of your life, you try to fix it up in the rest of your life, they say. So most of these are, out of our hands. So is longevity in chess. That's what I believe.
But when you say about reinventing, which is the very, very important part for sure, but the amount of people in the chess world, the way they love chess, it's really truly like you can see the true love for chess. And why would so many of them not perform at par? By the way, I'm not saying old is at 50. I'm talking old at 35 also is old now at this. If a person,
Thanks.
so don't worry about that. I'm old. I can say that. So the whole point is that I think for reinventing, people know, yeah, just we know that we have to. It's a continuous journey. Everybody knows it, but
See
everybody
that?
knows it
No.
intellectually, right? And to actually reinvent, to actually change, to actually make shift, to accept your own criticism, to accept your own problems, it's not as simple as knowing them, but actually working to change them and to
See,
apply them.
exactly. For example, you said that love for chess is important. Love for
100%.
chess is important. At the same time, hunger to
100%.
win is also important.
Exactly.
So,
People
so
get
many,
set.
so many,
Yeah.
so many, so many combinations. You
Yes.
understand? Your
Yes.
your physical health should cooperate. Your family, your friends, the place where you are, your ability to take your detractors, criticism. There are so many things, and many of those things are out of your hand. That is why
No, but
there
those
is no
are all external. No, don't focus only on external things. There are whatever is external is not in our control. What is in our control? If we allow the external things to allow and impact us, it's gone. It's not possible. But
But
there is
even what
a
I mean to
inward
say
in,
is,
yeah,
I understand, but what I mean is that even things in your control also, they don't guarantee you anything. That's what I mean to say.
100%. Of course not.
So
But
that's
that's
what,
why I'm talking
it's
about
a very,
it's a nice debate at some point. Not debate, a discussion at some
no,
point.
I mean, there is nothing wrong in having the discussion. What I mean to say is that
Hmm.
after all these years, what I feel is that even if, let us say, there is a Vishy and there is, let us say, another X. And let us say if both have the same circumstances and both have the same, let us say, support systems also, there is no guarantee that the X will have the same kind of revival just like Vishy. That's what I mean to say.
Oh,
Because there are so many things which are out of our can. That's
I
what I mean.
agree. No, this I completely. That's why he is a wonder. Like I doubt. Like it's really seriously one in crores. Yeah, we don't know who's been. I mean, for me, that is incomparable. I don't think anybody can be compared for that matter at this
Yeah, very
age.
true. Very true.
Nobody.
See, for example, when it comes to prodigies, I've had many names. The last, uh, let's say after the age of 24 or 23 or so for me, when I became an international master in India, after that time, in the last 25 years, I would have had about 30 names being flashed in India as the next Vishy Anand.
Hmm.
Among them, hardly 7 or 8 have succeeded to fill into the shoes of Vishy Anand to have some trajectory till 2700. Hari Krishna, Sashi Kiran, and then we had to wait a lot before this current crop came up. So only 7 or 8 have even come close to fitting the shoes of Vishy Anand. What happened to the rest 17 and 18? You get
And here you're talking about Vishy Anand. Tell me what happened to one Judith Polgar and the rest who had to even get close to her. I mean, exactly.
exactly.
That is what like it's not so. It's very deep.
It's a it's a, what to say, there are too many factors, too many details, which are not understandable easily at play to bring a player to the peak of the world. This is what I would say.
Yeah.
You know, this is a story which is a little bit of a melancholic story. Please, whoever is hearing this, please don't misunderstand me. 1984 World Chess Championship between Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov. The first match ends in a draw at 47 games, and the second match is held in 85, 24 match game won by Garry Kasparov with a score of 13-11. By this meanwhile, there is a candidate cycle happening, and the winner of the candidate cycle is a little bit of a surprise of a winner, Andrei Sokolov. Not Ivan Sokolov of the current Netherlands, Andrei Sokolov of Russia. Then there is a return match for Karpov because there was a return match clause those days. So there was another match happening in 1986 again. So they played a series of 3 matches in 84, 85, 86. So someone forgot to write the rules properly in FIDE that what happens to Anatoly Karpov, because already there is a candidate cycle happened and the challenger has been chosen. Then they made a rule that let this challenger beat Anatoly Karpov and then come to beat challenge Kasparov. So it was called as a super candidates final. Okay, after the candidates final, an angry Anatoly Karpov. This is of course my interpretation. An angry Anatoly Karpov, just been defeated by Garry Kasparov, came with his full anger and kind of crushed Andrei Sokolov. I think the match was held in 1986, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and Andrei Sokolov lost the match. Karpov's fury, Karpov's anger of having been defeated by Kasparov was so huge that he defeated Andrei Sokolov in such a bad way that, have you ever heard of Andrei Sokolov after 1987?
No.
I don't know how many of you watching, 400 plus people watching in stream right now. How many of you even know the name Andrei Sokolov? Think about it. Yeah. What happened to Andrei Sokolov? The guy who became number 3 in the world in 1986 was erased from the pages of history. A very tragic story. I've had the pleasure of meeting him and had a dinner with him, couple of dinners with him in France during the Capella Grand Open tournament later on. Very nice guy, very pleasant to talk to, a good conversationist and all that. You know, how a chess player rises and what makes him fall. Okay, in this case, it is very nice to write a melodramatic story that that angry Garpo came and crushed him in such a bad way that he just was erased on the pages of history. Not so simple, you know. It actually, there is a movie waiting to be made here. Just like
Oh.
you made a movie out of Fischer Spassky match, there is a movie waiting to be made here out of Andrei Sokolov's life also. You know what
Oh.
I mean? See, that's what defines a player's rise and fall? What defines a prodigy's ability to fulfill the prediction? This is extremely, extremely difficult questions which we can never answer with a definite answer. That's what
No, but there is one look. One definite answer is there. even just as a simple thing, like my first question is, yes, you got crushed by Karpov, so like you don't disappear, yeah, you fight back, like of course, and he would have fought back. What happens to you, you are responsible to what happens to you at the end of it. how can
That's
how
what
can
I
anybody else be responsible for it?
see. That's what I agree with you, but not fully, because even if you are responsible to yourself also,
Hmm.
chess, coming back in chess, it's not an easy thing, because whether it is your own or whether it is outside responsibilities, there are too many factors at play. That's
That
what
is
I mean.
different. Look, having factors and all is different. But if you love chess and then at some point it is about, let's say you're not able to perform, let's say it is about how others are looking at you or that kind of a thing, that is completely external. But let's say you don't enjoy chess, at some point you stop loving chess. Yeah, you have been in love with chess so much, and some point you stop loving chess. It is definitely true. Then you won't be able to perform also well, because the love has to reflect, and then that's not reflecting, you will at some point go away from it, for sure.
See, that's a very basic, that's a very
Correct.
basic
But
mistake.
then if you
That
want
I
to
agree.
reinvent, you want to reinvent yourself. Tell me, why would, I'm very curious actually, because I didn't know the story about Sokolov. So why would a match which he lost, and imagining he loves chess so much, why did he disappear? You are right, a movie has to be made.
Disappear.
It's a
He
big
didn't
question.
disappear. He didn't disappear. He tried his best, but he couldn't. That's what I mean. See, that's what I say.
Because
Love
it would
of
be
chess is
traumatic,
not
right?
enough.
Would be traumatic. Most probably the loss could be
No, we
traumatic for
don't know
you.
the story. We don't know the story. Unless I go through it, I will never know. That's
Yeah,
what I mean.
that is true. That is
Simply
true.
speaking,
That
too
is
many
true.
factors.
Yeah.
That's what. No, just
Hmm.
like I said about 25 names, only 6 or 7 fulfilled and even came to 2700 in Indian chess. What happened to the rest of the 18? There are too many factors at play.
Correct.
Many things have to go well. I heard this from one of the conversations I had with Peter Swidler, for example. Till 2750, I mean, actually, it's a tragic thing. One of the earliest videos of ChessBase magazine, I'm talking about,
CBN.
I think somewhere around 95 or 96. The
Oh,
ChessBase magazines used to come in CDs. We used to get
floppy. Yeah.
contact, no, not floppy, contact, CD, what drive?
Yeah, CD drive.
CD is digital drive. CD, what is compact disc? Compact disc drive, compact disc we used to get from Germany, mailed all the way. There is this conversation. Peter Swidler, Vishy Anand, and Frederick Friedel in ChessBase office in Hamburg. Okay, young, all of them very young, of course. Swidler and Anand having dark hair and sitting and chatting along with Frederick Friedel. So Peter Swidler says this: I think I'm very sure that I have almost achieved everything in chess, but for beating this guy, he tells at Anand. So I met Peter Swidler later on in 1999 in Bale Open, and I asked him, "What did you mean by that?" He says, "Basically, I have this feeling that till about 2720, 2730, you can raise because of your talent and hard work and all that. Beyond that, it has nothing to do with chess.
Hmm.
It has many factors, like, for example, how happy in your childhood you were. Apart from playing chess, what other kind of skills you have done in your life? How many languages you have learned in your life? All this slowly, somewhere it contributes to make you the top player in the world. Now,
Nice.
think about this, how random these things are, what Swidler was telling. Even if you're in your control or not, what can you do about them? You understand? Now, I don't dispute you, but at the same time, I don't agree with you, because
Uh,
too
but
many
there is also,
random things.
I don't know if you have, I mean, this is one very interesting subject, and it's of course very complex. I'm just very trying to understand but I literally a beginner, or even a beginner of a beginner, you can say epigenetics, where our belief systems can change our genetic coding, and uh, that's a way, I mean, you can try to check that out, but it is very interesting. And for that, I think it is certain things, the amount of hype which is given to genes, need not be so, and that is
Correct.
about it, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That also I agree with you. I very much agree with you.
Oh, by the way, the game just got over.
And
Abhijit.
I'll just tell one last point, which I think is very important in this is Ramesh has this very strong viewpoint that something which is being very neglected in development of chess players is their spiritual belief systems. Ramesh very strongly believes in a good spiritual development and a belief system to excel as a chess player as well. That's very interesting. I don't fully agree with him. I have different viewpoints when it came to spirituality, but it's a very interesting point as well. I'm sorry, please go on.
No, you are. The problem here is the word spirituality is different for different people. But if you look at the essence of it, the essence is basically what is inside us. Like basically how we are shaped. It at the end of it, you are right only. Like what all you were saying, and to change, majorly to change. See, to change anything, we first need to accept it. Basically, killing our ego that okay, I am wrong here. And the whole route is where we accept that, then we can change, then we can reinvent. And one of the parts of spirituality is killing the ego. So I would say that would be majorly in that that is a possibility what he's saying. But yeah, I mean, spirituality is a different word for me, but I completely believe that it's all about these emotions which is going to go on the chessboard, not the other way around, for sure.
By the way, thanks, chat. Uh, Almost all the reactions for our discussion in the last 15 minutes has been very positive, which is very nice of chat
Oh,
actually. It's very easy
amazing.
to, internet, the facelessness of the internet generally leads to a lot of negative feedback also, but I'm very, very happy to see that most of you have taken it positive and are actually giving very positive feedbacks. Thank you
Nice.
so much. Thank you so
Rakshit is
much.
saying
Please.
slowly, slowly, Sarah sir is turning into a night owl like all of us. Oh my god.
The problem with Sagar Shah is that you cannot say no to him. That's the problem. Just kidding.
Himang says, I've never heard much about Vish's siblings. Are they in any way connected to chess? Chess?
They are
No.
very connected to chess. They are Vishy Anand siblings.
Arjun Kumar says, thanks Saravanan for your presence. Nice. How does he remember everything so clearly? Asks MJ. MJ, exactly, that has been since day one. I've been asking him, but that is what is his talent, you can say.
It's actually memory is another very interesting subject in chess. See, ever since I became a trainer, basically, three, four things I tell my students about memory. One is to have a good memory in chess or even otherwise, especially for chess, you should be emotionally interested in whatever you do. This is the first thing. And second thing is, I very strongly believe that sleeping habits are the key to good memory. This is
Hmm.
simply putting it in a nutshell.
Highly
Uh,
possible. I
I've
have a
probably
bad
gone about
memory. I
30
am
years.
a big example. I forget a lot and I have a worse sleeping habit. So I agree with you.
Many chess players are nocturnal animals, which I hate it. I honestly speak. Whoever I train, whoever I coach, I always give them the advice that early to bed, early to rise. Since from the morning, basically do things which you love to do in chess, and of course, chess memory always comes forms because of repetition. That's an important thing, especially opening preparation and all that. So building up a good memory, it is extremely important to have good sleeping habits where you sleep early and wake up early, and good solid 7 to 9 hours of sleep. These are, anyone can build a good memory. This is what I feel. Of course, this is a very simplistic statement. These are so many so many ifs and buts are there. From whatever I've read about the subject of memory, let's say I've read about 30 to 40 books on memory, the commonality which comes through are these things.
Hmm. Hmm. No, I mean, now everything has to come together. But still, do you think, I mean, this is completely maybe irrelevant question, but do you think memory somebody can be having originally bad memory, and people can have
Okay.
this originally, they're blessed with, basically they're blessed with a good memory, like they have this.
See, uh, to a certain amount, gene does play a part in your intelligence. So memory is also a part of intelligence, but I don't believe in it at all. Anyone with good habits from childhood and with good physique, with good sleeping habits and with interest, anyone can build intelligence as well as memory. This I very strongly believe in.
Wow, interesting. You had mentioned that in a year or two you have to decide, yeah, whether to continue playing, and I'm very much looking forward to, see you. If that happens, that would be something very exciting to look
You mean
forward to.
giving up chess?
No. Hmm.
You've seen one more thing, Amruta.
Yeah,
Most of the chess players have very good sense of humor. Have you ever wondered why?
because they
I
are
have an
very alone
explanation
and
for this.
they keep cracking jokes at themselves. No, no,
Loneliness has nothing
no,
to do
not
with it.
lonely, but like generally. Okay, what is it? Tell me. But yeah, that's
Creativity,
true. Hmm?
creativity, creativity.
Ah.
Good sense of humor is about creativity. Chess players, you cannot play chess well unless you have creativity. Yeah.
Oh,
See,
nice.
whenever, among the chess players of India, for example, um, if let's say three is a good company, for me, that three is me, Sandeepan Chanda, and Sureshekar Ganguly. These two guys have dangerous sense of humor. Literally, when we get together, we just laugh for hours and hours because, first of all, it's a very relaxed company. We all like each other's company. The sense of humor is simply amazing. And most of the friends whom I have spent a lot of time with, I mean, people whom I know in the top chess, let's say whom I spent with time with, Vishi Anand, Sashi Kiran, Hari Krishna, Adiban, Seturaman, Sureshekar, Surya Ganguly, Sandeepan Chanda. All of them have a fantastic sense of humor. Fantastic sense of humor.
That is true, actually. We really enjoy. In fact, not just sense of humor, but many of these players have the storytelling abilities also, and I believe that has come from this learning classics, and somewhere chess has contributed to that chess literature.
Possible, but chess literature becoming a part of a player's education has stopped in the last 20 years. Not everyone is having that anymore. I mean, today it is possible to become a very strong chess player without even reading a single book.
Yeah,
I don't want to
yeah,
name
yeah,
names,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
know I
No,
know
no,
players
yeah.
are. See, it is again, it's something to do with how chess is developed because with so many computers and engines and so on, books are not the only source of your thinking about chess to improve. That is also a truth today. You have to acknowledge it. It is possible anymore. I mean, what I mean to say is chess books gives you certain pleasure as well as certain complexity of thought. The same complexity of thought can be today derived from um, like courses and engines and everything also. So chess books are not the only way to impart wisdom today. That is a truth. You have to
Hmm.
accept.
Hmm. Yeah, that is true. No, it was Sandeepan Ganguly. It was amazing. In fact, one of the main conversation which was so helpful, once we were playing in this tournament, Dhiren, and Sandeepan was there, and there we were discussing the subject of guilt, actually. So you make a move, and it's a bad move, and then the next moment, basically you are thinking about, oh no, I did. You feel guilty about making that move, and actually, what Sandeepan was mentioning, that you spend that energy in feeling guilty for making that weak move, and that is such an important energy. You cannot do during the game. You don't have time for that. You have to be in that present state. So That was a very important point which he was mentioning, and it really helped.
Sandipan is a deep thinker of the game. Sandipan has extremely deep ideas about chess, and it's a tragedy that he doesn't want to become a professional coach. He is also a very principled human being. Um, his depth of his ideas about life and chess are fantastic, actually. See, that's what very tragic thing in our country is the chess system hasn't made such people an important part of players' development. It's a very tragic thing in our country. People like Sandeepan Chanda, even Sashi Kiran's father, Hampi's father, all these people have so much wisdom and depth about chess ideas. They should be made part of an ecosystem to develop young chess players, in my opinion.
That's an
I
interesting
think we
point.
should get back to chess
Yes.
today.
No, it's
Talk
over.
so
All the
much.
games, all the Indian games are over actually. And in fact, I might have the pairings as well for women's section. Yes, we do have the pairings. Let's just have a look at it right now. Oh, yes. Oh, Vaishali today beat Maria, and now she is going to play Anna.
Okay, why I'm laughing is it can both be, it can be termed as a revenge match, or it can be termed as, she's going for both the sisters. I don't know which way it's going to be, but yeah, I mean, what a turn of events, yeah.
Yeah,
Two sisters
exactly.
in round by round in a very important tournament. Fantastic, yeah.
And she is actually now the joint leader because Tan Songi's game ended in a draw with Anna. So that's a very good
Um,
news. Vaishali on the second board. Then we have Savita Shri playing with Mai Narva,
mhm.
2399, almost an equal match. Alexandra Koschenik versus Vantika Agarwal. Wow, that's exciting. Oh no, and we have
What did Divya
Divya
do today?
versus Harika. Divya drew.
Divya drew with?
I can tell you, Divya drew with Olivia.
Okay, Olivia Kielbasa.
Mm.
Fantastic. By the way, did you see Vaishali's performance rating so far is 2758?
Oh, that is
Amazing.
brilliant. Like it's on the way to make the fourth GM norm.
Any idea how much you would have made at Qatar?
Yeah, I mean, till yesterday, some in the chat somebody had mentioned that total live rating was sorry,
Two four
2475.3 until yesterday,
seven
and
five. She has
point
made
3.
14 in this tournament so far. So
So today,
she
how
is,
much did she gain? Today's
I mean,
rating
totally till today, she has gained 13.6. So you said 2475, right?
until yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, that means she is on 2488 right now. What to say?
Oh,
Be ready. Come on, tell your chess-based people to start writing already. The next Grandmaster of India and the next Grandmaster among women for India is going to be Vaishali.
wow, that would be epic. We need it. And 12 years is a big gap, actually. 12 years for such a result. Oh, by the way, this is so for Arjun, he goes on 3. Esipenko, okay, Esipenko will play Caruana. And there are at least 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We will have 8 of them on 3, or no, lot of janta from 2 points will also join them. Okay. Her live rating
Janta.
chat is saying 2481.3.
Uh, by the way, Esipenko is on lead with 3.5,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Esipenko is on lead with 3.5 cross 4. And yeah, as you said, there is a lot of Janta.
On 3. And
Love
yeah,
that.
Vidit also on 3, right? So I'm only hoping Vidit and Arjun, they don't, no, they won't, because their rating is just very close to each other. So they
Hmm.
won't be paired against each other. Nice. Let's see. But I do feel that tomorrow we will have some very interesting pairings. And that was fun. Lots of discussions. Even VD on. Yes, yes, Sanket. Absolutely. With its today game of the day will be actually Arjun's game of the day, definitely. I mean, the game was great positionally, but Vidit also won the game. So maybe Vidit and Arjun, yeah, Vidit's game of the day.
Yeah,
Vaishali in the
probably,
women's
but
section.
I don't want
Oh,
to.
Nihal also positional. Nice games. Actually, yeah, these
We
three
didn't
were
see
nice
almost
games.
any game which is non-Indian apart from Anish. So there may be, you can say with the among the, I mean, game of the day among Indians. Yeah,
Huh,
sure.
among on our stream, game of the day on our stream. I
Our
don't know
stream,
what's
our stream.
happening elsewhere. Yeah, okay, guys, thank you all for joining and staying back. I mean, even though we were just talking and discussing, but yeah, they were all interested and maza aaya. I mean, Sagar would have also loved such discussion. I believe Anish would have loved such discussions. They can talk for hours
Really?
and hours. Yeah, many of the streams earlier used to end
Hmm.
and they were only talking. They used to only discuss 1 hour, two
Hmm.
hour. One stream, I think it was Raja, Anish, and Sagar was there, and they were only talking. I mean,
Ah,
related with chess. I mean, of course, chess subjects, but that was how it was, and people and no, all the people were listening to it. You know, so
poor,
equal to the
poor
chess
people
analysis.
forced to listen. Just
Yeah,
kidding. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so see you
Okay.
tomorrow,
See you
7:15.
again.
Take care and
Great talking to you. Good night. Thank you.
yes, good night.